for the coolest motherfucking dudes I know. Goraphobia!
Going on, Death Metal Podcast Live. How's it going, peoples? How you doing on Saturday night? So we're Death Metal Podcasting it live again. Yeah, that was Goraphobia. What's up, everybody? I appreciate everyone that tunes in to Death Metal Podcasts. Let your peoples know, your friends. We're on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook Live. And we got some exclusive rehearsal videos we're going to play tonight. We got exclusive music we're going to play tonight. And maybe some interviews. Maybe some other stuff too. So I'm not always saying, if you noticed. But I appreciate everyone that normally tunes in. I see some of the people in the chat. And yeah, even the purpose of this podcast is just to talk about new death metal and talk about old death metal and, just start conversations, basically. So sometimes we'll talk in the chat and then it'll come on the screen, What's up from Philly? Yeah. So, yeah, what's going on? I got some interview stuff to play. I got some older interview stuff to play and some newer interview stuff to play. Last week I left my house and then I actually went to a gig somewhere, which is pretty rare. I kind of like quit going to shows a while ago, just was like kind of bored of them or something. It was a good time. It was Obituary, and it was Obituary, Gruesome, and 200 Stab Wounds live. It just happened to play by me, and then it was a good show, man. And I got some interviews at the show, and I got some live clips. I got I got up in there, you know, that's how I am, man. I like to get up in the shows. I like to get up talking to people, saying what's up to people, you know, talking to other band, you know, I'm not just chilling around trying to talk to the bands. I'm trying to talk to the fans too, you know? So it was cool. It was like a different scene for me, not completely different. I've been to Albany, New York to shows before. And it's like was the closest location for me to go to a show. And it was cool because it was probably the biggest show I've ever seen in Albany, New York. So it was cool, man. Yeah, man. So we got a guest in the back room too. My co-host and his cat. What's up, man? You got sound? How's it going? This Oscar? Yeah, you're good.
What's going on, everybody?
Who's the visitor we got there with you?
We got little Frankie over here.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You gotta have a black cat, you know?
Yeah. This is my second one now.
Yeah. Frankie wants to be on the podcast. It's understandable.
Yeah, this is when they start getting excited. The other one's gonna come around.
Yeah. So we're live. We're live on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch right now. I've got a couple things lined up, some recordings, courtesy of some friends that were at some shows, and they were also at some rehearsals, and they put up some live stuff. And I asked, "Hey, can I play this?" You know, and my man was cool, man. And so shout out to Sam Biles. That's who from Hideous Mangalus. What's going on, Arturo Gallegos? How's it going, brother? Hardcore old schooler. So I'm on here tonight with Oscar, and he didn't write who it was. It was Oscar from Ceremonium.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, man. Me and Oscar, we talk a lot, and then there's a lot of other death metalers I talk to constantly. We just try to continuously build and help each other out as far as helping out other bands or making moves amongst us ourselves and our friend group, which is cool, man. You know?
Yeah.
So yeah, Arturo has joined us. Cool, man.
Nice.
So I have some footage that I recorded the other night. But then, I went Death Metal Podcast live, like really raw, and I didn't even announce it, basically. And then not too many people got to really check it out, which was so I was like, all right, you know what? I will go on here and I will play some of it on here, basically. So I didn't even download it, so that's not good. So check this out instead. Check this out. Death Metal Podcast. Oh, invalid. All right, hold on. Maybe that ain't working. So check
Frankie
this.
wants to check it out.
Yeah, check it out, Frankie. I got to figure out why that other one didn't play. Check this out instead. This is a new song, unreleased debut. Exclusive.
Does it again, huh?
Yeah, Jim Rowe does it again.
That's sick, bro.
It's
I like
the new
that.
shit.
I like that cover right there. That's a nice shirt right there.
Shoo. Yeah, now that's I think that's this. Where is it? I don't know if I put it up here. That's one of his. They make flags of that.
Really?
Yeah. I thought I put it in the file. Yeah, it's right here. Hold on a second. Didn't make it to the podcast. There you go. So yeah, they got some merch with this on it. It's brutal.
That's sick.
Jim Rowe, pretty much. This is a one-man band. First of all, for anyone that doesn't know, Incantation, Onward to Golgotha drummer, Disciples of Mockery drummer, Womb drummer, and amongst other bands. There's other bands too. There's Bloodstorm. There's Terror.
Is it Agoraphobia?
There was Agoraphobia. Yeah. There was Meatloaf, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Meatloaf. Meatloaf, bro.
He did a Sabbath band for a while, didn't he?
He did a Sabbath, and they were the best Sabbath band. They were the best Sabbath cover band I ever saw. So picture Jim Rowe playing the Sabbath cover band.
What was that one called, Roy?
I don't know if it was Sack Blabbeth.
Was it Sack Blabbeth?
Sack Blabbeth? Can't remember. I think that was the one. I think there was a couple, like when we used to there was two, so it's hard to remember which one was the Jim Rowe one, but I think Jim Rowe was in the Sack Blabbeth.
I think Jim was in the one that played all the songs that were never played.
Yeah, he was like, he played, instead of playing like, War Pigs and Paranoid, he played like After Forever.
Right. I remember that.
Sanguisuga Bob, Meatloaf has beefy riffs decades before Sanguisuga Bob. Exactly. So man, there is
This is a single, Roy, by the Primitive?
This is the newest. I believe this is the newest song. This is unreleased. I reached out to my brother Jim the other day and told him that I was going to play some stuff, which we played a couple episodes ago, and then we did this. He sent me this too, but for some reason I didn't download it and play it on the show that time,
He came out with another song, like, was it not too long ago? Because I think I heard something else on Facebook.
Yeah, I played something on here too, which was other song mixed with some other song, but then I kind of faded it out because we were trying to stick away from the copyright strike zones.
Right.
But I invite a few other cats on, see who wants to pop in and say what's up to Death Metal Podcast. And now we're going to talk about something real serious. So check this out. And then this was something that was important to me. And I got to play it here, man.
Let's hear it.
Ready, guys? 1, 2, 3, 4.
All right, we'll hold a piece of that for later.
Fucking RotTREVORE, bro.
Hold on a second. Let me see where this is at, though. 448. All right. So, yeah, man. RotTREVORE Rehearsal.
That's too heavy, bro.
That was from January, actually. So it was a couple months ago. It wasn't just from the day before the show or something.
I just saw one of the songs that's on YouTube from this show. It's heavy,
What's
bro.
up, Craig? Yeah, RotTREVORE Underground Legends. So, hell yeah, that was great. Fucking heavy as fuck. There's more.
Yeah.
There's more. I tried to figure we mix it up, you know? We played Jim Rowe, the Primitive. We got to play some RotTREVORE. You know what I mean?
RotTREVORE.
Little RotTREVORE in the mix.
Little Sewage.
A little Sewage. Some of the sickest riffs.
What's up, Craig?
Yeah, what's up, Craig? So, yeah, I was looking back to, because for 1 second, there was some peeps that were talking to me besides you, which was Sebastian. And I was like, so we're going to do a Studio One show?
Yeah,
you know?
let's get Pete Tersha on.
And I was thinking about this, and then I found a graph from back in the old day.
Wow. Look at that.
So, yeah, look at that. Look at the bands that on there, too.
Damn. Let me get this.
So you had the death metal show on there. You had Incantation, Snag,
Goraphobia.
They spelled Ceremonium right, though.
Yeah, they did.
They spelled Deteriorate.
Decomposed.
Diseased. I don't remember Diseased. I remember Decomposed.
Yeah, I remember
that was the singer from Morpheus Descends. And then Thanatopsis.
I don't remember that one too much.
And then there was another show there that I went to this show too. It was the week before, maybe. No, it was 4 days before. So this is in New Jersey and New York. This is how we live. So 4 days before this Incantation show, which was on a Wednesday, I was at the Cro-Mags Leeway show over here too. You know? So, and then as you could see, the place was jammed up with a bunch of weird poser stuff sometimes too, you know?
Young Turk.
I guess that was a band, right?
Yeah.
Young Turk. I wasn't at that Young Turk show.
That was a sick show right there, Roy.
Yeah. Craig Pillard saying what up. to Oscar.
What's up, brother?
It was cool to see
Long
RotTREVORE
time.
back together. Exactly.
You know, speaking of RotTREVORE, you know what
Tales
I
from
realized,
Brazil.
Roy?
What's up?
Watching the video, bro, and out of all the shows that me and you have been through in the past, I've never seen RotTREVORE live, bro.
No?
Nope. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. No. They were kind of elusive. You know what I mean? They were a little elusive as a band to see them live.
That's crazy, though, bro.
I didn't see them live that many times either.
No?
You know? Not
I'm thinking
really.
you saw them live a lot, bro, because
I've seen them live, but I saw them live maybe like 2 or 3 times, maybe. You know what I mean?
I was thinking you saw them live like 10 times for some reason, man.
No. There is somebody that saw him live maybe 10 times, which is Paul from Embalmer. Because
they played a lot together too.
Well, yeah, because it's like the band reincarnated through different, non-Mastrevore versions. So like, he saw other ones. He played with them. He played with some of the other versions.
Yeah.
So I mean, he would be good to talk on that.
Yeah,
what's up, Paul from Deteriorate?
Paul.
He remembers Thanatopsis. Yeah, I remember their name. I just don't remember what they sounded like.
I don't remember what they sounded like.
Yeah, and then you had a classic on there, which really can't be underestimated for back in the day. Hold on, let me turn this RotTREVORE thing off. Which, I mean, like, every show, right? Snag,
bro.
They played everything, right?
Snag, man. They played everything, yeah. Didn't Venner do that logo?
No, Venner did when they went death metal logo. This is the other earlier logo when they were still kind of like hardcore.
That's right.
Yeah.
I did backing vocals for him on that on the death metal logo one.
Right. Okay. The 5-song release.
The 5-song release.
With the Venner logo.
With the Venner logo.
Yeah. See, there you go. He never saw RotTREVORE live either.
That's crazy, though, man. I mean,
because
out of all the shows,
I only got to see them in 1990, 91, and 92 only. So I never saw them after that. So I only saw them with Mark Mastro. Wow. I saw no other incarnation of RotTREVORE. I bought the first time I saw RotTREVORE was up in Buffalo, of all places. And they played in New Jersey, but I didn't go see them. And then they played up in Buffalo, and I saw them. And it wasn't the day of death. It was like a weekend or two after the day of death. And they didn't have any shirts, so I had to hang it on my wall forever too. They had iron-ons that you could buy, where it was like you can make your own RotTREVORE shirt with this iron-on. It was a piece of paper as an iron-on. And all these years later, like, I saved that fucking thing. It was like the first RotTREVORE shirt in a weird way, you know?
Yeah.
So hell yeah to Snag. Exactly. Thanatopsis were, Snetty were Death Thrash, I think. I think so too. Thanatopsis had dudes from the Jersey City area. I remember them because they were friends with Chris Machado, who is and he was in Deteriorate, right? Chris Machado.
Yeah. And
then he was in El Nino.
Yep.
Really wish RotTREVORE were playing Death Nexus Fest or Maryland. Yeah, especially the Death Nexus one. I think that's a little closer to me. And then I don't know if I could handle standing to see all the bands at Maryland. There's so many bands, you know?
There's a lot.
I mean, if you've never been there, prepare to bring a cane at the end or something, or wear comfortable shoes, sit down, drink. Because by the 4th day, you're ready to just fall over, basically. So hopefully your favorite band isn't playing on the 4th day. And if it is, take a day off.
I never been to the Maryland, but I saw the lineup for this year. It looks pretty sick this year.
Yeah. It's like a racetrack, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's crazy, man.
Frank Gamble, never seen him either. What's up, Frank?
Wow.
He never
I don't feel
seen
so bad now, bro. I'm like, wow, man,
got
out
to
of
hear
all these
snippets.
years, I never fucking saw RotTREVORE. I don't feel so bad now, man.
Yeah, they were super elusive, you know?
Yeah.
What's this? Death Metal Podcast. Are you going to the Day of Death, April 23rd? Is that this show?
Yeah, that's it.
The Brian Pattison show?
Yeah.
I don't have the updated flyer, but I know Funerus and Incantation were playing.
Incantation is playing, and There's another band.
Yeah, this is the old
Gunslaughter,
flyer.
I think.
Okay.
I think
Yeah.
Gunslaughter's playing. And Incantation.
Yeah. Am I going? Probably not. I would like to. Maybe I'll send out a care package to them. And I did talk to one of the bands that wanted to print shirts for that show. So yeah, I'm going in shirt form.
That's gonna be a sick show right there, man. I wish I
Yeah.
could go.
Yeah.
It's tough to where I'm at. You know, there's not a lot of shows. I mean,
we'll talk to people about where you live.
I'm in Miami, so I'm in Florida, which is cool. A lot of death metal bands, you know, from back in the day. But where I'm at, there's just not a lot of death metal.
Okay.
So it's tough for me to go to shows. That there's Churchill's, which is a small like CBGB's style club that they had a lot of shows there back in the past, but it's been closed down since the pandemic. They haven't opened up yet, so I'm hopeful that they'll open up soon and get something going in there. You know, to at least go out there and relax a little bit. You know, and check out some local bands and whatnot. But
like WHARFLURCH.
Last time I went to Churchill, yeah. I mean, last time I went, I saw Incantation there, so I hung out with John for a little bit. But that was like, that was a while ago. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think I noticed there's a lot of bands getting live though. I mean, you know, there's a lot of. I mean, maybe not at Churchill's, but it seems like a lot of tours set off all of a sudden.
Yeah, there's a lot of tours coming around, but everybody's coming around, but not coming down to Miami. I mean, they're going to Fort Lauderdale and West Palm Beach, which is like Fort Lauderdale is about an hour. West Palm is about probably like a little bit more than an hour. Just kind of sucks, you know, that the hike up there and then coming back the same night and all that.
Right. It's just restrictive as far as like time-wise.
Time-wise, just work-wise and all that. A lot of the shows that they're having are in the weekdays, so I'll be at work till like 7, 8, whatever. At that time, I'm just like, wow, shit, I'm going home, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
So that's what I'm hoping that Churchill's opens up, you know, which is like 15 minutes from where I live. Then that'd be cool. You know?
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens.
I don't know if you're the man to talk about the Florida death metal scene.
I'm not.
You're not.
I'm not. You know, I'm still stuck with the 90s in the Jersey scene.
So here's something from the 90s and the Jersey scene, and this is going to throw a familiar face at you. Now, I barely have played this interview. I'm going to play a little bit of it now. It's pretty sketch, you know what I mean? As far as like, you know, I went online and interviewed people and then just threw questions at them like I do now. But this was earlier, you know, when I first started doing it, and I wasn't running them live or whatever. So occasionally, you know,
these are the demos.
These are the demos. So check this out. I felt like this would be a cool exclusive for people to watch. This is Matt Harshner talking about Mortician and playing on the rehearsal demo times. And you're only going to see this here.
All right.
I hear echo of me though through. Guys ever record anything as blood?
No, it was just rehearsals and jams.
All right, hold on. He's going to talk about his earlier band. Damn, fast cars, equipment, people.
Yep.
So that's you cool. Ready to talk a little bit?
For now, yeah. I got a couple minutes.
All right, cool. We'll just do a couple minutes then too, and then maybe I catch a plug off you too, so that way I got it. So so we had Matt Harshner, who played in the earliest phase of Mortician. So I played on the rehearsal demo of Mortician in 1989. Not
yeah,
Matt
Sitcher's basement.
In Matt Sitcher's basement. This was before John McEntee joined the band.
Yeah.
And the band at the time, and maybe you could shed a little light on this. Originally, I heard Mortician as a band. The name of the band was not Mortician.
Well, that was before Will was in the band. That was me. Okay. It was myself, Matt Sitcher, and Adam Baum on vocals. We were called Bloodcore at the time.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard that. I've heard of that. Is there any did you guys ever record anything as Blood?
No, it was just rehearsals and jams and shit in Matt's basement, you know, where the actual Mortician rehearsal demo was recorded, in his basement, man, in Spring Valley back in the day.
Yeah. Was so right before, so I heard this right before Mortician became Mortician. Originally, the band was called Casket. Is that true?
Well, Will called his thing Casket, but that was before us. He wanted to call it Casket.
Okay.
And then we came up with Mortician. I mean, he wrote the song, you know, he wrote the lyrics and the bass lines and shit. And
so,
Mortician was one of the songs, so we decided to call the band Mortician.
So what led up to I'm getting a lot of echoes. What led up to what led up to you guys, because you guys are from Spring Valley, New York, and then you got Will, who's from Yonkers.
Right.
Where did you guys link up with Will, and what made you guys
shit, man? Fucking well, Matt Sitcher knew Will first, but I used to run into Will all the time back in Yonkers. We used to go to record stores down there, you know, Record Stop and Phil Orient and shit like that down in Hartsdale. And I used to see Will. He used to be driving his Camaro and shit. Stickers and shit on the back of the fucking car back in the day. We were young. We were kids, you know. And I met Will a few times like that. And then Matt hooked up with him because Matt lived down in Westchester for a while.
Okay.
Long time ago.
And the typical story, you probably saw, this is how it was for me with some of my early friends. So you saw someone else wearing some of the shirts of the bands and the stuff that you liked, right? Is that why Will stood out to you?
Yeah. I mean, we saw Immolation back in Nyack at a place called Blondie's. They played in Nyack, which was pretty cool. We were young, right after the Rigor Mortis days. Immolation played there. And that's when I met Ross and those guys. They came up to Spring Valley, actually. We hung out at Bluefield. At school right near Matt's house. We all chilled there for a little while. That was back in the day. We were young, you know.
Yeah,
we were kids, man. Young death metal in its prime.
The whole purpose of most of my podcast bullshit is to talk mostly about old days shit, you know.
Right.
So it's you know, you were obviously. I feel like you didn't really, you know, now Mortician's still alive. Yeah. But all through this time, you know, it's like you played on the rehearsal demo, and then the rehearsal demo really didn't get that much distribution. You know what I mean? From what I saw, it says that 20 copies were spread, and that was it.
No, to my knowledge, there were more than that. Will and Matt used to send them, you know, tapes. They used to send tapes across seas and shit like that. They used to flip tapes, you know, back and forth back in the day. Those tape guys did tape trading, man. Yeah,
or sending them to fanzines or something, right?
Yeah, you know, stuff like that back in the day. Yeah.
So you got credit though, obviously, and I'm gonna pop it up here. So you got credit playing on this right here.
What you're probably talking about? Probably talking about this one, right? Yeah, this one.
Yeah, well, that's the CD that I put out.
Right.
So I'm going to show this though. This shows you as the guitar player back.
Hold on a sec. I fucking lost you. Hold on a second.
See the screen?
No, hold up. No.
What are you high?
No, not at the moment. I'd like to get high. No, later. No, I have some business. I got a job to go do.
No doubt. I'm actually you're locked up right now.
Yeah, I can't find you. Let me see. Where the fuck where'd you go?
Metal shows.
Right.
And through, maybe I would come to a show, or I might see you guys at like World Stage or something.
Yeah, World Stage was right up near by my house. We used to walk there. We saw Suicidal there. Yeah, saw a lot of bands.
The first time I remember seeing you and your crew was at the 308 bar.
Oh yeah.
For the Mortician Incantation Snag show.
Was that the show when that fight broke out outside?
There was a show, yeah, and then like a bunch of like a cardboard city was over to the side with a bunch of bums.
Yeah, they were cutting some dude's bed of his truck up with a knife and shit. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, because I jumped up on two dudes' shoulders, and they were all coming out of the woodwork, and I kicked one of them in the fucking head, knocked him right down on the fucking street.
Well, I remember a few things from that show. I remember I was outside. Me and my friends went to the show. Me and like 7 other dudes, right, go to the show. Yeah. We never heard Mortician.
Okay.
We had John McEntee sent me a flyer saying I have a new band, which I used to like Revenant, and he said I have a new band. They're called Incantation. We're playing the show. It's death metal.
We used to see Revenant all the time. Back in the day, we saw Revenant back in the day. We used to go to Streets.
Yeah. I went to Streets too. I saw the Napalm Death Revenant Immolation show there too. I'm sure you probably went to that shit.
Yeah, I saw the Chromags there. I saw a lot of bands there.
Yeah, me too. Nuclear Assault. You saw Death up there for that one?
Oh, hell yeah.
Sepultura.
Yeah, Sepultura. Yeah, Chuck Schuldiner, rest in peace. Saw him there. Yeah, Death. Yeah, I caught Death, man, back it up. CBGB's with Ludacris and Dead Brain Cells. That was a good show, too.
Yeah. So going back to the 308 bar, though, this is what I remember, okay?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
There was a show inside, right? Mortician starts playing.
Right.
Everyone just starts fucking moshing, bro. It got like crazy, dude. It was like a bunch of my friends and a bunch of your friends, I guess, at the time. We were just going nuts, and the show was like right on the floor.
Yep.
And then there was like the walls were made of glass. And then they got all sweaty and weird, and it got real slippery in there.
Yeah.
And then the next thing you know, like one of those glass panels was like smashed. You know what I mean?
I don't remember, man.
And then outside, then the next part I remember is I guess we went outside because like either Incantation was over or something. Maybe Snag was playing. And we went outside, and I saw what looked like, I think you, and some girl laying on someone's car having sex or something.
I don't remember that. No.
And then a few minutes later, I saw, I'm not going to say who, but I saw the same person smashing a window of that same car with their fist.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, shit was nutty back then.
Yeah, and then right after that, I had seen a bunch of your friends, I think, and then I saw a bunch of bums come out, and it was like a gang war.
Yeah.
It was like there was some shit going down, like some of the stuff you said. I don't think I saw everything going on, but it was pretty wild, bro. Everybody was all fucked up.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Oh shit. Well,
there we go. What's going on, big brother?
How you doing,
little
Roy?
brother? How you living?
Yeah, for real.
So we got real Florida another real Florida representation here. My man Mike from WHARFLURCH.
What's good, everyone?
Come say what's up, man.
What's up?
How's it going? You got the good greeneries and
candy.
The last time we tried to get on, like he had a power outage, like right as he was coming on. It was awesome. He's like, I'm in the dark with a flashlight. There's cops down the block. was like, is this guy tripping, dude?
I might have been.
Tripping on shrooms.
Yeah.
But the power on my whole block was definitely off for real.
It was some shady shit. It was mad brutal though. And like I like when like people get, you know, like killed or whatever. Something exciting happens on the podcast. You know what I mean?
You know, it's got to be something good for the people. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
You got to get these numbers up.
Yeah, like a robbery going on in the background or something. You know, just something. You know,
real shit.
Yeah. What's up, Frank Gamble? Yes, Frank Gamble is brother of Chris Gamble from Gorephobia.
That's not Frank Gambale?
No, that's not Frank Gambale.
Oh, okay.
This is Frank Gamble.
All right, that's cool too.
Drummer from Perversaroth.
Oh, yeah, that's what's up.
Yeah. And trying to remember some other bands. Maybe he'll let us know. Anything to get the ratings up. That's right, Paul from Deteriorate. Get the ratings up. Death.
Ratings.
Yeah, we got to dismember.
We'll talk about the Studio One when they turned into the Go-Go Bar downstairs. Me and Paul used to go there every freaking weekend, man.
Yeah. There seems like a real connection between like death metal bars and like go-go bars too, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know why. So beyond Churchill's, which Oscar lives near Miami and is probably not so much a show goer, Daddy Lurch from WHARFLURCH.
I played at Churchill's.
Yeah. What else is going on in Florida, man? Tell us about some other shows or clubs. Teach the people.
Well, you know, up in our neck of the woods, there's a place called the Woolly that we throw shows. That's pretty cool. It's a converted old Woolworths that they made into like a big event space.
The Woolly.
And it's pretty tight. They can block it off all different ways and have different sound systems in there. So that's cool. And then there's this place called Lucy's, which the bass player of Hot Graves, he's a part owner. And they got a tiny little stage in there, but it really sounds good. And it's good for having like a small show. But if you're expecting more than like 150 people, then you definitely don't want to do your show there, you know?
Yeah. When you say, where do you live where do you live again?
In Gainesville, Florida.
Gainesville. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's cool.
So not too far from here down the road in Jacksonville, there's a venue called the Archetype, which is a cool venue, which is like a smaller but like good sized and well equipped venue for like bands that, you know, on the smaller touring level.
Right. And how you play there?
Yeah, we've played there twice in the past couple months. We played there with Yautja and Yashira, and that show was crazy. And then we played like with Maul and Writhing Shadows there.
That was that tour, right?
Yeah.
Did you guys start the tour in Florida and then go up the coast?
No, Maul started it somewhere in the Midwest, and then Writhing Shadows picked up with them in like Texas or somewhere, and then we picked up with them in Birmingham, Alabama.
Okay.
Yeah.
And all in all, did everything work out with the bands, Maul, and everybody make out good and got your name out there?
Man, we really, honestly, for like being a bunch of touring bands out there, we did great.
Okay.
Like,
you were competing against the other touring bands? We keep it real up here.
Let's keep it real. For us personally, like we was having hella merch sales because we had our hoodies. It was cold outside. You know what I mean?
Okay.
The shit just sold itself. We had long sleeves and hoodies, and people were buying hella merch. You know what I mean?
So we were making like, even if we made like $200 off the door, we were making $500 to $700 off of merch a night almost.
Oh wow! That's
even
killer.
At these tiny little places, which was insane to me, bro.
That's killer. That's killer.
I couldn't believe it. I still can't.
Where's the main hoodie seller? Was it more up, or was it like near Florida just because it was cold and someone was like, I'm going to buy my first hoodie tonight, even though I live in Florida?
Dude, we sold hella hoodies in Youngstown, Ohio, bro.
Okay.
Yo, but literally a blizzard just came through there the night before.
You got there just in time.
Yeah.
For the merch sale.
if you had Scully caps, you would have been fucking gold, bro.
Oh,
You know what
dude,
I
yeah,
mean?
for real. I wish,
Some mittens.
bro, but like it was so funny because we started playing, and then you look in the front row, and there's like 5 people wearing hoodies, like right there, and they're all like black light and glow in the dark reactive. So
you
all
had
that shit
made
just
some
like lit up.
crazy hoodies too, right? Let's make this clear. I remember before you left for your tour, you set up this crazy hoodie. They had like a hood print and everything, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah. And it was some crazy shit, you know?
Let me get on y'all level. Yeah, okay.
Cool, man. New WHARFLURCH kicks ass.
We have
What's the
new stuff?
newest? Yeah, what's the
Sick.
newest? What is the newest WHARFLURCH? Like, what would they consider that?
I don't know, man.
Because I mean the album, you know what I mean? I mean, you got a whole other thing. I know that I heard
guess
you
the
speak
newest
on
thing-
your Instagram
guess-
about newly maybe recorded stuff that ain't out there.
That's true. I guess the newest thing would be the split with Maul and Writhing Shadows.
Okay, cool.
Mhm.
What's that on Frozen? What is that?
Noxious Ruin did that.
Oh, that one. Okay,
Yep.
cool. Yeah, Noxious Ruin makes a nice package work.
Oh, dude, the package for that one is astounding.
Yeah.
It's like that, like clamshell, almost like a DVD size case thing.
Right.
Yeah.
And between that, their magazine, I got like a Anatomia fucking box set and a coffin from them. And then the comp tapes they put out always have banging bands on it, you know?
Man, the comp tapes are actually indispensable.
Right.
Like if you're like me, I like having a good playlist, but I don't necessarily want to listen to it on Spotify. I want it to be on a tape.
No, I'm like you. Actually, I listen to my shit on tapes, but
Real shit, bro.
Having a playlist on a tape would be even better. Yeah, I could feel that. Wouldn't be changing so many tapes, you know?
Yeah, dude.
Most
And
of my
having a
old
magazine to go with it?
playlists, yeah, most of my old playlists are like kind of like this demo on the tape, then this demo, maybe like 6 demos on a tape, you know, like 3 or 4 on one side or 4, you know, on the other side.
Sure.
I still fuck with all my tapes, man. I'm 100%, you know?
Man, Uncle Ken sent me a tape where it's like a mixtape of a bunch of demos, and that was like my favorite tape for like 4 or 5 weeks, bro. I just kept putting that tape in, like, yo, this tape has everything. You know what I mean? Like,
well, name names, man. I mean, who was on this?
yeah, dude.
Which bands were on it?
Oh fuck, I can't remember. It was 2 American bands and then one from the Czech Republic or something like that.
Someone's saying used to make metal compilation tapes back in the day. So annoying to do so, but gratifying in the end.
Nah, man, y'all have no idea. Like in my high school, I was the plug for mixtapes for kids who wanted to get into weird music, bro.
Okay. It sounds like me and you have kind of like a similar trajectory in life.
Real shit, dude. Like,
yeah.
Like these kids, they would notice I was playing music or I had all this different stuff or wearing weird t-shirts. And they're like, yo, can you make me a tape of all your like cool music? And I'm like, yo, bring me a tape. And then I would talk to them about what they liked. And then I would make them a tape based on like what I thought they would like more, you know?
Yeah. Showing people the way.
I did that shit endlessly, bro.
Yeah. In high school, right?
Yeah. In middle school and high school, really. Because I had a tape player hooked up to the CD player like way early. So I was always making either tape or CD mixtapes off to people, you know what I mean?
Yeah, damn. I mean, I used to do the same fucking thing, dude. And I actually used to do it. My girl's like a little younger than me, so then I would send like fanzines to school and like distro tapes, and she would sell them for me. And then sometimes I would send a mixtape over to this guy. I'm like, here, can you send this mixtape over to Lenny? You know?
Yeah, dude.
They had a print shop at the school.
People...
Yeah, they had a print shop at the school, and they would like print off flyers for me sometimes.
Hell yeah, bro. I definitely had people who would like take a mixtape that I made for them and then like dub a copy of it for somebody else. And that person come up to me like, yo, what's up with this band on this tape and all this stuff, you know? Like I would even put bands that I didn't like on other people's things just because I knew that they would like it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's cool.
Like I'd put like an Agnostic Front song on somebody's tape, and I'd be like, well, you know, I don't like Agnostic Front, but I knew you would like that shit. You know what I mean? Don't come asking me more about it. Go find out, you know?
Yeah. Well, that's nice of you to go show the way to some young metaler or young fucking hardcore cat, you know?
Right.
What were you
It's like a
putting on
vegan
those
person
tapes?
giving somebody the best hamburger they ever had in their life, you know?
What do you think you were putting on those tapes? Were you putting bands from Florida? Were you putting fucking Demolish? What was on there?
No. At that time, it was
Metallica, Ride the Lightning.
No, not even that, dude. Because I felt like that was like too like everybody already knew that shit.
Yeah. I understand.
So for me, I was gonna put on stuff like Napalm Death, Morbid Angel. I would put on Fudge Tunnel songs for sure. A lot of earache shit because I was super into all that earache stuff when I was in like 8th and 9th grade. And
like Grind
but then
Crusher,
also I was into like Forced Entry, which is like a thrash band from Seattle, Washington. And then you know, there was this other thrash band I liked that was called Indestructible Noise Command, and I would put some of their songs on people's tapes.
Fucking
and they would freak out.
I know that band. Yeah.
You know Indestructible Noise Command?
Sure, bro. Yeah,
dude.
They were fucking hard.
Yeah, they were kooky, but they had really good shit here and there in their whole album, you know.
There was a lot of kooky thrash bands. Most of the time you found out about them from like Comp fucking records or something.
Right,
Cryptic Slaughter, Siege. Yeah.
Oh, what about Wrathchild America?
Wrathchild America. Breaking the wall.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Wasn't it like didn't the New Renaissance they put on like Necropolis and like maybe like Blood Feast? I think that was the first place I ever heard Blood Feast, you know?
Yeah.
Renaissance.
Sure.
Blood Feast. God damn, this band is sick, you know?
That's a long time, dude. Yeah.
Yeah, man. Or
But
the
that
grind,
was like that.
Definitely the Grind Crusher. It was a big fucking thing, man.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, when I would make comps for other people, I would use songs off of Grind Crusher CDs that I had because I had like 6 of them, you know, like over the years. So
yeah, I mean, it was always weird when you like took this dude that listened to like Def Leppard or something, and then you're like, here, check out this Terrorizer, you know, and then you were like,
you know,
talk
but for
to
real,
me tomorrow.
I didn't hear Terrorizer until I was like 2001 or 2 when I got like a decent internet connection. I never heard it.
Yeah. I mean, that happens.
I just saw
like the tape was never in the stores that I went to.
Yeah, that happens. That happens. It's the thrill of the chase too, you know?
Real shit. And I also didn't know anything about like metal zines. Like I knew about punk zines and hardcore zines, but I didn't know about metal zines until like way too many years later after the tape trading thing was already done. You know what I mean?
Yeah. They were kind of short-lived in a weird way, you know?
Yeah, but bro, that just set up like a framework though. So
that set up the framework for my whole fucking existence, basically.
Yeah, for real, dude.
I mean, if there wasn't all these addresses thrown at me from little magazines and those little flyers that would go around, then I don't even know if I would really be doing what I'm doing right now, basically. Because I would just be writing to motherfuckers like crazy. And then the thing is, like, staying in contact with this German band or staying in contact with a foreign band, you know?
Yeah, showing that love, dude.
Yeah, the more people you stayed in contact with, if they were from like foreign bands, it would be cool because it would be like, you know what? I'm sending a letter to fucking the UK today. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude.
So what do we got? Francisco in his car? All right.
What's he doing?
Jamming out all badass.
I'm driving back from Houston. I just got done practicing.
Oh, you're practicing with your new band? Eat the Decay?
Dude, it went fucking badass, dude. The drummer, this guy came up from like South Texas. He was like had some other stuff going on, so we kind of squeezed into practice.
Right.
And I mean, he fucking just killed it, dude. Killed it.
Aren't you
So-
jamming with the guy from Hexella?
Yeah, JD. He's a drummer, but
Okay.
he's playing drums. Yeah, he's a fucking sick drummer, sick guitar player. He's like way better than me at like everything. But so he, but yeah, we grinded it out, dude. If you know me, Roy. I'm all about Repulsion, Terrorizer, Carcass. That's basically what we're doing.
Right. Gotcha.
So
We got to hear it.
Yeah,
yeah,
man.
yeah.
I heard a little bit of it. It sounded like an old Zeisma fucking demo, man.
Yeah, Zeisma, shit like that. Yeah, Zeisma. You know. Mixed
Paul
with a little,
Zavaleta. Roy Fox was
little-
the first letter I ever received.
Hey,
Hey,
that's
underground.
what's up.
I thought I'd try this fucking behind the driving thing again. Which
Man in the car. Fucking
yeah,
view.
yeah. I can hear you. Obviously, I'm not looking, but I can
Yeah,
hear
it's a
you.
little darker than last time. Last time we could look out the back window and see the passing traffic.
You can see my steering wheel. Hold on. Let me turn on the light.
There you go.
There you go.
That's way more death metal.
I'm not gonna drive with my dome. I'm not gonna drive with my dome light on this.
Yeah,
That's
so,
a bad look.
Yeah, that's
That's not good.
You don't want to do that in Texas, bro.
Yeah.
Nah, you don't want to do that anywhere. But,
Yeah, so we've been playing. I played a part of a Matt Harshner interview where you're
Oh,
not going to
yeah?
see that anywhere here, but death metal podcast, because I mean,
yeah, of course.
I'm not really sure if Matt's incarcerated right at the moment, but he did some crazy stuff on the highway, and there was a pursuit, and
Recently?
last year-ish, so I didn't go into the details in the podcast because I felt the wound was too
Right.
new,
Yeah.
but I
Yeah.
haven't seen from in a little while, so hopefully, he's not incarcerated or
Hopefully.
whatever.
Hopefully
I'm
he's
not
good.
really sure. Yeah, I'm not really sure. The last thing I saw was selling his guitar real fast.
Wow.
But so basically, did an interview with him. Like I said, I was the pretty old, like an older one, just to ask about the earlier days of Mortician when they still had a drummer and when they formed.
yeah, dude, he was like pre-Matt Citra.
Well, him and Matt were a band, I think, and then they had another guy, Adam Baum. They were like Bloodspore or whatever. So yeah, they had their own thing, and then Will kind of joined in, and then they became Mortician. I guess Adam was out, and then they would practice. If I kept playing it,
shit.
there's more info in
I
there.
didn't-
You know what I'm saying?
I didn't even know that. So Will came after them.
After.
I mean, and they had a band, and then Will kind of connected into their band,
Oh, see, I
assimilated.
didn't even
But he
know
brought his own music.
He was
his
like,
own
"Yo,
music.
let me get on the remix, bro."
Yeah, he brought his own music, which was the song Mortician, and then and then finally he had jammed with a drummer. I guess he taught Matt Harshner how to play
that's-
two
That's
or
the
three
kind of
riffs.
shit. That's the kind of shit you only hear on death metal podcast.
I mean, I know Matt, so that's why we go back,
Yeah, of course.
many years. So I felt like I feel like that's played on here because basically you got to tell the stories of that nobody knows or talk to the people
Yep.
that nobody really has ever fucks with or whatever, just to let their stories get out there.
Yeah.
Because not too many people know about how Mortician was really, really formed,
Yeah.
They know about Relapse, and that's it,
Yeah, exactly.
They know a drum machine. They don't know about a drummer, maybe even,
Yeah. Some people still freak out that like McEntee was in the band for a minute,
Yeah.
which is kind of weird. You think by now that was out there, but
Yeah, this is this guy was the pre-McEntee.
The pre-McEntee.
Yeah, he was the pre-McEntee Mortician, so that's that fucking old school.
That real shit.
So what else? So what up also with those venues? Like, do other bands come down there besides you guys doing things?
are you talking to me?
No, Daddy Flurch from WHARFLURCH
okay.
here.
Oh,
Any
I
other
mean,
bands rolling through, like underground stuff?
some of these tours come through here and shit like that, but
Okay.
I noticed a lot of the bigger ones just hit like Atlanta and anywhere north of that at most, but there's been some cool stuff coming through. The Nile and Incantation shit came through, all that stuff, you know.
Okay. You repping that or are you stepping that?
I didn't go to it, no.
I mean, it depends on its location too. Obviously, if it's too
That's
far,
for me as well.
Yeah, like I don't go to certain shows because of location, right? At the moment, you know.
Yeah, for sure. Like there's certain shows where it's like, damn, dude, this would be sick if it was like at this place or whatever. But also, sometimes, like if the show's in Orlando, it's like if I'm coming from Orlando to drive to Orlando, I gotta pay tolls to actually get to that show.
Right.
So it's like, damn, dude. Not only do I gotta pay a ticket to get to the show, but I gotta pay another like $9 to $14 in tolls or something.
Yeah. I mean, I stopped going to shows in Brooklyn, New York, because every time I went there, they have this like complex scheme to give you a parking ticket, basically.
Hell yeah.
And a parking ticket in New York is $190, basically. So one time I got 2 and I had to pay for the show. And I was like, wow, I paid $500 to go to that show. That fucking wasn't even that long. You
should have just flew up there, bro.
I was like, what the fuck? But then, you know, you learn and you're like, you know what? I'm definitely parking in the parking garage every time. I don't care if it's $75 to park, you know?
And people complain.
Better than the other thing.
And people complain paying $20 for a show. You paid $500.
Yeah, I paid $500 to see a fucking show, dude. I'm lucky I didn't get the boot on my car, because if you get the boot...
what was the show? Do you remember the show?
Not really, you know? I mean, so many.
Damn, it wasn't fucking worth it then.
Yeah, it wasn't worth it.
If you don't fucking remember, it wasn't fucking worth it.
All right, Frank Gamble said he played a show in New York one time and they towed his car. It cost him $1,700 to get it back. Fuck that. That's what I'm saying. It's real hardcore.
Roy, speaking of New York shit, yo, you remember Villains?
Sure, yeah.
Did you ever see them play and shit?
Yeah, booked them with Pungent Stench, actually, at CBGB's.
Yo, so I went to New York with like my ex-wife to visit her family. Well, we were still married at the time, but like we went up to like Long Island to visit her family, and Villains was having a show at like I guess it was, I don't know, it was one of those, it was a Manhattan venue. I don't know, it was some stupid place that was like multi-levels and shit like that.
Right.
But like they were on the like 3rd floor on the bottom or whatever, something like that, where they had shows and shit. But I went to that show. I forget who else was playing too, but like, you know, Lino and all them dudes. I don't know. That shit was just fucking insane. Like there was like dudes just like spilling on the floor, like drunk, crazy, like dumping beer on their heads. They were like, "Don't worry, they're just the Mexicans from Staten Island. It's okay." We're like, all right, cool. You know what I mean? Like it was fucking, it was raucous, man.
Their show, yeah.
I love the Villains, man.
The fucking Villains are a raucous
picture
band.
Of myself wearing a shirt, and I was like, damn, what happened to that band, bro?
Yeah, Villains have always been a raucous fucking band. They'll play like almost anywhere. First of all, they'll play at like an arcade if they have to.
Right,
you know?
right.
They'll play at
so when
Chinese
I saw
food
Ryan
spot
from like Unearthly Trance and all that shit was still in the band.
Okay.
And Teeth and all those guys, bro.
Yeah, I got a long history with Lino, actually. Me and Lino go way, way back.
That dude is cool as fuck, dude.
I've known him since maybe like 91 maybe or so. 91, 92. Up. Yeah, so, you know,
he met him at that show.
Always a good guy to talk to about collecting. Super collector, like especially
no doubt,
records. And he was talking about record collecting.
Like that, bro.
Yeah, he was talking about record collecting when nobody was really talking about it. You know what I mean?
Bro, like for real, like if I start talking about that shit, people will know that I'm fake as fuck. I'm not even like that, like they are. You know what I mean?
I mean,
like I have hella records and shit. But
I want to say that about myself.
Rid of hella records.
Yeah, I want to say that about myself, but too, because like I like records, but I'm more about knowing the music of the band than worrying about if I actually own the fucking record. You know?
Word up. That's some real shit, Roy Fox.
I mean, keep it real, you know?
No, that's the realest shit I ever heard you say, bro, because keep it real. You can know the music in your heart.
You can. And you can
And
own
this shit
nothing.
don't even exist.
You can own nothing, not one thing.
Word.
Because there's bands that I listen to from motherfucking Napster that I fuck with. Or fucking Soulseek. You know what I mean? That
Word.
I fuck with heavy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I own no physical product of them at all, dude. You know what I mean?
Like, bro, like Metallica. At this point, I own no physical Metallica anything. I know that shit like the back of my head. I don't need to listen to it. I can just think of it and I can hear it.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
There is like a certain element of minimalism too nowadays, right? Where people fuck more with like some digitalized shit and, you know, or it's, I mean, I understand that aspect, but I'm still kind of tied to every fucking format, CD, tape, record, and the fucking digital shit all at the same time, you know?
I've been on a vinyl freaking thing, Roy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been on a tape thing
Me too.
for a while because the vinyl is just a little out of my league, man, you know?
It is. I mean,
It
I'm not
depends,
buying every
bro.
vinyl. I'm buying, well, you know my situation. So I'm just buying what I, you know, stuff that I had in the past and what I like now. I'm not going out and buying everything, but
you're a rebuyer.
I'm a rebuyer. I'm a rebuyer.
Hey, it is
I'm a
what it
rebuyer
is.
of the old school death metal.
Real talk, bro.
You got to rebuy sometimes. I mean, there might be
I've
that
been
one
on
thing.
eBay. I'm looking for
all about
the RotTREVORE and the Disgrace, and there was another one I was looking for, but didn't pull the trigger, bro. I got to find the right price, man. You know,
That's right, bro. Keep it real. It's like you got to be willing to own the shit, but for the right price, bro.
Right price.
Yeah.
Man. I'll pay good money for like first pressing, but not crazy money, you know.
Yeah, I look around.
So
I'm a comparison ass.
I saw one of yours that you put out, Roy, on there.
Dude, that's why I was so happy y'all did that crematory one.
I see a lot of my shit out there, and I see a lot of my shit out there for real expensive.
Disembodied, $9.99. I was like, let me ask Roy if he's got one.
No.
Damn it.
Hey Roy, did you see that? Did you see that RotTREVORE fucking footage from the other day?
Yeah,
I saw that, Francisco.
I played
that shit. Is fucking heavy, dude.
Sam Biles earlier today. I spoke with him.
He put up a video. Yeah,
I spoke with him, and I was like, "Yo, can I play this live video on the pod?" And then I think maybe he was in the middle of uploading a live rehearsal video, so I already just played it on the pod, bro, during your practice.
Oh, you already played it? Oh, I'm not.
But I'm gonna play the live shit too, man, because I would have liked to gone to that show, man. But
it's heavy,
dude, fucking Mastro is like he never fucking stopped, dude.
My daughter's baby shower was that day, so
oh yeah, that's right.
That trumpulates everything, basically.
Yeah,
you know?
of course.
So,
but I watched that today, and I was like, "Holy fuck!" The fucking, you know, the fucking masters of death, you know, showing everybody how it's done, right?
They were fucking heavy, man.
Yeah, you're right, Tom. From cardiac arrest, people have disposable incomes and shit. People seem to have disposable incomes. Shit is damn expensive.
Yeah, man, bro. Fuck.
Hell yeah.
I'm a little.
That's why I'm glad you like reissued that crematory stuff, bro. I was like, fuck, hell yeah, please.
Yeah. I mean, if you look at the original shit of that, it's out of control financially.
Yeah, it's ridiculous, man. Oh God,
it's hard to own.
I just want to listen to it, baby.
Exactly. And then
on color vinyl is fine.
Yeah, I hear you. Been thinking more about.
I bought that Russian one, Roy. The denial for friggin'
the Russian,
$9, man.
The Russian booter. One part of me is that like wants to own those, and then the other part of me doesn't. Basically, it's a weird
I had to get something
dichotomy.
I had the original, and I lent it to a kid at a show at Connections, and I never saw the kid again, bro.
Yeah, I learned something through the years. I learned that, and this happened too. I went to somewhere, and then I was handing somebody something, and a thought just shot through my head, and it said, "Lending is giving." So I just took my hands back. I was like, nah.
Keep it real, bro.
You never
I'm
get
like,
it back.
I've never lent
Never
anything
lending.
to anybody that I expected to actually get back in my life.
Same.
Man.
Same.
I just don't let people borrow shit though, for real.
Yeah. I stopped letting people borrow my shit. You know,
That's really what it comes down to.
because it's
Lending
is giving.
Is a disgrace.
Lending is giving, man. Just remember that. It's one
Yeah,
thing,
dude.
you
That's
know,
some
to
bullshit.
your family
Here you
member,
go.
your mom's or something, your brother. But when it's to one of your friends, you're pretty much giving them it. You know?
Yeah. If I lend you something, I don't really actually expect to get it back anymore ever.
Yeah.
That's over.
Every once in a while, I find one of my friends' CDs that they lent me, and I'm like, what do I do with this? I haven't talked to this guy in like 20 fucking years. Does anyone have a story of why the exordium sounds like a toddler grabbed a reel and was running with it? Do any good masters exist?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah. They
there's
recorded it on a mossy log in the forest. So
I can talk. I mean, I could talk to that exordium a little bit. I mean, if you want to hear kind of what, there's two early masters basically. Okay. And I could talk to this a little bit now,
Go
I
ahead.
guess, because not everyone's going to get up on my fucking shit trying to tell me about crematory. So anyway, I've been listening to crematory since the day they came out, basically. You know what I mean? I wrote to General Surgery when their rehearsal demos came out. They shared a crematory member, which is the drummer. And
Arbon was in crematory.
Ermbron was in crematory, but the drummer, Mate, was in Afflicted and Afflicted Convulsions. Yeah. And I don't think he was in Afflicted, but he was in Afflicted Convulsions. And he's on the General Surgery demos, as well as all the crematory stuff. Yeah. So basically, I wrote to those guys. I got a letter back from Johan from crematory back then. And then he proceeded to give me early crematory stuff, right? So my boy Nick Orlando from Funebrarum Evoken, he actually had a recording of a crematory, the Exordium demo, which was kind of like the original rough mix. It was probably like the best mix I had ever heard as far as heaviness, everything, dude. It was fucking mint, dude. Also had a unreleased rare rehearsal track, which is on the vinyl only. So anyway, so if you listen to the mix of maybe, say, there's a newer release out in the wild, you know, and then it's even on YouTube, and it's a remix of, like, this is my opinion, okay?
Okay.
But it's a remix of something that came off Napster or like some online thing. And they basically, all the bass was sucked out of it. They remixed it and put it up online. And for some reason, there's a lot of people that consider that to be the original version of it. You know what I mean? But if you look, there's a channel, and I don't remember the name of the channel, but everybody knows it. Greg Beal, who sang from Nunslaughter. Yeah, he has a YouTube channel that he uploads all old school demos every day. You know the name, you know this channel. Okay? He's not Ken, he's the other guy who just constantly puts up old demos. He actually has
a channel now.
Yeah, he's got a name for his channel. I can't think of it. That's what sucks. But he has a rip of his crematory exordium.
He changed it, yeah.
What is it called?
Yep.
Do you know what the name of the channel is?
No Gleaming Light.
No
the channel's
Gleaming
called
Light.
No Gleaming. Yeah, it was Greg Beal, but he finally changed it.
Yeah, so check out No Gleaming Light, and then listen to the rip of the crematory exordium demo on there. And that's what it sounds like, actually.
Yeah.
But that's not the version that I put on my record either, which is, I put the rough mix of it because I wanted to put out the fucking sickest one, basically.
Sounds way better, dude.
For some weird reason, I was like, you know what? I know there's another version of this. It's been remixed. And I know, and it wasn't even remixed
I know you see
much.
That flag back there.
So I basically still put it on there. Also, the last demo of Crematory has two mixes also. One with keyboards and one without. A lot of people never had heard that.
Oh,
and you are right on point. Phil Tungus uploaded the tracks on the Denial. But he is pretty much the source, I believe, of the second mix. You know what I mean? because that guy fought with me online about the fucking crematory, trying to tell me how it sounded. And I was like, basically telling them like, yo, there's no bass on this, basically, you know? So I don't know if you hate the bass, Phil Tungus, but basically there
Gotta
is
have bass,
bass.
bro.
There's bass in that fucking demo, bro. Your copy was
It's like
booty, kid.
Injustice for All. No base.
Basically, your copy was booty from the get-go, kid. Sorry.
Word up.
That's the bottom line, you know? Like,
That's
I know
the,
what
have
the
the bass,
crematory
bro.
sounds like.
That's the
That shit
Injustice
used
for
to
All
make our
version. No base.
them, yeah, pretty much. He put out the Injustice for All version. So,
Hey,
if anybody wanted to know,
I saw
yeah, he's in.
I saw
Celeste
Urban
and
new band,
Phoenobrarum.
Roy. Urban has a new band.
Yeah,
You know that? I just
Putrefaction
found
and
out today.
Process. Yeah, he's in Putrefaction
Or
and
some
Process.
shit. Yeah. It's total carcass of sort.
Yeah,
It's
a
with
band
the Andre. Remember Andre from Lymphatic Flim?
That's correct. Yeah, from Brazil.
Yeah.
They got a project band, a new one.
Yeah.
They put out a full length today. Actually, it came out.
Yeah. I think the bass player. Remember that dude that played in Regurgitate? That was like American.
Yeah,
That Glenn Sykes dude or whatever. He's in that
Sure,
shit too.
Glenn.
I just heard that shit today.
sure. Glenn was a Jersey boy.
Sykes,
So I
yeah.
hope that answered your question, Blood Spore, and that's why it sounds like a toddler grabbed a reel-to-reel and running with it.
Thank you
Yes.
for playing our game.
No bass.
Bloodsport.
No
Dookie
bass,
dookie.
but if you listen to No Gleaming Light, they got a killer rip of it, which is the best rip I've heard in fucking like probably fucking
We
15
should hear
years.
some crematory.
Yeah.
Right?
Greg
Yeah.
has all that shit.
For some reason, he has a rip where it actually they retained the bass, bro. You know what I mean?
There you go.
That's the bottom line. I don't
That's
know.
all you need.
And then with computers have sucked the bass out of death metal. Let's be honest here, right?
Not my computer, baby.
That's good. I like that.
I know you listen to our album. There's hella bass on that bitch.
Listen, yeah, I mean, I hear bass too in other albums, but let's be honest though. There's about 90% that they suck the fucking bass out, right?
Bro, to me, the bass is what makes it heavy, bro.
That's what I mean. It ain't even death metal if it doesn't have a
Word.
super bass, bro.
You gotta have
You
bass.
gotta have it.
And then you know what? You in a weird, stupid way. And I mean, you tell me if I'm wrong. Like, if your computer, like, or it's not your computer, I guess too. Your computer speakers. But if you have computer speakers, or you even have a regular ass radio speakers, if those fucking motherfuckers aren't shaking and they're weird and like kind of fucking shitty sounding, it ain't death metal, man. You know what I mean?
True.
It's clean, bro. It's got to.
You gotta have bass.
It's almost got to fuck your stereo up a little bit. You know what I mean?
You gotta blow your speaker.
Something must be wrong. There must
I'm
be
s-
a really out of balance frequency phase somewhere in there.
It is. It's technical, dude. I'll tell you right now. I looked this up when computers and MP3s came out. They have this wavelength, and they cut the fucking top off, and it's all the bass fucking frequency. You know, so you can never get a full brown note as this day, basically. You know what I mean?
Well, you know, a lot of like conveyances of audio will not reproduce sounds below 20 hertz. So you know what I mean? You have to
Right.
think about that.
Okay, yeah. So
Like
if that's
you can't print that on a record without like just fucking it up and making it unplayable. You know what I mean?
yeah, if that's what
And
I'm
also
getting at,
your system might not be equipped to like reproduce that as well.
yeah.
You have
There
to have a
was some-
sub bass. You have to have like a subwoofer type of thing.
You know, there was a situation with the crematory where the bass situation was kind of so out of control that the needle just moved back and forth real deep on the cut, you know?
Right.
And
So-
basically somebody asked me and they all said, "Yo, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. It's fucked up," you know? I'm thinking like the tones are so heavy, that's kind of how it goes,
Well,
bro.
So here's the thing, man. If you think about what a record groove is, man, have you ever seen like a wave file on your computer screen?
Sure.
So a record groove is that, but microscopically engraved into a piece of vinyl, right?
Sure.
So when you have like really wide bass frequencies, it like wides out that whole shit. So literally it's carving out that whole piece of vinyl right there, right?
It
like
is.
that.
It totally
So
is.
if you're on, let's say, a 33.3 whatever RPM record, if you have a heavy bass frequency and your grooves, and you have a lot of information on that record, and those grooves will spill into each other, right?
Mm-hmm.
The actual sound wave will be so big that the vibe, the record will be cut into the other thing. So your record will automatically skip on a bass frequency just because.
Or it makes
if
the
you print it
groove
too
mad
loud, you know what I mean?
big. It makes the groove mad big. Like I noticed, like you can actually see a fucking spot in the groove where it gets fucking big as fuck.
Absolutely,
they say
yeah.
that it
So
fucks
the whole
up.
thing is like,
It could fuck up your record player.
right.
If your
That's
record
why
player
like
sucks.
having a separate vinyl master compared to your CD master, whatever, is
there was a
imperative,
day
because
when
you want to
that
make sure
wasn't
that
really a thing. There was
What's
a day
that?
when that wasn't really a thing. Basically, there was a thing like in the 70s. It was a thing, and then in the late 90s to 2000s on, and maybe even 2010s on, where people actually cared about a fucking vinyl master. You're talking about the brick master.
Yeah, well, it does make a difference though.
But you can't do a brick master for vinyl, bro. It'll fuck it won't make your vinyl very good. No way.
That's
like
why a lot of
you want your
vinyl sounds
vinyl to
like
have a
shit nowadays.
dynamic sound.
It's a tough situation because certain
Look, man, I'm telling you right now, bro. Like our album is coming out on vinyl. It's getting pressed on Monday, according to what they told us our pressing date was in October, right?
Right.
We have a separate vinyl master for that record.
Of course.
That's
how it's done nowadays.
Yeah, bro. It's how it's always should be done, bro. And like, dude, listening to the test pressing of that vinyl, I was like, man, this is the best this record has ever sounded right here.
How did you guys used to record it though? Was everything recorded digitally or was it recorded
it was recorded
analog?
digitally, yeah.
Gotcha.
But I'm just saying it was mastered with the
like lower.
So you got a test press of it? That's always the
frequency
best
ranges, you know.
The best copy of it too, you know that, right?
I'm sorry?
The test press is always the best copy you can get, basically.
Oh no, they're all the same, dude.
No. After it hits 800 records, dude. Listen. After it hits 800 records,
maybe like
the
that,
thing starts to wear
like,
out.
I think they're only doing like 300, like, you know what I mean, like 100 in each color or something like that.
Yeah, well, 300 records on a plate is nothing, but 1,000 on plates is different.
Yeah, for sure. You're right.
Or 500 even on plates.
Yeah, maybe
on,
so.
Depending on what size vinyl. Yeah, if you use 130 gram vinyl versus 150 versus 180, they're all three different things.
That's true, bro.
Yeah. So and
then none of that shit matters if you don't master it right.
Yeah,
that's
you're
true.
Right. You're right, my man. You are right.
Real shit.
Because a lot of the vinyl is the masters that people put on vinyl now are like CD masters, and that's why they sound like shit.
That's why we're getting. Yeah, we're kind of getting at that, you know.
Yeah, that's why we had our mastering engineer do a full-on vinyl thing, like, and that one to me always sounded the best. You know, I actually wanted to upload that one to digital as well. I was like, fuck.
Right.
Yeah, if the mastering guy
I probably
doesn't
should have
ask
did it,
you,
honestly.
Yeah, if the mastering guy doesn't ask you, hey, is this for vinyl or CD, the guy doesn't know what he's doing.
Right, obviously. For sure, dude. For sure. Big facts,
So for
bro.
anybody that wants anything pressed on vinyl or whatever, make sure you ask your mastering guy, hey, this is for vinyl.
Also, I'm going to add another one. If your graphics guy doesn't ask for the templates that come from your place, then get rid of them immediately.
Yeah. Nope. They won't print shit without a template, though, right?
Yeah. Don't ever. I'm just saying, though. Like, don't ever use.
They don't know that.
Yeah. If he doesn't say that immediately, don't even use him.
Yeah, don't even fuck with that dude. Straight up.
Yeah. So little teaching lessons on this show, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I recently found out about all this shit, but you know, it's
like don't make the same mistakes we have made.
Yeah, I mean I kind of did do this show too to talk about things like this, or talk about
sure, man.
Talk about equipment and talk about recording techniques talk about bands getting out on the road where they could try to save money maybe, or they can try to fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like maybe build up a network through, you know, I don't know.
A little bit of everything.
We need a better network for metal.
Yeah, word up. That's
like
real
a less competitive one.
We have kind of organically built that through like Instagram friends and all that kind of shit, but I do see a larger need to make that a wider spread thing, you know?
Yeah, I think it's needed, you know? It's more than it's been. Years ago, it was worse. So, I mean, I see it more now, which is good. So, like, I mean, it just needs to get bigger, you know?
Hey, Roy.
Like think about this shit, bro. Like, we were on tour with Maul and that type of thing. And we would, between the two bands, we would get like an Airbnb that was like, you know, just big enough for everybody, but it wasn't that expensive. And it'd be like $120 or $119 a night, whatever the fuck it was. And then we all just like crash in one place, you know what I mean?
Right.
And party and then go on to the next thing. And it's just like, it's nothing if both bands are in on it and you just don't mind roughing it a little bit, but everybody gets to take a shower if they want, whatever, boom.
Yeah. $10, $15, $20 a head. And then
it's basically like that, yeah.
Kind of moving around amongst the room, like you got the bed last night, I got the floor.
Dude, some of the shit, the one we got in Richmond, Virginia, it was cheap, but it was like, dude, it was like a 3-bedroom, 2-story like thing. It was like there was like a bar with fully stocked with liquor and shit, and like there was snacks in the fridge and all this shit.
I'm not moving. I'm not going back home, bro. Fuck this. I'm staying.
That's the Necroharmonic suite, I think. Hey, Roy, maybe you talked about this already. So what was it like being out of the house for a show, dude? Did you talk about that already?
Oh, no, I didn't talk about that. Yeah.
I mean, you haven't left your house in like fucking 10 years. So what was it like?
Yeah. The last time I left my house was when Mortician played a few shows in Poughkeepsie. Yeah. And then I left my house too to vend and be at NYDM's Fest when Possessed headlined. So it was probably like 4 years ago or so.
Yeah.
So it was a pretty long fucking time to not go to a show, right?
Damn.
So that was like 2 years before the pandemic, basically.
Yeah.
So
holy
shit. So I didn't go to a show.
2 days.
So in between when I kind of felt like fuck shows, and then in between that period of the Possessed show, I only went to like 5 or 6 shows in a period of like 6 years, dude. Like I saw Dracada, I saw Mortician a couple times. Pretty much nothing, dude. You know, like I didn't see shit. And this is by design, though, because basically, like I've been to a million shows.
Yeah, of course.
So you know what I mean. The reason I don't go to shows is because, like, when I'm at the show, I feel like I should either be working, number one, or number two, I should be working at home. So that's the reason I don't go to shows, because how much fun are you gonna have if you're at the show thinking the whole time, damn, I wish I could be working right now.
Yo, dude, it's hard to be a spectator sometimes.
Or damn, I hope I don't get a fucking parking ticket.
Yeah. Well, back at some point in life. We used to take a train,
real though,
but,
isn't it hard to just be like a spectator and not a part of the deal sometimes, you know?
You know what was the most awkward of the whole show going scene for me? It's just like I got there early and I met up with Matt Harvey, who, you know, I know. So I was there before most of the peeps. And then 200 Stab Wounds was up on stage just checking the club sound out. But basically, after Matt was like kind of doing his thing, I was like, damn, I didn't come here with anybody. So I was just chilling, you know, like I was at the show alone, basically. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I didn't know anybody there. And I didn't care, though, because basically it just went back to the days when I would go to CBGB's alone to go to Ralphie's from Disassociates, grindcore shows, and Doom shows. So I would go to some of those shows alone. I would go there with Oscar too. So we would go to some like Doom and grindcore shows. But I would go to some of his shows alone too, man. But if I went to one of his shows, I would see Lino, and I would see like Cattle Press, Eviscerate. I would see fucking other New Yorkers I knew, Omid. You know what I mean? I would see all these motherfuckers I knew. So, but going to a show in Albany, New York in 2022 for me was like, yeah, it was like, holy shit, like, okay, this is like a whole new scene in a way. But by the end, mostly, yeah, younger. And then by the end of the show, though, there was some older cats that I linked up with, and also whoever set off the show, I talked to him. You know what I'm saying? Because, like you said, I'm used to being in it. I'm used to throwing the show. So just going to a show, I feel stupid.
Right.
So
Yeah.
Real, bro.
If I'm not working behind the table making money or throwing the show, then I don't even feel like I'm like, what the fuck am I doing here? I don't even know, man.
So what I'm hearing is there's going to be another 4 or 5 year drought.
No, I was looking at some of the other shows they had coming up, and then
cool. That's good,
I was
man.
like, well, maybe I'll go to some of these other shows because they're fucking accessible. You know,
Get out of your fucking house already, dude.
The thing that, you know, I don't know, man. It's
I
just where I got
got
a weird geographic location. You go to the shows by yourself too, motherfucker. What are you talking
I've gone to the shows all my life by myself.
I was just used to going to. I was used to being in New York and New Jersey, and I was the person who got everyone else to go to the show, right, Oscar?
Yeah,
Right.
I would bring I would show up at a show with 15 motherfuckers, bro. So I don't think anybody can do that.
Wicked, bro.
No,
Yeah.
fuck that.
No, I was doing
first
that.
of all, I don't want to be responsible for fucking 15 people either. Fuck all that.
I mean, I didn't give a fuck. I mean, there was always some drunk
had the
women
pot
and
going.
men and fights, but that was just par for the course, bro. If we didn't do that, then we weren't doing nothing.
True.
Yeah. Were you really even there, bro?
Yeah, like if no one got beat up, we weren't even there.
Why even go?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh yeah, I mean, dude, we used to have fucking fun. You know, the few people I would go to shows with, you know, it would be like, you know, we were there to fucking just
Annihilate the show. Would you go to shows with Paul from Splatteria?
no.
Oh,
They,
okay.
no. I like I said, I didn't grow up in Houston. I grew up with people. I went to shows with people like from down here.
I'm just seeing if you in the front end of your life, if you were in that zone.
No.
I got you.
Like I said, I grew up.
You were the
Small
guy
town.
bringing the cock and ball torture out, and when no one even knew or cared what it was, basically.
Well, like I said, I'm a small town kid, and
Right.
I never moved out of here, so.
And you live in a whack part of Texas with nothing?
No, I like it because it's not Houston where there's fucking 6 million people, you know? Fuck all that.
Right.
Where are you at?
I'm not a city guy.
You got a question, Francisco?
Where are
What's
you
that?
at? Where are you
I
at?
live an hour south of Houston. I live like right on the Gulf, pretty much.
Got you.
Okay. Well, shit. That
So
sounds
I
interesting.
always drove to shows in Houston all the time.
Paul says, just bring a table and some merch, and no one even questions it. Yeah.
Yeah, Roy's gonna fucking walk in with fucking.
Coming
Like
to
the-
the Death Nexus Fest. I was looking at it. It's just, I don't know if it's out of my range. It's
Yeah,
just
we have shows. We have a lot of shows.
I was
like-
actually looking at a
lately.
show in
That's a lot of
Ohio.
shows.
I was looking at a show in Ohio that this guy's band is playing, and I just mentioned offhand to my girl, I was like, yo, I should go to this show because it has all underground fucking bands in it instead of like overground bands, let's call them. And I was like, I'll go to this show, you know? And she's like, maybe you could take a train out there. I was like, oh, that sounds like a good idea, you know?
That's fucking badass.
I was like, that's actually a good idea. Yeah, the Life After Death Fest, exactly. So I was thinking about going to that, maybe instead of going to a Maryland Death Fest.
Yeah.
I did the whole Maryland Death Fest fucking thing 100 times over, bro.
Yeah.
Where's the
What about
Life
that?
After Death?
What about Ed Farstay's show? Isn't he have a fest coming up?
He has a few things coming up. He has a show with his Brian Pattison benefit.
Oh yeah, and he got that fest.
Yeah, Daddy Lurch. I was thinking, we were talking about going to shows, and I was saying, like, I was thinking about going to the Life After Death Fest because that looks like a place where I am interested in the bands, you know?
Yeah.
Versus like a Maryland Death Fest where like I seen most of the bands, and you know what I mean?
Well, McAtee has his fest too, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
McEntee's Fest in North Carolina, which is this
The
actually.
Chainsaw Fest.
Yeah, Chainsaw Massacre or whatever.
And Rick
Yeah, that
Ross,
seems cool.
special
Massive
guest,
Fest.
Rick
Dude,
Ross.
That seems super cool, actually.
that flyer just takes me back, dude. Doesn't you know? That's just like
For
an
real.
old school looking flyer.
You'll clear
Reed
it.
St.
Oh,
Mark from Celtic Frost.
What? He's gonna be there?
dang. Yeah.
And-
That's better. That's better than fucking having remember
Nu-
what? Remember
Nuclear
the
Assault.
Milwaukee
Nuclear
Metal Fest
Assault.
would have like the total like
Ricky
fucking
Rackman.
yeah.
They either have Ricky Rackman or they had
Fucking
Keanu Reeves.
Keanu Reeves. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
then
at
like
least
in the
when they,
mid-90s, they started having like porn stars and shit.
yeah, well, that makes a little more sense,
Oh
actually.
fuck yeah.
Yeah.
Jenna Jameson.
Yeah, that makes a little more sense.
Yeah, dude.
But,
We have Destroying Texas Fest here.
you got multiple fucking Texas shit. What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
Yeah, but I don't
A
fucking
lot
go
of
to them.
shows.
I don't really go to them.
What about WHARFLURCH playing live in Texas?
I mean, that's gonna happen eventually. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there seems like a whole fucking scene there. You can
Honestly,
hit up
I want to go to
San
Texas
Antonio,
and
Houston.
tour around the entire state of Texas for an entire week.
Yeah, you should, man. You're not that
For
far
real.
off.
And play Austin twice or something.
You're not too far off.
Just far enough, but you have to play like New Orleans on the way for sure.
Yeah. That's what we had to do when I
Well,
was
that's
with
really the only-
Incantation and Phlegm.
That's really the only stop between like Florida and Texas, though. So
Yeah.
Unless you want to book a really whack show, it's your only stop.
What about sliding up to Oklahoma? No good?
fuck no.
No good.
No,
Like
no, not at all.
where? Like
I don't know.
You know,
I mean, I'm just asking. It's kind of near there.
Well, yeah, but no.
Yeah, but no. Gotcha.
No, you're actually, you know where it's actually better going west from Texas. There's like New Mexico, Arizona. There's actually scenes there.
Right.
yeah, you should actually do that. Yeah. If you make it that far, it's like fuck it, keep going. You know.
Yeah, because between Florida and here, there's nothing.
And if you're going to go to
Yeah.
Brownsville, you might as well go to Mexico at that stage, right?
Yeah, exactly. Brownsville's like
Tijuana.
literally 10-minute walk.
Yeah. So, I mean, you might as well, right? Play with some Cenotaph or play with some...
We've already played in Mexico. Well, our other band did anyway.
Cool.
Mexico is fucking wild, dude. I played there. It's fucking insane.
You're playing in
we
Mexico
played
soon,
Total
aren't
Death
you?
Over Mexico 3, the last one in 2020, bro.
Yeah. Aren't you playing in Mexico again?
We're supposed to play this year, yeah.
Cool.
But it's just like, I don't know, man. The airfare.
You were trying
is
to
kinda
jockey
crazy.
your slot a little bit.
What's that?
I saw you on your IG. You were saying you're trying to jockey your slot a little bit, you know?
Did I say that?
I mean, I got the impression.
I don't know,
fucking-
bro. I just wasn't happy, bro, because like, you know, the original lineup they announced, like even though we're on a Thursday, the original lineup was pretty sick, bro. It had like Adversarial and all these like other bands, Necromantheon and shit.
Right.
And then like now, I
As
don't
those
know,
bands start to leave, you're
the
like, where
Thursday
are
lineup
we?
is a little-
Where are we? Yeah.
Yeah, I just saw the flyer and I'm like, damn, I like Mortal Wound is on it. That's sick as fuck. But like, other than that, I'm just like, what is all this other shit, bro?
The only good point about it is that you catch all the early peeps who, and you know, our people are going to come down early, you know what I mean, to see Mexico as well. You know what I mean?
those are the diehards too, though.
Yeah.
If they're
Bro.
there on a Thursday to see you play, that's fucking diehards.
Yeah.
Bro,
But in Mexico, it's
I was
thought-
there last time. I was
Yeah.
there last time. I know how it goes.
Were you there
Yeah.
on the Thursday?
I was there on Tuesday.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
yeah.
Was it good on the Thursday or was it whack?
On Thursday, it was like a practice run for the fest.
Oh, okay.
Bro.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
granted, everything had been changed and everything was weird, but like for real, like, bro, they didn't like the sound was crazy.
Mm.
It was a good show. Don't get me wrong. Like the bands were sick, but like
Different clubs?
It was the same club. It's actually the same place they're doing it at now, but the only difference is like in 2020 they had this like catwalk that was coming out from the stage that divided the whole crowd, and apparently this year that's not there. So
got you.
That's why you don't have 5-day fest either.
Dude,
It's too long.
exhausting shit.
Hey, I was talking. I don't know if any of you guys, maybe you've played in Japan or something like that, but that JD, he actually, I didn't know this.
Yo, I gotta piss, brothers.
Apparently, shows in Japan start at like 5 and end at 9, which I think is fucking amazing.
5 p.m., 9 p.m.
Yeah, dude, and then like they just party the rest of the night.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
I love it. Please
I was like,
let me
wow,
go
that's,
there.
that's crazy. I want to go to Japan badly.
For real, dude.
So
Back in the day, they had those matinee shows in South Jersey, like at 2 or 3 p.m. They had a couple like that. I remember seeing Ripping Corpse down there, like a matinee show.
yeah, fucking lunchtime, fucking death fest. Hell yeah, badass.
That's perfect.
Yeah, dude. I mean, the older we get, fucking 9 o'clock end sounds perfect.
Even not being old, it's just like, why wait all day to go to the show, dude? Like, let's get this fucking show on the road. Like, let's fucking
10
watch
hours at a show.
Yeah, fuck all that.
10 hours at a show, man.
Well, and then you know, there's
but like
here's
here's my thought though, for real, about this like fest shit. I'm like, why not throw a fest for like 2 days and actually pay all your bands to be there?
Well,
yeah.
Instead of going crazy and trying to book 4 days worth of bands and shit.
Yeah,
and making them all pay their own airfare to be there.
Yeah,
to play
I've heard
your
that about
fest
that.
and potentially hopefully sell some merch.
I think the last fest that I went to was the one that Roy actually set up at
Hartley's
Dingbats in Clifton.
Oh, Jersey Death Fest.
I think that was the last. From what I remember, that's one of the last shows that I remember being at. After that, I don't remember seeing any other shows. I mean, besides,
I was trying to bring the Death Fest to Jersey, right?
Word.
I remember that.
I was like, I'm bringing it over here now.
I remember.
Dirty Jersey.
Jersey Death Fest.
Yeah, I had a good lineup. I had a good lineup.
I'm tired from just fucking practicing today.
We had a good lineup. I had to spread my show over two clubs, if I remember correctly, because there were so many fucking bands, you know?
Yeah, I remember when you were doing those. That's cool.
Yeah, I did. That was my last fucking show. I was after that. I was like, fuck shows. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. I just didn't.
It's a lot, man.
Yeah, I don't.
I don't know if you heard me, but I was saying that in Japan, apparently the shows are like over at 9 o'clock or some shit.
Yeah,
5 to 9.
I've heard that.
That's awesome.
What's good?
What's up, my man? Is that your new shit?
Yeah, that's the plasmodulated tape, bro.
I saw someone talking in the chat about the plasmodulated.
Actually, it's one of 2 versions.
That's the green version. What's up with the plasmodulated? How much different off is it from the WHARFLURCH? I wanted to go for the deep dive, but I don't think I had enough weed, basically.
It's just me going ham, bro.
Okay.
Honestly, it's like...
Are you on the wheels of steel on this one, or are you playing instruments like
I play
guitars?
everything on this, yeah.
All right, Evan Williams got the plasmodulated demo today. Mike gave the proper listen, and it kills. There you go, bro.
So what really is up is I play all the stuff, and I make it. Actually, there's a couple guest guitar solos. One is from Cody Davidson, who is the drummer of Sanglasugabog and all that stuff. He played a sick guitar solo on the 4th song.
Okay.
And on the 5th song, the guy from Pale Gaze, Peter Blanchett, he played super sick guitar solo shit all over the whole fucking thing. So shout out to those guys. But other than that, it's just me.
Is Cody in the Diakinesia band too?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And Putrid Stew and all that.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool.
So I got him to do the solo, and I got Peter to do the solo. But other than that, it's just me doing the stuff, and I programmed out the drums and fucking made the shit go hard. But it's like up-tuned. It's not – the guitars are not down-tuned low like normal death metal is all about tuning the guitars low lately. So all these guitars are tuned to E flat standard, like some Eddie Van Halen shit. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But I tried to approach the riffing still in a death metal way. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But
So
man,
sometimes it kind of sounds like thrash metal, but then sometimes it just feels like a weird uptuned death metal. I don't know. It's a whole
weren't you up
different
in
thing.
North Dakota? Were you making a demo up there with those guys?
What's that?
Were you making a demo up in North Dakota when you were up there?
No.
Oh, okay. Just
When I went to
up there
North
to
Dakota,
show?
I went to a show and just like hung out with the homies and got drunk and watched Phobophilic and Maul and Coagulate.
Cool.
I just was getting hammered and making friends.
It's good to see a show going on in North Dakota because basically those words and death metal have never gone together until
Bro, no, the show was sick,
a
dude.
couple of years ago.
No, the show was extremely well attended. It was cold out. Well, it wasn't that cold, I guess, for up there. But to me, I felt like it was cold. So everybody was like all buying hoodies from Phobophilic and stuff. And like, it was pretty cool, bro. And like, all the bands ripped super hard, especially Phobophilic. Those guys are amazing.
Yeah, they're killer.
Really, really, really cool stuff. I was
Yeah,
just so stoked. And they're really sweet boys.
Yeah, they're sick.
Hey, Roy, my battery's about to die, so
All right, bro.
everybody check out Jamming Out All Badass on Sunday. I got Equitent and Proscriptor from Absu coming on. So
shit.
Yeah.
it's an early start time. It's 2:00 Central, 3 Eastern. They're gonna be coming on. I've been working on that one for a while, dude. So
can you get a live set with Proscriptor?
It's gonna
a live set with Proscriptor.
Oh, him just playing drums, you mean?
No, the other stuff he does.
Oh, yeah. But they're both going to be on.
Incantation.
So. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I hear you. Yeah, but they're both going to be on. So that's fucking, it's cool as shit. I'm psyched
Real
about that one.
Texas shit.
Yeah, dude. So Equitant's never done anything ever like video, like interviews or anything like that. So it's cool to have him on. And
cool.
Sick.
Cool, man.
So everybody check that out.
That's fucking sick as fuck, dude.
April 10th.
Those homeboys back in the day.
Ray was the original guy that was the absolute guy when they were like heavy death metal, remember?
Yeah. For sure.
So anyway, everybody check that shit out and
Temple of the Absu.
Yeah, dude. Gothic Records, all that shit.
Gothic Records.
Yeah, dude.
And the rehearsal demo too.
Oh yeah, Return to the Ancients?
Yeah, the rehearsal demo.
I had the long sleeve shirt, man.
Yeah, the first album was killer.
Yeah, I'm a big Absu nerd, so yeah, dude.
Are we gonna find out the deal between Absu and Apsu?
I think they already went over that.
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay, I didn't see it. I was curious.
But also, we want to know who played the bagpipes for real.
Yeah, there's going to be so much shit to cover that I know I'm going to miss shit that I'm not going to be able to cover, So, because, they've fucking been doing it so long,
Yeah.
So it's kind of hard
around the block.
Yeah, dude. So, but I'm going to kind of keep it to where the time where both of those guys were in the band. So.
Oh, okay. Did they have that situation where the guys were in the band at different times?
Well, yeah. The Ray, the original guy, Ray Equitant, he left the band in like 2001.
Oh,
so
I didn't realize it was that far back.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. And
I saw a show of the Magus. You know them?
Yeah, that's fucking Proscriptor's fucking old band.
Yeah, they played one show up in New Jersey.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I'll talk about. I'm definitely going to bring that one up because that's just
that drumming. Fuck.
yeah, dude.
That was some of the fastest drumming ever.
Yeah, and then they would like go super slow, like the next, they had like real doomy stuff.
Yeah, but that Magus on the first song on the demo, the drumming just comes out.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude.
Did he try out for Slayer?
Yeah, he did. And
I talked to Proscriptor about that stuff, and I chatted with him when he played over there. He's a cool guy.
Yeah, dude. He fucking there's videos of him like jamming with Kerry King and like,
wow,
he's like killing it, of course, on the drums. So
yeah,
he's like one of those guys that people go when you go see them play, especially later. Like nobody's paying attention. Like the other guys are just watching him like play drums.
right.
He's that fucking good.
That sounds like WHARFLURCH because the drummer's a singer, so everybody just goes and watches him when they play, right?
For real, bro.
Fucking, I mean, there's a bad fucking Mike Browning, Chris Reifert, bunch of bad actors.
No, but for real though, when I saw Absu myself the last time, like he was out front doing like lead singer shit for like the first like 3 or 4 songs, and then he went back behind the kit for like the rest of the set.
Yeah. I seen some shit like that too. I seen some I actually seen him play the set. Then he got up in between the set and he did like a magical incantation or something.
Dude.
Yeah.
And then he sat down again and he started playing again.
That dude is like a showman, man. He's like old school, like showman. You know how back people used to put on shows? That's what the dude does.
Yeah.
Puts on a fucking show. Say what you will. People
It's like Alice Cooper.
Yeah, he puts on a fucking show.
It's like a black metal gypsy came out.
It
was brutal. Super brutal.
Shit. All right, dude. Hey, it's cool chatting for a little while, Roy.
All right, brother.
Get the fuck out of here and
Thanks for stopping in, brother.
Yeah, dude. This
love,
fucking behind the wheels. The behind the wheel shit is fucking hilarious to me. So
yeah, check out the rest of the show. I got a couple of.
I will. I'm gonna go inside and put my shit up, and I'll come check it out.
All right, yo.
Later.
Take it easy, bro.
Later.
All right, he's out of here. So you guys want to check out something cool? I never showed this either.
Check it out.
What you got, baby?
Stick around, Lurchy, too. And I want you to talk about this label.
I want to see what's up.
I'm gonna play this, and basically, I'm just gonna play the intro so you know who it is. Then I'm gonna move into a little bit because we're not gonna play the entire interview right now because I'm gonna have this cat on, and I'm gonna have his boy on, and I think they would be able to shed better light on what they're doing now. So check this out.
Oh shit.
Go out of fucking business because USPS is raising their prices. Like, dude,
they raise their prices 2 or 3 times a year, man. I mean, this is nothing new.
I know. I'm like, dude, it's like 25 cents, man. Like, if the 25-cent price increase, I mean, you should. I mean, first of all, your customers.
You should expect that right now.
You know, like you're not paying the shipping costs, so your customer wants to ship, they're gonna pay. It's like fucking gas. I don't even look at the gas price because I need to fucking buy gas anyways. You know what I mean?
I know.
Like I'm like, what does it matter if it's $4 a gallon? I gotta fucking buy it, you know. But
yeah,
I think that
you don't have any fucking choice.
There's a lot of unnecessary bitching for stuff, man. I'm just like, why?
It's confusing. Yeah, it's confusing because if you're dealing with adult men and buying the stuff, that's get the most confusing. I don't get as confused when when I'm dealing with like younger distro kids. You know what I mean? But I am more confused when they're like my age. Then I'm like, bro, you know?
Like, dude, you should know better by now. Like,
yeah, exactly. It's I don't know, man. Just I think sometimes some people who listen to this music are touched, but moving right along. Yeah, so earlier I was talking about, Tenebro. I noticed you released Vivisect from New Jersey.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was cool. And then I know, obviously you released a lot of stuff from Fluids.
Oh,
I had some stuff just bring up here. So I got this from you, which I thought this was fucking dope as fuck. Let's see here.
That was a fun one to make.
Yeah, I mean, this is completely bugged out, dude. Rocco Siffredi Productions, too.
Oh.
And then we got the back on here, which is right here. No, this is a different thing you did, right?
Yeah.
I don't think I got. I don't know if I got this one.
Still the same release, just did a few variants of it, you know.
So a lot of these are. I see. It was it you? Was it the band? I see a large Faces of Death influence on a lot of this stuff. Reminds me of the old Mexican murder mags, you know, like some of the graphics. I can't remember the name of that one. I used to get something back in the day. It was like I did some tape trading or something with some Mexican bands back in the early 90s. And I'm like, can you send me those magazines with the friggin' dead bodies all over inside? The guy's like, yeah, sure, you know. It's like, cool, thanks, you know.
Yeah, that was a fun release to do. The way it started was they had a compilation of all their demo stuff, and they released it.
Wait, I gotta cut you off. Sorry. How do you know these guys? Because basically, like, for a split second, I thought you were in the band. I don't know why. Maybe because I don't know. Maybe because the label was doing more packaging and stuff. So could you just talk to me a little bit about Fluids? Because I don't really know much about them, just to be honest.
So it's 3 dudes from Phoenix, Arizona.
Okay.
I met them through Instagram. They started following us very early on, and they submitted their demos to me like a long time ago. And at first I like dismissed the email just because I was like, Fluids? I was like, that's a fucking stupid band name. So I just didn't even listen to it. But then they were messaging me on Instagram. So finally I clicked on it and I listened. So I was like, wow, this kind of sounds a lot like Mortician, you know? And I was like, man, these guys post some gross shit on their Instagram, you know? Like, they're posting, like, all the stuff we were just talking about, the dead bodies and everything. And I was like, man, these guys are into the same stupid crap as I am, you know? They're into the same, like crap we are. So I started talking to them, and I was like, yeah, dude, I'll release your stuff. They're like, okay. And Maggot Stomp ended up releasing their stuff. They're like, hey, Maggot Stomp gave us an offer. Like, is it okay if we want to release with them because they're bigger? I'm like, yeah, no, dude, I get it. Go ahead. You know, but eventually came back around and we started releasing them, you know. It happened around again. But I've played. They asked me to play some guitar solos on some of the tracks, so I played a guitar solo or two on like every release they put out. So I'm kind of
I knew it.
Yeah,
I had a feeling.
I'm not in the band, but I'm always doing shit with them, like, you know, we're coming up with ideas and, you know, a lot of the inside jokes and shit that we're talking about, you know. So I've always been involved with them, like, for a long time, you know, just in some way, you know.
Right.
And the guy that does the drum programming synths and all the sampling and stuff, Walter, he had made a Faces of Death like rip-off logo for the band, you know. It said Fluids of Death. And I was like, dude, we should put out a demo comp and make it look like Faces of Death. So I photoshopped it and we put it out with that like slipcase and everything, and I used that alternate like Faces of Death like 6 or 7 cover for the inside one, and we put it out, and just like people like, that's so cool, and they bought it. So I did another version of it, and I was like, screw it, I'm gonna actually put it inside of a VHS clamshell box. So I did like Faces of Death 2 or one of the other like older variants of it, and we did that, and I was like, oh man, what other like gore montage things can I do? So I did like the Band in America series, and then I was like, you know what, I want to make a Japanese Faces of Death, you know. So I just used, you know, translating service to do. I lived in Japan before, so I was like, okay, yeah, this looks right, you know. And yeah, just it was a lot of just like I'm gonna just make cool looking shit, you know. And it kept selling. It was doing really good for them, doing good for us, you know. When people wanted it, so I'm like,
it's a good look, dude, man. I mean, it's a real good look, I have to say. That stuff looks crazy, man. Looks like it's really crazy that you guys. All right, so back here. Remove this from the screen. That's just a preview for a future interview too. So we lost.
That's a band, Roy? I never heard
that. That's Desert Wasteland Productions. It's a record label.
And the band is Fluids of Death?
Yeah, Fluids. You should check them out. 100%. They're killer, dude. I don't know if their tape's accessible to me.
I thought it was a New Faces of Death, freaking 2022 Faces of Death.
Yeah,
video.
It's here. I got it though. They got a record. They also been signed to Hell's Headbangers for a new record or some shit.
Yeah.
But the guy that I just interviewed, he put out like a bunch of cassette tapes, and he put out some of that stuff I was showing, kind of like a clamshell box.
The Mortician?
With the cassettes in it. Huh?
Does it sound like Mortician?
Yeah, it sounds a lot like Mortician. It's basically, it sounds so much like Mortician, basically. They should be writing a royalty check over to Mortician for basically...
What was another band that you had sent to me? Was it Tenebrae?
Tenebro, yeah.
Tenebro?
I mentioned them too in this interview because I think he put them out as well, you know? So, yeah.
I gotta check them out.
Put out, I think, a fuller length.
What's the name of the label?
I don't know. But, the label I just had on was Desert Wasteland Productions.
Desert Wasteland Productions.
Yeah, I think he started getting into putting out some other stuff like his boy John Grave was on here. Those guys are best friends. So basically, I invited Sean on tonight and John Grave, but John Grave said he's going to be out in a couple hours. But what do you call it? Yeah, they put out a bunch of gory shit, and then they put out recently some like Finnish death metal stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Cryptic. I didn't get that one, unfortunately. But yeah, that's their newer stuff right now. I don't know if he talks about that in the interview or not, because it was still like a kind of like a couple things. This interview's kind of old too.
Right.
I went over all the bands he did put out at the time. Then he had some shit like kind of lying in the shadows at the time too that he didn't want to talk about too, which is understandable, you know?
Right.
So yeah, fucking so there's a full interview of that. I moved it an hour in, and it's probably about 2.5 hours long, you know? But I'd rather play it like while he's on, basically, so we can talk about maybe some of the points. You know what I mean? Because there's some just updated shit, you know?
Yeah, of course.
But all the information about Fluids was, I don't know if it was really out there too much. You know what I mean? Like people know, Fluids are fucking sick, you know?
I never heard of them. I gotta check them out.
They're fucking killer, dude. They're a lot like Mortician, obviously, like he said, and
did you see that Mortician's playing that other show in September?
In Texas?
In Ohio. Is it Texas?
Oh, in Ohio. Ohio. Yeah, with Sanguisugabog.
I think they added a second show to that. They
did.
Yeah.
I was thinking about this show too when I was looking for the New Jersey Death Fest show. This was a double header show that I did in Jersey back in the day, and look at the bands on this thing, dude. We had like Squash Bowels, Ingrowing, Inhuman Dissonancy, and The Day Everything Became Nothing, Fuck I'm Dead, Waking the Cadaver, and Gruesome Stuff Relish. This is like 2 different shows though.
Where was that at?
This was at Hartley's.
Hartley's.
Yeah, 2008 it says. So this was right on the front end of a Maryland Death Fest type show, you know?
Yeah.
Probably the front and the rear, because you see how it's on the May 16th and then the May 21st.
I remember. Did Mortician play at Hartley's?
They've played at Hartley's as well, yeah.
Set it up, right?
Different show, yeah.
Okay. For some reason, that's the only time I remember being at Hartley's. Well, I remember being a couple shows there, but Mortician's the only one that I remember.
Yeah, I set up all the death metal shows there mostly until a certain point, and then I gave up on setting up shows there. So let's let the viewers check something else out too. This is unreleased. I'm just gonna play the first song, and then we'll talk about it afterwards. Enjoy. Okay. Oh, I don't know. Hold on. Wrong way. I didn't play it the right place. We'll definitely need to talk about this afterwards. All right?
All right.
I'm evolving vaccination, but the tongue rebelling thing. Like human nature, let loose on silver screen. Sonic light is darkness, seeds that won't redeem.
All right, there you have it. Unreleased, the lost album of Ripping Corpse. So yeah. So unreleased album of Ripping Corpse.
What I've heard that. I heard it a couple times on YouTube, but that released in 1992, man. How did I?
It was unreleased. No one even said anything about it until like the 2000s.
So who released? I mean,
nobody. It's unreleased. I know, it's killer, right? Did you hear how the music was?
Yeah, I heard that a while back, and I thought I didn't make a big fuss about it because I thought like that was like old news that it was done released, you know. And
yeah, it was like they did Dreaming was with the Dead, and then they went to, and then the next thing I remember was Dimmock. So like I didn't even know about that unreleased recording. But that thing is long as fuck. I mean, there's basically the thing is like 45 minutes long of songs. And then, as you can see, did you see this title of the second song?
Hate Eternal.
Yeah.
You know that.
I mean, that's pretty much what happened next.
Yeah. That's crazy, man. But it sounds sick, man. Brutal.
Ingrowing, yeah. Album Suicide Binary Reflection was a kick-ass album. Cool. I think I got an ingrowing expert that was asking to come on, actually. Fucking yeah. So I mean, just in general, yeah. Like I don't know who heard that and who didn't, but I just wanted to see if, like, you know, I think it's something that needs to be discussed.
Hold on a moment, Roy.
Friggin' thing is good, man. You know.
I like it. Yeah.
Yeah, Torture Crypt. I got to see the first Torture Crypt show. Probably like the first 2 or 3 Torture Crypt shows I remember. And yeah, they had some kind of shared membership shit or down the line or yeah. Dimmock was killer, actually. Really cool guys. It was like just seeing Ripping Corpse, basically. That's what it felt like. You had the same drummer. So the guy fucking rips and then yeah, it was killer. So Death Metal Podcast. We're live. I got something else to play, actually. What are
we going to play?
Which would be interesting after that weird Ripping Corpse, you know? I'm going to save this for later because he might still be popping on. And then we got this, bro. And this comes from, I don't know, I guess a week ago.
Jared Russell, Black Ball Tattoo, is kind enough to let us use his place to rehearse in. Thanks, Jared. It means a lot.
Buffalo in the house.
Oh, yeah. Most of my show, when they kind of split up the vocals in this song, pretty neat. It goes left and right, left and right. Yeah. All right.
Ready?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah!
Last one? Yes, Here's the song. It's track number 7 off the album. It's entitled Incompetent Second Age, driven by Justin's bass guitar.
That fucking guy! Fuck! General Surgery! I was just there.
Death Metal Podcast.
Bro, that's heavy, man.
Total Death.
So heavy.
Fucking RotTREVORE.
Sewage heavy.
Right as soon as I played that, Chris Webber from RotTREVORE texted me back.
Yeah.
It's like a meld, right? A mind meld or whatever they call it. Some kind of psychic level shit.
Yeah.
Why would he text me right in the middle of when I'm playing that? It's weird. So maybe he'll flop on. We'll see.
That sounded heavy, bro.
The entire night was full of good stuff. Yeah. The drummer was beating the shit out of the drums. I know. That drummer was killing it.
They sounded heavy, Roy.
I know, man. They're
fucking
super
pissed I missed the show again.
They are heavy, man. They're fucking RotTREVORE, dude.
They're fucking heavy, bro. Fuck.
Just something, I don't know, man. They're just doing something that's like,
I'm hoping that they fucking record a new album, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what I'm hoping for, man.
Me too. And
I'm hoping that that wasn't a one. You know, they said it was a one show thing, but they got to do one. They got to do more shows, bro. You can't do one show like that, man.
All right, actually, we got Jared and Chris Webber. What's up, Chris?
Wow, what's up?
How you guys doing?
We're doing good, man. We were just playing some of your show.
Oh yeah, awesome.
Yeah. We were playing it on Death Metal Podcast.
Heaviness, total heaviness.
Well, thank you.
Saying how heavy the fucking show was.
Fucking
some of the
brutal,
comments
man.
says they sound fucking heavy.
We had a little
way it should be heavy.
We had a little mishap with the PA system, though. That was the only hiccup I think we had going on.
Would you guys knock it over?
No, actually, the kick drum, the speaker was crackling. We had to stop the show.
Oh yeah.
We got the names. We're going to see him on the other side. Good. You do that.
It was super fucking brutal, dude.
Yeah, everything sounded fucking brutal. The vocals
wait a minute.
sounded
Okay, wait. That's right. So the vocals sounded good to you? I can't see Jared.
Everything sounded good. Heavy, brutal, old school.
Yeah. Super brutal and old school, man.
Am I doing this right?
Yeah,
you're doing it right, Chris.
These are good.
Yeah, but you're not
These are good. These are good. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me,
Yeah.
Chris?
He
All right.
can't see me because he's white.
Yeah,
we can hear you. Yeah.
Jared's just in the dark, just a little, his face, but
yeah,
you guys could just switch places when I want to talk to you. All right?
Yeah, but like we want the names to coincide. Jared is. I think we're good.
Yeah, you're good. You're good then. You're good. Weber, how did it feel to be up there, Weber? You were killing it.
It was an adrenaline rush.
Yeah,
it was an adrenaline rush. Definitely.
How about you, Jared?
I've been a fan of the band since '93, and they've been friends of mine for years. Mark and Chris, and Christian also easily is one that got me in the RotTREVORE originally. Who drummed on the Hung by the Eye Sockets EP, and
right.
But it was great. It was awesome. I was a fan in the band. I got to play, and I can't wait to write with these guys. Cause I wrote with Mark for years. You know that, Roy.
Yeah.
And I'm ready to write some music. With both these guys. Yeah, it's RotTREVORE again.
Fucking yeah, that's what we want to hear right here.
We know what we want.
That's what we want to fucking hear.
We want more RotTREVORE.
Yeah.
But listen, I think Chris and Mark, personally, me as a fan, that's the first time I got to see Chris and Mark play as RotTREVORE, and I played in the band. When I got to see RotTREVORE play, it had been '93 at Jam and Skate, but it was a different line. It was Christian Easley, Nate Rossi, and Chris Webber. And
I was talking about my RotTREVORE experiences, and they didn't even move past Mark Mastro ever.
I got to see him play. That was my first time seeing him play, but I was drumming it.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Awesome.
And somebody had a comment about your drums and your hat. Texas Chainsaw Massacre hat.
Yes, that's why I wanted to show that. That's it. I wanted to show that. And listen,
the
drummer. I got my Steeler coat on because I got to sport my Steelers, and I got my Pulp Fiction shirt on. How about that? So
yeah, the drummer is beating the shit out of those drums the way it should be.
I try. Hey, listen, I tried to do them justice because man, I spent a lot of time learning that stuff, and it was tough, man. Jason Graham, bad dude, man. That album has some real quirky kind of stuff, and
Right.
I try my best, man, to mock his drums.
Killer, man.
Yeah, I
Thank you,
felt
man.
that.
appreciate
I was
that.
feeling those quirkinesses, and I was liking it. And that's
I
what
did a
that's
stick
what we
twirl. I
want.
also did a stick twirl, which I never do, and I just did it because Justin, him and I played Liquefied Gus before. We'd always do that for fun, you know.
Yeah.
So,
And
but I
Chris,
hope we do more shows, which that could be in the future. But we want to
I
play.
hope so, man. Or
You
release
know,
an
we
album.
want to write. We want to write.
Yeah, Chris. So yeah, man, all the vocal attack and the guitar solos. The guitar solos were into the cat fight zone, man. But you were still doing the RotTREVORE, like you said.
Yeah, you know, for being prehistoric songs. Yeah, for being prehistoric songs that you know, I played them with as much passion and heart and soul as I could. And boy, I really wish I could record some new ones because I got some really neat ideas, and I hope someday that I can get them out there for people to hear.
Yeah. Well, does that show help put a fire under everybody's ass?
Yeah, Mark. I think Mark especially is the only one that really needs the fire. But that's my brother, and I love him. But but yeah, I think they're into it, man. Ready to go.
Well, the bugged out thing is there's two deep vocalists in RotTREVORE, so like if one had to go, unfortunately, even though he's the best man, you know, there's still another vocalist. Sometimes the band lose a vocalist and they're done basically as a band. You know that, right?
I see you there.
Well, you know, to me, I almost wish there wasn't so much emphasis on the vocals in the band. You want me to hold the phone for a little bit? You know, I wish there was like more emphasis on the instrumentation and the way that the guitar and the bass work together and coincide.
Right.
And so, really, you know, to me, the vocals are just like a surface embellishment, and you know, it's all about making the guitar part that's outstanding and how it works together with the bass. And so even if there was like mediocre vocals, you know, I can make you examples of bands that,
make us an example.
Okay, I mean, like, I think I said this on your other podcast in the past about Dismember's Ever-Flowing Stream. You know, was that Maddie's vocals on that, I want to say?
Yeah.
They're good, but like when you compare it to what the rest of the recording, as far as how big and heavy the guitar sounds are, you know, they're not the most prominent thing.
Yeah.
And they're definitely good, but like I'd rather
better on
known...
the Carnage. They were better on the Carnage record.
Hell yeah.
Well, but even so, they like that Carnage with that like insanely sick volcanic guitar sound is you can't say enough about that. And so if you have just mediocre vocals, but you got that crushing guitar sound and the production to showcase it,
right?
I think that's the magic formula, period. And so, I mean, if you have great vocals, if you could have Jari from Funebre vocals on there with that kind of guitar sound, then you have the best of both worlds.
That's what I mean, brother. That's what RotTREVORE is to us.
Right. And when you consider our ages, you know, Mark and myself, we're in our 50s and we're pushing our vocals to this extreme. It's pretty remarkable and amazing. But again, if I couldn't do vocals in this band, I like to think that this band could be sustained on
just the music
parts
alone. You told me that.
The music alone, yeah.
Yeah, I think it can be too, easily. I think that's great thinking, man. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it can be. I think it basically could be. Yeah, and it would still be the same heaviness.
Right.
If anything, it might free up you as a guitar player to really play a little harder because the vocals might be getting in your way, right?
I don't know about getting in the way, but like I don't know. Like even when I make songs, they kind of begin with a guitar part most of the time.
Right.
And even so, this new track, I don't know if you guys caught the title on the new track. I was real particular about coming up with a title that you know, had substance. Are you aware of the new song title?
No. Is the new track played during those videos?
It's on YouTube. Yeah, it's on there. But it's portion of it. We're gonna write more to it.
We played earlier. We played your rehearsal video. It looked like it was at a tattoo parlor. Can you
That's
guys
where
talk
I
about
was at,
that?
Yeah. That's our tattoo studio. The people I work with.
Okay, you want to give a shout out to the tattoo studio?
Black Star Tattoo in Bell Vernon, Pennsylvania.
Black Star Tattoo in Bell Vernon. Get your tattoos there.
Please check me out. Instagram at Jared Altamare.
Instagram at Jared Altamare.
Yep.
And get a tattoo by him too.
Well,
right?
Yeah. Come hang out. Come look at some artwork, man.
Yeah.
Come get a big RotTREVORE tattoo across your back.
Yeah, exactly.
That one's for free, right?
The front cover of the RotTREVORE CD.
Oh, Mark would have to do that.
Yeah. So how about you? So yeah, man, between the music, so you don't want RotTREVORE to just be known about the vocals. That's understood, man. There's a lot of music underneath RotTREVORE that seems more simple than it is, but it's actually not as simple as it looks, basically. Am I right?
Yeah, there's the technical side to the playing of the guitar parts and the riffs and stuff.
Right.
And but first and foremost, I like to think that I'm making a guitar part where the hook of the riff and how your mind and your soul.
Hooky, man. I think there's some of their grooves on that stuff, man.
Yeah.
It had a little gravity, but man, some of it was it was weird, but it had good grooves. I don't know, man. It was good stuff, man.
And heavy grooves every time. Yeah. It's like heavy. It's the heavy part that you want in a song, basically.
I agree.
You want it to play a couple times so you could fucking get into it, right?
I agree. Yeah, I did. Like when I started learning this stuff, I think did we get her in 16? Weber or something. I got together with Weber in like 2000. Was it 16?
Yeah, it's a while ago. It's almost 10 years.
We learned one song. I learned in common secondary. That was the first. Remember, I learned it. It was during summertime.
I want to say 2012. It's 10 years.
But I learned some of it, and I knew it because of listening to it. Because it was such a hook in my brain. You know what I mean?
Right.
It'd be like albums. Like it was a good album for me getting into death metal, and some of the early death metal that I listened to was in '93, in '94, and I didn't start as young as you guys. You know what I mean? Right. I mean, their album was great, and it was real hooky, man. But learning it, man, it was awesome, man. It was cool. But it was in my head. It's almost like some of these riffs are like ingrained in there. I just didn't have the change.
You played it well, man. You played it dirty too. Yeah. We love it that way.
Christian was there, man, and he was like, "I'm gonna be your drum tech tonight." And I don't know, I had to play up to his standards, and Jesse was there too, man.
Yeah, you definitely played it with the nuances that he was talking about.
I tried to do for the album.
Yeah. You even had nuances from like the 7-inch recording almost.
They wanted me to play it slower, like cause Iniquitous is a lot faster than the older stuff, and I went back and listened to it, and
right.
I try to play it slow, but adrenaline takes over when you play, sometimes.
Yeah, obviously.
So we learned it slow. At the practice, it was probably a lot slower.
So you guys sounded killer. So how did it feel to get out in front of an audience and play?
Fuck yeah.
That was a special thing because it was like almost like all like underground death metal family. You know, like, I mean, it was so personalized. We knew just about everybody that was there. And a lot of people paid to come in at the door and
bought merch too, man.
Bought merchandise. And so it was like a reunion of sorts because, we hold dear some friendships to the whole Johnstown crew, which begins with Slim he's formerly Necrotomy and he was Mausoleum. His real name's Rick, I think. Well, I shouldn't say I think, but just for anybody watching. I still know him as Slim. Anyways, beginning with Slim, Adam Kegg was there. Craig Stiles was there. Those guys are all Mausoleum and Morpheus Descends. The whole Johnstown crew. Jill was there.
Death crew.
Yeah. So like, their support and their presence really energized this show. And then former members from Jesse McLaughlin, he was there. Christian Easley was there. Jared Lubowski was there.
Yep.
Yeah, and those guys.
Barry Mall was there.
Barry Mall was there. I mean, it was so high energy just because we had the support of this personal support and them close by. And
it was a great experience, man. We were surprised, man. I was like, wow, this is cool, man.
It feels good, man. It sounded good. It felt good. It looked great, man.
with everything going on too, man. Like it just felt good to have a nice show like that.
Somebody's saying heavy fucking grooves are the key here.
Yeah, exactly. When you're putting it in real simple terms, that about sums it up.
Yeah. It's those riffs. It's the riffs and those heavy grooves, dude. You know?
Yeah.
There's something about the RotTREVORE groove that there's not too many bands that are doing it that way. You know that, right?
Yeah. So to me, then or even now, when it's time to make a song and try to come up with an idea, or like when you have to stumble upon an idea, it's of all people, it was, I guess, might have been Christian Easley, I'm pretty sure it was him, brought the term polyrhythmic to my attention. And so I'm sure Jared can tell you himself, even the stuff on Iniquitous and the stuff we're writing now has that polyrhythmic quality, offset timing, not that it's off time, but it's offset, and these weird and irregular things that kind of give the song its character and personality.
Cool. Yeah. It shows, man. It's just something about that fucking groove too, man. And that also the bass breaks.
Oh, of course, yeah. We take that bass extremely seriously. Justin with his bass guitar and his distortion, where and when needed. I mean, that's a major component to RotTREVORE. That bass part is extra important.
Yeah,
definitely.
For real, dude. It's under. I mean, in a way, I want to say it's underused in metal, but I'm glad that you guys are the ones doing it.
Oh yeah,
you do it right.
And if in making songs in the future and stuff, I would be the bass player in this band if I could. But I mean, if Justin is going to be the bass player, more power to him. But like when I write guitar parts, though, I sometimes make them built around a bass part.
Yeah, that's cool, man. That's the way it should be because it's fucking death metal, man.
That's right.
They're trying to push the bass out of the way with all this computer recording shit, right?
Yeah.
So you know it too. So my man's was at the show and he said Chris literally thanked every person in the building between songs last week. Total respect.
Well, I'm glad you're mentioning that because let me make a statement on that in a moment. Of all things, Rot has always had really bad luck. And when we hit stage, we run into a technical difficulty where there was a faulty microphone cord or something.
The cord going to the snake for the crackling. It went crackles. And it kind of killed the momentum at that time frame. And we changed it. And, Justin was like, come on, let's just go. You know what I mean? And I was like, man, we can kick drum has to kick through, man. It's bare live show, you know what I mean? So yeah, we pulled through on it, but it definitely killed the momentum.
So because it did kill the momentum and killed that time.
Okay, I mean, but we finished strong. It was good turnout, man.
I don't think
they played great, man. All four,
I don't think any of us could even fucking tell, man, because you guys were there so fucking in the pocket. It was unbelievable.
We practiced a lot, man, at this shop, man. We had fun. Our shop used to be an old movie theater, so we could practice late nights. So we would start late. It was cool, man. It's a good time, man.
Bass makes for the record heavy. Sorry for the late arrival. Cool, man. For sure. True that. And the riffs.
That's cool.
Some bands are hard to replicate. I agree, man. You can't replicate this band. It's fucking RotTREVORE. So if I play another song of this, could you guys come back on in a few minutes?
Sure, I can. We'll probably be walking down the street to another place, but yeah.
All right, cool.
I'm drinking root beer.
Weber's drinking root beer tonight, and I'm drinking non-root
What kind of root beer? A&W? A&W?
No, I'm having to settle for this watered down bullshit off the
top. Okay. Damn. All right, I'll talk to you guys in a few minutes.
All right, sounds good.
All right. Let's go. Whoops, that's the Roy Fox room. That's the second stream, That's the other stream room in case one stream gets fucked up, basically.
Yeah.
You gotta have it like that. So we're gonna move into where they're playing their next song, basically.
All right.
It's probably around here-ish. Excuse me if I end up playing like the same thing twice. There you have it. Fucking live RotTREVORE.
Too fucking heavy, Roy.
I know, dude. Fuck,
Too
dude.
fucking heavy, bro.
These guys came on right now, which is cool, man. That way we hear it right from the dudes in the band, man. You know?
That live sound they got, it sounds so balanced, though. You know what I mean?
I know, dude.
Nothing sounds too loud. Nothing sounds too low. Everything sounds nice, man.
I know. It sounds real nice.
You know, everything.
There's the mans too, Chris
Hell,
Weber
I'm
still
gonna give
in
you
the
proper
house.
light.
You're in the light.
Yeah,
Chris.
you know what? Jared stepped away for a minute.
Yeah, it's all good. I'll be back.
Chris, you guys, is he still there?
Yeah, just hold on.
I'm here.
All right, cool. You can hear.
You guys got any any shirts? Did you guys make any shirts, or do you have any shirts?
Yeah, we had some shirts made just for this show. It's actually an older piece of art that Mark made. Hell,
Nice.
it's upwards of 30 years old. But anyways,
wow.
It really didn't get out there, and so it's fresh and new just for that reason. And we made shirts just for this show. It just says Iniquitous in a black and white graphic of the album cover on the back of the shirt.
Cool, man. If you guys have any left, there's 2 people that want it. They're both on this podcast.
Okay.
So
work on holding
everything
one.
was really killer, man. As far we played that other song too. I didn't play the new song. Maybe if Francisco hops on, he knows how to run the StreamYard better.
Yeah.
But wait a second. Scott saying, ask Chris about the RotTREVORE Frisbees Discs of Death coming to a tailgate party near you.
Yeah. How about that for a novelty?
Yeah.
You know, Frisbee.
What about
who has Frisbees? Nobody.
When I was out vending shirts, I wanted to get that cannon that you could shoot at people with the shirts in them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like a shotgun for shirts.
Yeah. They got
So I was like,
sports
damn, that
and all
could
that.
bring a lot of that would bring a lot of publicity to the stand, you know? Maybe other people.
Certainly.
You know,
Shoot them at the stage.
But I was like, damn, what if like somebody was like, nah, you can't bring that. You just aim it at somebody you don't like, you know?
It's just a shirt.
Yeah.
It's just a shirt. It's like the thing is, if you aimed it close though, it would probably hit them pretty hard, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that cannon, that shirt cannon. I know you're talking about.
Fucking brutal. So yeah, man, I wanted actually. Obviously, I wasn't driving to Pennsylvania for your show, but I had contacted a few cats going out there, like in Bomber, and I was wanting to stream your show when it was happening, you know. But at the same time, guys want to enjoy themselves at shows; they don't want to hold phones up, you know.
Right.
Go ahead, man.
Let me finish the thought about like thanking everybody. I was starting to say about the technical difficulty with the sound and that microphone XLR cord for a microphone that went to the bass drum. But anyways, in that time that was wasted, I'm like, well, you know what? I'm going to talk to the people to entertain them. And I started telling short stories and thanking literally everybody that I could see because it's the first time I've been on stage for, is it 8 years or 7? It was over 7.5. So, cause I don't want to talk that much. I want to get up there and play music and really, if I could do it all over again, you know, save the talking for after the show. And, I don't know that it would go across the PA system though, but like, you know, to me, that's what makes it all sweet is the stories of old and stuff and knowing where we all came from.
For sure, man. Especially you respect your fans.
Anyway, I just wanted to put that out there.
Well, you respect your fans, so that means a lot to the fans. I went to a show.
Because weekend. When you think about it,
I went to a show.
Right, when you think about it, people
I didn't see them until they played, basically. So obviously, they don't hang out and like chill out with you, you know.
Oh, I get you. Yeah, but you know, well, when they're like high circulation with that touring, I'm sure they get wearied, and
I'm sure
you know. To spend a lot of time with people is got to be a large request on their part.
I would imagine that too. You know. Yeah.
So, but anyways, no. To me, you people have a choice as to where they could spend their entertainment dollar.
Right.
Because I think I told a story in the past about an underground death metal show that featured Ex Mortis from Maryland, and this was back in the early 90s. And then the Melvins were in town, and so was Ex Mortis. Well, guess what? That created a divider line. And so, anybody that's listening to this podcast right now, who do you think I would choose to go see?
Yeah.
Is that a no-brainer?
Yeah. What about Chaotic Plague? Did that band play shows?
Well, it would require getting people back together. And
No. Did the band ever play shows back in the day?
Oh, did we ever play shows? Yeah, we played a few shows. They were all local. We never went out of state or nothing.
Oh, okay. Interesting. And they had 3 demos in that band?
Well, when I was in that band, we recorded a rehearsal demo, and I emphasize rehearsal because it was done on a tape recorder, and it sounded great and everything. But I don't want to call it just a straight demo. It was a rehearsal demo,
right?
And anyhow,
was that
that's the only thing
your earliest band? One of your earliest bands, or was there a band before even that?
Well, I was with them when they were called Stage Death, and that was 1988, and I think it even went as early as 1987. But we didn't record nothing then. But when we took on the name Chaotic Plague after we vacated with Stage Death and became Chaotic Plague, we recorded a rehearsal demo in 1989, and it was entitled Blood Slime.
Right. It's a killer one.
Yeah, I just didn't like the joke songs. I wanted the serious death metal songs. I wanted to be like Massacre's second album, like Enjoy the Violence
You can feel the RotTREVORE under that demo a little bit in a weird way, when you give it a listen. There's I don't know, if it has to do with a lot of your guitar tones or the tones of what you eventually became as RotTREVORE.
Yeah, that's
minus the joke parts, like you just mentioned. You know what I mean?
Right.
So yeah, you could definitely feel that, man, on there. That's interesting that you said that.
Right.
I don't know. A lot of people are probably not familiar with that band.
I'm not familiar with it.
Yeah, it was pre-RotTREVORE.
Right.
So somebody from our chat sent something over. They wanted to show everybody.
What you got? Yeah, it's the Frisbees. One of the Frisbees.
RotTREVORE Frisbee.
Right.
Killer, dude. That's fucking killer, man. I want one of those too. Maybe it would invite me to go outside a little more and lose some of my fat fucking stomach, Yeah, throw the Frisbee around with my kids and shit.
All right.
I think I need one of those. You got good merch.
I definitely want a shirt.
You got exclusive art from back in the day, one, and then you got Frisbees too. So both of those are kind of fucking brutal in a weird way.
Yeah.
I mean, the only thing better you could get is weapons,
I know. Imagine some Chinese stars with stuff.
Yeah. I know Mark is into log splitting machines, Maybe something like that,
A log splitter?
Right.
Yeah, wood chippers.
RotTREVORE log splitter.
There you go.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. Sent for Chaotic Plague, never got it. And something got kicked out of Chaotic Plague. I Am Legion from Sam. Hey, Sam, thank you.
That's Sam Biles. You know what? He's our best fan.
Hey, Sam, I played some of those videos tonight if you weren't watching, so thank you. Those videos were all courteous of Sam Biles from Hideous Megals.
He's our super fan, and we just love him to death. And he always got to tease me about getting kicked out of Chaotic Plague. And
yeah. That don't mean nothing, dude. I mean, all you got to do is see that set right there, and that's everything, bro. Because even now, okay, so you made a record back in a European label back in the day, and now playing some of the exact same songs it's just like you guys are just as fucking brutal as you were making that record. You know what I mean? If not better, in a way.
Yeah, you know what? If since Iniquitous is over 29 years old. February made it 29 years old.
Right.
Recorded in February of '93. If you do the math, that's over 29 years.
Yeah.
29 in years and almost 2 months. And really, when you consider it's almost a whole 30, I guess it is pretty amazing that we're able to uphold and be conditioned to do vocals like that.
Yeah.
The picking on the guitar parts. I mean, because I like to play the guitar part the way you hear it on the recording. I don't want to try to recreate the song.
Right. And then also the chunk, and then also your drummer is phenomenal, man.
And yeah, with Jared playing the drums, two things that are outstanding about his drumming to me. Number one is how accurately he plays what's on Iniquitous, because that's really not easy stuff. It's so irregular. Right. It's offset timing. It's polyrhythmic and all these other weird things. That's one thing. And then he hits with pretty hard impact. And to me, that's a difference maker.
That's why I said better.
Yeah.
Because it sounded even better than your record, basically.
Like a little Bill Ward.
And I was like, whoa, like you can really see it in the drums too, man. Too. On you too, man. You're just shredding.
Yeah,
You're
like
chunking and shredding all at the same time. It's like a fucking cheese fiesta fucking taco at your house,
Yeah, any guitar player that aspires to be better is always looking to uphold their practice routines and stuff like that. And really, I'm never satisfied with myself. But by watching the video, though, I played pretty good when you consider, because I just lived a lifestyle throughout my youth of making guitar playing like it's like a job that you really don't even get paid for, but you do it because you love it, and you like exploring the fretboard and making different combinations of notes and making irregular scales, changing the scale while you're in the midst of the solo. There's so many different things, and I'm inspired by so many different bands, even straight ahead heavy metal bands.
Right.
Like one of my favorite heavy metal bands right now is a band called Iron Flame, and they really have they have a nostalgic sound about them, and but they influenced. I'm supposed to be like a high-powered death metal band, and I still draw influence from a band like them just because they're great musicians.
I mean, I understand. I would like to talk to you, because one time we were talking about on the phone, and you were saying you're a huge fan of Dark Angel.
Oh, definitely. Because Darkness Descends is a life-changing album. Who doesn't agree with that?
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah, dude.
I mean, if they never made another piece of music after that, it doesn't matter. That was that set the tone right there.
Anything about the playing style of that, or some other bands, that were playing in such awesome styles back then that rubbed off on you, you think?
Well, to me, the most standout thing about Darkness Descends from Dark Angel is that's pretty fast speed picking rhythms that got a great deal of clarity and definition and stuff. Because really, when you listen to it, it's not a super, super heavy guitar sound. But what saves that whole album is all these riffs. The Black Prophecy song. There's only 7 songs on that album, but there's so many chunk parts and riffs on that album that define it. It's almost like they could have played them riffs on a banjo and it would still have been heavy.
Right. I gotcha. Was that the album that said it had like 12,000 riffs on it or some shit?
No. The way I was putting that across was getting familiarized with it.
There was some.
That was Leave Scars.
Okay, that was Leave Scars?
No, Roy.
They put a hype sticker on Leave Scars, and it said this band has 12,000 riffs or some shit.
No, Roy, I think what you're talking about, you just jogged my brain. I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah.
I was describing to you the familiarization factor. Right. Like, And I was like, I was doing a comparison and a contrast between that album, and I was using Leprosy from Death,
right,
which is Chuck's second album, and the band Death with their second album. But anyways, I was explaining to you how I had to listen to Darkness Descends like a skipping record, literally, I want to say 100 or more times before the guitar parts started to stick with me. Whereas the first time I heard Leprosy from Death, it hit me right away.
Right.
It's like there's a complexity and a depth to Dark Angel's Darkness Descends that Leprosy from Death doesn't have. And they're both good qualities, because I'm not knocking either album, because they're both foundational death metal albums, or pre or early death metal, however you decide to label that. And anyways, Darkness Descends, I went to sleep to that every night for probably 4 or 5 or 6 months in a row on a cassette tape player beside my bed. And it took forever before I started like singing the parts in my mind. But once they got in my soul, my mind, Merciless Death and Death is Certain, Life is Not, all those song titles.
Right.
Darkness Descends is a essential album for everybody that's into this.
Hell yeah. And you're right about the clarity of the riffs.
Yeah.
Because big time you could hear the fucking riffs compared to like maybe some other thrash albums where the riffs were like a little muffled, you know?
What did you think of, Chris, what did you think of Leave Scars?
Leave Scars was a great album, but because you already know and have familiarization with a high-powered album like Darkness Descends, it left a little bit to be desired. But if you never heard Darkness Descends, Leave Scars was still a great album.
Yeah.
I heard Leave Scars before Darkness Descends, actually.
Really?
And I know what you're saying with that, with what you just said. If you hear it first, like when I heard Leave Scars, is I remember I lived in Panama, and I saved my school money, and one of my friends was coming to the U.S. and I said, "Here's $20 for it. Just bring me back whatever's out there right now. That sounds good." And he brought me back Leave Scars, or he brought me back Whiplash, Ticket to Mayhem on cassette. And I heard both of them. I was like, wow, man. I never heard Darkness Descends, so Leave Scars was like, wow, this album is sick, man. And then same thing with Ticket to Mayhem. And then, like months later, that same friend that brought me them albums from the U.S. to Panama, he said, this is their other album, Darkness Descends. And then when I heard that, I was like, wow, this sounds more ferocious than Leave Scars.
Oh, definitely.
You know what I mean? So but I heard Leave Scars first, and I thought that was like the best album. But then I heard Darkness Descends, and I was like, wow, this is better than Leave Scars. But both albums to me are awesome albums.
How come we're not talking about We Have Arrived or whatever?
Yeah, that's the first album, and that's got good qualities. But
do you feel like that was? I heard Darkness Descends before I heard We Have Arrived. Obviously,
me too. I heard Darkness Descends before the We Have Arrived album. Yes,
right. And like the We Have Arrived had like no distribution whatsoever. You know,
I had nothing.
Yeah. I mean, Leave Scars. By the time they hit that, they were on like a label. But yeah, the We Have Arrived, I didn't even know about, I think, until like, I don't even know, dude. It felt like after Leave Scars, you know?
I know I heard Leave Scars, Darkness Descends, and then later on I heard We Have Arrived. I think I heard We Have Arrived when I actually came to the U.S. from Panama. I found it at some Sam Goody or something like that.
There wasn't much of that around, dude. That was like a really tricky record. It's weird that there's these certain bands, the Sacrifice, and then the Massacres, and the Dark Angels, where they had like this really obscure catalog, where they have like 2 good albums on each record label, say, or, a time period. And like these 2 albums are like their fucking canon albums. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Certainly.
There's a bunch of those, Yeah.
Quick question for you, Roy.
Yeah. What's up?
From France, do you pronounce it Massacre? Remember those guys?
I don't know. I mean, I always pronounced it Massacre.
Okay, because me and my guys at Eaton Park, that dumpster death heads, when we was in our early 20s, we always pronounced it Massacre. I I love those guys. I think those guys are great. And the first two albums, one was entitled Final Holocaust, great
Final
album.
Holocaust,
The sophomore album, Enjoy the Violence, is a masterpiece.
I know. It's a killer. You're into sophomore albums, you told me.
Yeah, I've mentioned that sophomore albums usually kick your ass the hardest, yeah.
That's brutal. Because I really thought about that after that conversation, and we got off the phone and you're like, Roy, you think like me. And then we hung up and I was thinking, I was like, you know what? I was like, Chris Webber knows that sophomore albums are the shit, basically. And he's right in a weird way. Like, I went back in my thrash metal head and I went over all the different old records I used to listen to. And I was like, dude, he's pretty fucking on point. 9 out of 10 right there, dude, Right.
Well, Bolt Thrower's second album's Realm of Chaos. What's that tell you?
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
It's very rare, that first album is like the fucking blood letter,
Well, yeah, the exceptions to me, Obituary, Slowly We Rot. Yeah. And I love Cause of Death. I like Incomplete and stuff, but Slowly We Rot, and
that's the album.
That's untouchable.
Yeah. I was at the Obituary show the other day.
Yeah.
So I got to see Obituary live, bro, which was nice.
Yeah, those guys, they're a premium death metal act. Trevor Perez is outstanding.
Yeah, the show was outstanding, dude. It was cool, man. They really tear the stage up.
Too, Roy.
Yeah, they really tear the stage up,
Yeah.
So, yeah, they were killer. I didn't videotape the entire show because I felt like I'm not going to stand here with the camera in my hand. Like, I wanted to try a live death metal podcast, and that's what happened. Which it ended up being split into segments that were short. But I was like, I have to try this, you know what I mean?
Right.
We did a very good interview with Matt Harvey. Yeah, we did a good interview with Matt Harvey, actually, which came out really good,
Yeah, Matt Harvey. I like Matt Harvey. He's a good guy.
Yeah, he's a good guy. So maybe I'll play a little snippet of that at some point. So, man, your drummer again, bro. Very hard-hitting guy, man.
Yeah. Jared,
where is it that you guys were just out on the street together and you were like, hey, Jared, they're playing some RotTREVORE. Let's talk.
Like,
it's very rare for me to be around Oscar, say.
There's a couple bars around here that have cans of root beer because I don't like root beer on a tap. Okay. And so, anyways, there's these bars that are in this local vicinity that he likes to go to, and sometimes I'm his driver to make sure he gets home without getting a DUI and stuff like that.
Right.
And so, and this is close to home, and that's all the reason we need, and we always end up right here in Monongahela. It's not far from Bell Vernon, and
right. Cool.
This valley area. Yep.
That's the spot, man. And for you, it's the root beers.
Yeah, root beer. That's right.
What's the best root beer out there?
The best root beer is as far as like the major producers of it, A&W is first, then Barks is second.
Okay.
Because these like real exotic ones like MIBC and Hanks.
No, that's what I'm asking about. I'm asking about those ones too. Those are the demos.
Yeah, I had a Hanks root beer just recently. As a matter of fact, Jared had one too, and it came in a bottle, and it was pretty tasty stuff.
Cool.
Do you just drink the root beer, or do you ever have like a root beer float with a vanilla ice cream in it?
No ice cream. Lactose intolerance, no ice cream.
Gotcha. Dude, I never even thought about, like, I was at a show the other day, and I never even thought about, like, stepping up to the bar and grabbing something like a nice drink like that. That's non-alcoholic, because I'm so used to stepping up for alcohol, basically. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I haven't drank in 25 years, and I'm not going back.
Yeah, I mean, I'm at like 9 or 10 right now, so like I can't fathom like even going to the bar for a water, much less like a fucking drink. You know what I mean?
A 6-pack for me lasts me 2 weeks nowadays.
Yeah, Speckler's root beer is awesome.
Sprecher.
Sprecher. Frosty root beer.
There's a lot of root beer out there.
Fucking root beer fans, unite. Tardy rules over Van Druin?
Van Druinen's that guy from Pestilence, right?
Yeah.
Or Asphyx as well, yeah.
Mm.
I still want to know where John Rubin is nowadays. Where's he at?
I don't know. That's your enigma, isn't it? You need him in your band. Like, he's like an enigma that you need to have him join your band.
You know what? Years ago, I saw him pick, and I never seen anybody pick quite like him. I don't even know if he plays anymore and plays like that. But John Rubin's easily in the top 10 favorite list of my favorite guitar players.
The other day, I watched this monstrosity video from this old Decaying Visions thing, and it has Lee Harrison on drums or whatever. And it's one of the most destructive live rehearsal videos I've seen in a long fucking time, basically, you know? I guess they were playing songs that were like from the earliest age of Monstrosity.
Yeah.
But, it was just killer to see how brutal they were back then, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
How uncut and kind of a little more, you know, I want to say tuned down, but I don't know. Some bands like trick you by you think they're tuned down, but they're not. Yeah, it's on a Decaying Visions comp on YouTube. Okay. Yeah, you got to look for it a little bit.
Yeah.
But John Verica did a lot of videotaping. He actually videotaped RotTREVORE live at G. Willikers, which there was an old videotape of G. Willikers playing with RotTREVORE. An early lineup, I think, with Nick playing or something, you know?
Yeah.
Do you remember any of that back then, playing out there?
G. Willikers, oh, man.
New Jersey, Pennsauken, outside Philly.
Yeah, you know what, though? If my memory serves me correctly, that was a flub of a show. I mean, what was the woman's name that was involved?
Frantic Anne?
Annie Frantic. Frantic Annie. Yeah. But that show, oh man.
There's a really killer video. You guys killing it though.
I know, but like, you know, back then, like it was things were so lean with how the turnouts were, how well the show was promoted, and then of course, you know, double stacking on shows and stuff like that. You know what I mean by that, double stacking
the bill. There was only 4 bands back in the day.
No, like geographically speaking, you know, okay, here's a show right here, and like literally, you know, 16 miles in another county, but not that far away. There's another underground metal show. So, you know, people got to toss a coin. And it ain't nothing like, you know, the example I mentioned earlier, Melvin's versus Ex Mortis.
Okay.
We're talking like, you know, you have to make a decision between watching, necrophobic
and
necrophobic Unholy Prophecies, you know, reunion demo show, just 3 songs, and you know that, and like, you know, and not even 20 miles away, Funebre's doing that demo. Cranial coma, you know.
I know which one I would be at, but yeah, I get it.
Which one would you choose? I got to know.
The Funebre, of course.
I would be at Funebre.
Oh, really? Oh my God. Necrophobic Unholy Prophecies.
Somebody said, what did John Rubin play in?
I can't believe the guy don't know that.
The Malevolent Creation.
Well, he was in Monstrosity before Malevolent Creation.
Yeah. I wonder if he was the guitar player on that fucking video, man. He was killing it, dude.
I'm telling you what, John Rubin was outstanding.
Yeah. I want to go to some fucking root beer bars all of a sudden, dude. I wish
I feel like having a root beer right now.
What the fuck? Before I went to the show in Albany, I was trying to look up the friggin' legal weed, just to see what that was all about, you know?
Hey, let me interject something real fast here, because we're still on the subject of choosing between necrophobic Unholy Prophecies versus Funebre Cranial Torment. No, see, there's your Funebre, heavy guitar sound and like the most guttural, deepest vocals you've ever heard in your life.
Right.
And then I'm surprised there's people that aren't aware of this. Unholy Prophecies from Necrophobic is the heaviest guitar sound ever.
Yeah, I know you're the champion of that demo.
listen to it. You tell me.
Yeah. It's a hard demo, man. You know,
what I wouldn't give for them to have a whole album.
Guy for some weird reason, you know. I don't know what it had to do with the Funebre, that it just some reason that one struck me harder, you know?
Yeah. Well, but the Necrophobic on Holy Prophecies, the only downfall of that was it's a 3-song demo. What I wouldn't give for like a 9, 10, or 11-song album of that.
Well, the Funebre demo was only a 3-songer too.
And I think Funebre, like Necrophobic,
they had that 5-songer demo too, you know?
But I think by the time they did their debut album too, they didn't quite have that fire and that heaviness.
Yeah, it sounded different.
That demo, I didn't even like that album at all.
It sounded different.
Yeah. It sounded like they tuned up, and then the riffs were faster.
You're talking about Funebre, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Well,
Children of Scorn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the first album, correct? Children of Scorn.
That's correct.
But like Necrophobic's first album, it was I hate to say this, but it was like a letdown after hearing Unholy Prophecies.
Gotcha.
But anyways, you say something about the like tuning up. I don't know if you're aware of this, but Bolt Thrower kind of tightens their strings on both Fourth Crusade and For Victory, and that's still heavy as hell.
Right. I think that they tune it up, but it's just something that they do differently. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
My mind goes towards tuning up, but it's not always that. Parlin was the guitar master.
Yeah, that was David Parlin was Necrophobic. Yeah.
Yeah. Parlin, R.I.P.
Yeah, there you go.
Third Grave demo is the heaviest recording ever. Fucking A, dude.
Yeah, Sam declares that. Yeah.
Putrefaction demo, you know?
Yeah.
There was somebody that showed a photo of the rare RotTREVORE shirt. Given it, my friend Scott sent this to me.
That's the shirt that we had at the show this past Saturday.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, I wouldn't say that it's rare. We had a
rare art. You said.
Okay, in a way, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Sorry. It has rare 30-year-old art, you said. So I think that's cool.
Yeah, because that we call that the Tar Pit Monster. That's
killer,
our
name. Like that's so fucking underground. You don't even understand.
Right.
Your show is underground. Your shirt is underground. Your sound is fucking brutal as fuck.
I'll take a large.
Yeah, I know. Like I'll take anything. Basically, I want to hang that up at my house if I have to. You know.
Well, so tell me, fellas, like you can really appreciate David Mickelson for doing his what's his death festival called? Because we played it.
Well, he's doing this now, so he kind of dropped out on the other thing. So now we have to look out for his Unearthed Morbidity Fest.
Well, okay, but like
back in the day, he did the Killtown.
Killtown, that's what it is. I forgot it in the moment. I'm ashamed of myself. But anyways, like he DIY all over that the little booklet and the flyers and stuff. DIY, do it yourself, and he had it in mind to round up all the bands that really had the essence of underground and didn't have big corporate big record label sponsorships or whatever and promotion. And so because I just got done putting up an ad on the I call it the webmaster page, and it was about Eric Rutan, and Cannibal Corpse is like a corporation, but still, to me, because of their origins, they're forever going to be an underground death metal band to me, even though they grown as big as they have and may grow larger. But like what David Mickelson put together with Killtown was an extraordinary thing, because it's all about the underground element of this music and all that that pertains to it.
For sure, man. For sure. Yeah, you guys weren't catching the live, but we were playing an unreleased Ripping Corpse stuff. And one of the songs they did was called Hate Eternal or something like that.
Yeah.
So obviously, they taken a full album worth of stuff. They recorded in 92 or something. Yeah, and they never even released it.
Yeah, so I guess Eric could come up with Hate Eternal for a band name just from that song, or
from that song title. It seemed like it,
Yeah, Hate Eternal's among my favorite. Like when I say modern, I'm talking from 2000 and newer. But
Right.
it's one of the few bands I even like that are modern. And I know there's good bands out there, but as far as spending the time to listen to them and get familiarized with them, I don't spend a lot of time.
Right.
And but Hate Eternal though, especially that Phoenix Amongst the Ashes album is outstanding. I love that album.
Cool, man. Cool. I hear if there's any fights behind you or anything, like make sure you film it, please. I like that
in the background.
I like that element of like surprise on the podcast,
There's no talent to it. But if somebody puts something in their root beer, they make them
yeah, exactly,
rambunctious. Yeah,
like a shot of Everclear.
Yeah.
Somebody has to talk about productions or something here. Production makes it all come to life or absolutely ruin a record. Demos were good, but the standard and the budgets were lower. Restrictions made for better records, in my opinion. It's all it takes that any day.
Well, I have a comment on that.
Okay, yeah. Give it. I know you're the production guy,
right? Because when you left the commercialized metal at the time in whatever time period that was, 80s or the beginning of the 90s, mid 90s, whatever.
Right.
You literally there's a bunch of hoodlums back here. But anyways, let me use Schizophrenia from Sepultura as the example. It's almost like dirty production, but you could still hear almost everything on it. And there's a nostalgia or there's something special about that because it kind of represents.
Chris, we're going down there.
Okay, you going down there?
Yeah, come on.
Okay, tell him give me a root beer.
Come get a root beer.
Right. Sorry. Give me a root.
Hey, it's a Saturday night, man.
Death metal, bro.
It's not work night. Work the rest of the night.
This is death metal as fuck, dude.
Root beer night.
So, but anyways, like a recording like that is kind of dirty in quotation marks.
Yeah.
What? Okay, all right. It's kind of dirty in the production, but there's something like that's magical about it just because it's dirty.
Right. Yeah. There's a lot of those.
It's one of several examples, anyways.
Yeah, there's a lot of those records, right?
Yeah.
There's a few. There's I definitely loving the fucking visits there,
Yeah.
Root beer. Give me a gallon.
Hey, but with something that's more polished, like a Clandestine from Entombed, I love that recording because the drums seem so huge on it.
Right. Do you ever feel any feelings about the vocal change on that one?
You know what? Not really, because you know why? Because of the riffing, the heavy guitar sound, the heaviness of the drums. And
I think I felt the same way at the time. Even though there was a slight vocal change, I was just like, whatever, man. This is a heavy fucking album, dude. Clandestine was a killer.
Yeah,
right. Right. And even if there, it was a change for the worse with, lesser desirable vocals on that second Entombed album. Right. I think the rest of the production and them heavy guitar parts more than make up for it.
I believe so too. Fan afterwards? Were you a fan afterwards on any of their other records?
Well, I didn't get to know anything after that. Like when someone told me an album called Wolverine Blues come out, and by then I just let go of it. I'm like, I don't know if I even want to explore it.
Right.
I don't mean that as a dig to those guys. I mean, I would like to still support them.
I was in the same zone, and I might have explored it quickly and then just wasn't really feeling it, actually,
Right.
So, I mean, the bands change as time went on. When I saw Entombed play, they didn't even come over with their whole original lineup, They had like the singer from Nirvana 2002 doing their first tour or whatever.
Right.
I'm not sure. Right. Yeah. He was a singer over at I want to say the Ritz in New York.
Was it the Ritz or was it Studio One?
I don't know. I have a flyer here, but I don't think this is the one.
We played with him at Studio One. I thought it was...
This isn't the flyer, right? No, this is the Pungent Stench one. Yeah, you played with them at Studio One.
That wasn't with the Nirvana guy. I don't think.
No,
I think that might have been at the.
That was just with the Morbid Angel show. They played a show with Morbid Angel, and then and then actually no, it wasn't the Nirvana guy. We thought the Nirvana 2002 guy was going to be singing, but it was like Uwe singing or something.
Yeah.
It was like one of the band members sang instead. That was the Morbid Angel show where like MTV was outside. Remember that?
Morbid Angel, Ripping Corpse, Unleashed.
I guess so. Yeah.
And I think it was I was at the Ritz.
Been any good shows pouring through that you would go to, Chris Webber?
Let me see. What did I go to just
What
recently?
about Obituary? Did they play through?
You know what? I'm ashamed to say that I missed that one. And when I missed it, like, I mean, I knew it was coming and stuff, but like, I'm just not, it sounds like a cop out, but
no, I mean, some shows go totally over my head. Like they had that Immolation Mortician show, and like it came and went so fast. I was like, "Whoa, holy shit, that's tonight!" Like, I would have had to start driving hours ago.
That was a show I wanted to go to, man.
I was like, "Damn, I would have had to start driving hours ago to get there."
Well, me and Christian Easley went to see Cannibal Corpse when they came to McKees Rocks. That's suburbial Pittsburgh, and that was about 5 or 6 weeks ago, and that was a good time. And those guys put on a great show, and it was a huge turnout. And but other than that, though, like in Pittsburgh, I haven't been going to any underground metal shows per se. But like, there's heavy metal bands here.
I was gonna say you play in some other more local bands too, right? So you continue to play.
I was in a heavy metal band where we copied songs, and that just was a train wreck.
I mean, if it wasn't called RotTREVORE, I wouldn't worry too much about it, basically.
And not my reasons why I was even doing that is because Rot, of course, was inactive.
I don't think there's anything wrong with playing some other music, bro. Like, you do as you want, basically, as a musician. I think it's actually healthy.
Right. And then, I mean, I play an acoustic guitar, too. I play fingerstyle on an acoustic guitar.
Right.
And, I went on a long journey with that and exploring finger picking and doing it the proper way and stuff like that. So, real versatile guitar player when it comes to playing different stuff and then singing melodically. Nobody would ever guess that I sing like soft love songs, but I
never heard that. Sam Bile says he'll be at Eviction. Eviction are playing again, huh?
I guess he's taking me there, so I guess I will be there.
Are they've been inactive, or I know Eviction's a classic from your area, obviously.
Yeah, Eviction's like I guess a hardcore punk style band, and I'm not as familiar with them as Sam is.
I was familiar with their demos. I think it was called like No One Wins or some shit, and then some other.
Sam would know.
2 demos, and then by the time they hit an album, I was kind of out of it with them. They signed a Metal Blade or something.
Yeah.
Okay. Obituary. I saw Obituary with Death to All and Massacre. It felt like Massacre played for 15 minutes and then it was over. Okay.
All right.
Dude, Nirvana's new band Under the Church is fucking sick. Reminds me a lot of Bastard Priest. Not as good, but Bastard Priest. Cool. Wolverine Blues. The best part is the drumming. Nick A rules.
Maybe I'll go back and listen to that Wolverine Blues now. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I feel like I could listen to it now more than I could listen to it back then,
Yeah.
Hollow Man EP is great, though. I didn't hear that one either.
I remember that one a little bit.
Did any of you see Carnal Dissection back in the day?
No, I don't.
I think I saw them, actually. They played up in Buffalo with Incantation.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, unless you guys played that show.
I don't
There was one show with a RotTREVORE in Buffalo that I was at. You guys played up there a couple times, maybe 3 times from what I remember.
Tonawanda, to be exact, right? North Tonawanda.
I don't know. I don't even know, dude. But And just I know I was up there for the show right after the Day of Death because I spoke on it earlier because you guys were selling those fucking iron-ons or whatever.
Yeah.
So there was that show, and then there was these other ones in like this bigger place with like I don't know. There was some other fucking venue there, but I think it was Tonawanda.
Yeah.
I might have seen Carnal Dissection. That's a good, interesting question. Listened to their demos, heard them. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I might have seen them back in the day.
Yeah.
They played very little. There was a band called Sis, too, which was members of Grotesque Infection. Can you bring the root beers outside? Can you bring the root beers outside here?
As long as it's in a plastic container.
Gotcha.
As long as it's in glass.
Yeah, yeah. I liked that during RotTREVORE, some of your crowd was dancing. And it looked like a lot of woolly, big dudes. And there was like a fucking, you know?
Yeah, it was some nice slam dancing, yeah.
Yeah, it was just good to see people going, you know, doing shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
Chris, so you guys are...
Ice or no ice in the root beer?
Go ahead, Oscar. I'm listening, Oscar. Go ahead.
You guys are writing like new songs? Like,
yeah, you know, actually... There's one song in progress right now, and I'm hoping that we can start another one and another one and another one and so on.
Yeah.
But you know, it's coming slow because we only get to go together and rehearse once a week, every week.
Right.
And you know, that time span goes so quickly.
Right.
And so you know, it's hard to get like a rhythm and a flow at how the stuff comes together when everybody's all in the room together at once.
Right.
And so, but no, we have one song in the works right now. We're going to polish it a little bit more in the next few weeks.
The goal is to release something else, something new.
You know, that's a tough question to answer because, you know, as far as coming up with the funding or the means to record it and have it at least semi-professional sounding, we haven't crossed that bridge yet. And so, you know, I would like to be able to announce something and have something with substance to it, but we have to go step at a time and see how this evolves.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's a lot of freaks out there who like to hear some new stuff, you know?
Oh, I'm sure. And
I think it was smart that you guys played that show too. You know what I mean?
What are you saying, bro?
Well, just as showing that the Chuck fucking blower is still on, basically. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And as far as the show, was that like a one-time thing? Like, there's nothing coming up.
Well, taking it moment by moment, it seems. You know?
Right. Like, you know, for a while there, that was spoken of, and at one point though, we were kind of all debating and looking at one another and saying that, like, hey, we're going to give this kind of time, energy, and effort to this, to just do this once. And so, really, at the onset of this, it was stated very early on that this comes with no guarantees.
Right.
And but however, I myself, in and throughout the years, have upheld and maintained the music on my own, even though I've never been able to really actually produce it and get it in and through a studio to make a production out of it. But so long as I can keep playing guitar and making up guitar parts, I'm keeping it going, even if I didn't have Mark and Jared and Justin with me. But
does that other studio that you guys recorded your debut album, do they still exist, or they're long gone?
You know, they were called Audiomation. I think they still exist, and they've had different ownership, potentially 2, 3, or 4 times since in the past couple years. So, I don't know much about them, and
yeah, just curious.
We were lucky to be able to record there when we did.
Okay.
And that was all made possible by Dave Rotten, and so. If Dave Rotten wasn't behind us back then to make that recording, we wouldn't have been able to fund that on our own.
What made you guys want to go to Mortician to record something?
You mean Mana with Eric Rutan?
Yeah, with Eric Rutan. I'm sorry. What does he call it? I'm sorry. What does he call the studio?
Yeah, it's a Mana. Rutan's studio is called Mana, M-A-N-A, Mana.
Okay, Mana.
That a lot of that, not even a lot of that, all of that had everything to do with Christian being really close friends with Eric. And so, Eric and Christian's friendship was the bridge to make that possible. And Eric did RotTREVORE a great favor and was very kind to us. And he's super outstanding when you consider what he did for us in making that recording. And it had everything to do with Christian being friends with him because, I know Eric, but not as well as Christian.
Yeah, it's cool that you went out there, though,
Right.
Do you ever have any ideas in your brain, like for if you did, say you did have like everybody was on, 8 cylinders or whatever, that you would take it somewhere or record somewhere, or you have a dream studio that you would record at even personally?
Well, I would go back to Eric myself, but before I would do that, though, I would ask him, how much do you insist on triggered drums? Because me personally, I don't like triggered drums. Right. There's some recordings that I've heard that they're okay, but my preference for my own music and the song that I make, I'd rather not have triggered drums. I'd rather have a drummer that's hitting drums like Jared Altamare does and be natural about it. So, I swear everything and anything that's ever come out of Mana, I want to say it's all triggered drums and it's very fast drums. And those are great drummers and all. They got great technique and speed and style and everything else. But
it seems like in the mixing process that someone like Eric Rutan wants to be able to mix every single drum no matter what. You know what I mean? Which like in a real like a live setting drum, there's like this certain nuance that like you can't really capture if every fucking drum is triggered. You know what I mean?
Right. I'm with you. And
it's like it's like an extra air that kind of moves with the drums or something.
Right. But like, I don't know the whole discography of stuff that's come out of Mana, and it's been several years. Right. And I know he has the capability of producing anything and do as good as someone like Colin Richardson or Thomas Skogberg. And or if you go back into like Slayer type stuff from the 80s, like Rick Rubin.
Right.
But anyways, as far as engineer,
what about taking it to somewhere like Audio Hammer where like Autopsy records?
Oh yeah, you know what? They got great production and it's retains the underground feel. I would go there. I don't know nothing about that studio there, but yeah, I jump.
The sound. The sound, I guess.
Yeah, certainly.
Yeah, I'm not Ken. I'm Roy Fox. But pleased to meet you. I invited Ken on actually earlier. He was busy though. I hit up Ken and said, "Hey Ken, you want to join the podcast? Ken's Death Metal Podcast or whatever. Ken's Death Metal Crypt. Sorry. Mana Studio is pretty awesome. Right down the street from me. Actually, there you go. He's gonna stop over there.
Yeah, it's like as far as like being able to be picky and choosy about where to go. Yeah. There's so many things that play into that, but like, to redo something that's maybe a bad word to say redo, but yeah. I would go back to Eric if the situation allow.
Gotcha. How about locally? Yeah. Would you ever consider using a local situation because it's easier for all the band?
I know of 2 potential studios, and one of them, I can't remember the name on it, but Leprosy, Chris Pulowski and Leprosy, and I think his new band, Corpse God, have recorded at a studio in the Pittsburgh vicinity. Cerebral something. And the production on, I love this album title. It's entitled Conceived of Flesh, Forged in Gore. And it's a 2017 album from Leprosy. And that recording in the production is really good, and you can make out everything as far as all the instruments. And so it's a great album and all. and I would consider something like that, that particular studio. And then, of course, Iron Flame, the heavy metal band that I just mentioned earlier. I know some people that know Andrew DeCagna that runs and owns his own studio, and that's where Iron Flame records. And they got great production on them Iron Flame albums they record.
Right.
And I'm sure he can do a death metal band as much justice as well. And I would even consider his studio.
Yeah, especially if you guys are bringing your own equipment, you're setting it up, you're live recording your drums. I mean, in a way, like it's all about the mic placement after that, right?
Yeah, you know, I hate to say this, but I don't have that much studio experience, and
right.
And then Iniquitous is so old.
Me neither.
And you know, so like when I go in a studio, even when I recorded with Eric on the EP with Christian Easley, and Chris Free on bass at the time. When we did that, like, you know, we're totally at the mercy of Eric's ability and knowledge and everything else. So surely if we go in a studio again, it's, you know, we're going to rely on the engineer and whoever's going to produce it.
Right. Gotcha. Yeah, cool. For sure, man.
You know, I'm not going to brag about something. I know how to do this and that and make myself out to be more than I am. Literally, we're at the mercy of wherever we're going to go record in the future.
Jeff McCrutchen recorded the 90 demo, says Sam.
It was his name. It was
Jeff McCrutchen.
Bob. It was Bob. It was Bob McCutcheon, not Jeff. Bob McCutcheon.
Bob McCutcheon. Get it right, Sam.
Bob McCutcheon.
Were you there, Sam? Was Sam there? Sam.
He was a moment ago.
Was Sam? Yeah, I mean, was he at the recording?
Yeah.
Yeah.
His band, Sam's band, played there and recorded as well years ago.
Oh, okay. Hideous Mangalus.
Yeah, I think that's how you pronounce
some
it.
of their 7 inches or their demo with him.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
They were pretty active at the same time you guys were, kind of maybe trading time studio-wise and a little ahead of RotTREVORE or concurrent.
You know, I think Hideous. I can't remember. They go into 88.
It seems like none of their stuff came out till like 1990, but I saw like 89, 90. You know what I mean? So like I know Rot was kind of brewing then.
You're right. If there's a difference in time, it's not more than 4, 6, 8 months.
Yeah, exactly. And then Mark was very heavy with that zine too. Internal, and it was internal bleeding, right?
Infernal bleeding.
Infernal bleeding.
Yeah.
Right. That was a killer one, man. It had like multiple colored pages, kind of like it looked like a fucking. It was weird, man.
Yeah, there was only one issue of that. Or was there 2? I can't remember.
I only saw 1 issue, and I think he mentioned he might have laid out a 2nd issue, but never put it out, which is kind of sad. Yeah. But Death Vomit had their 3rd issue put out as something, which was as long as their first 2 issues, which was amazing. Yeah, it had all the old demigod, and like maybe it had like necrophobic or some crazy fucking interviews in there, you know.
Demigod was a great band. Are they still a band?
Not at the very, very moment, no. You know?
Yeah.
All right, so Hideous Mangalus did record there too, Sam says. Only Jeff McCrutchen can record a new album. Only analog is true. Sam calling for you to record wherever you recorded your demos, man. He doesn't want you to move on in any way, shape, or form, obviously. That's Sam, though. He's like, don't move along. They got to move to like an audio, record where Autopsy records. You know what I mean? I think that would be cool. Death Vomit Fanzine had sick interviews. They have the book with all the issues in it. Yes, that's what I was just mentioning offhand. They got the book with the 3rd fucking episode in there. 3rd.
Hey, Roy, who was Spikehead? Because I used to write the guy from Spikehead, and he was in France.
I think that was like either a distro or a fanzine or something. So I don't
No,
really
it
know.
was a Spikehead was the name of the fanzine.
Okay.
I can't remember that guy's name. Anyways.
Yeah, I don't think I know that one. You're just like a couple iotas ahead of me in like the mail order thing too. Like me and you have like that couple months little gap. And same with, does Mastro kind of have that couple little months gap on you?
Well, he does, because the 3, 4, 5, 6 tape traders I tape traded with back then,
right.
I got them off of Mark, because Mark says, I don't have time to trade with these guys. You want them? And I'm like, I'll take them.
Right. Yeah.
That's how I got them to tape trade.
Yeah, yeah. Which at the time was such a killer situation, you know?
The whole tape trading concept is the most innovative ingenuity thing that there's ever been in music.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel you, man. What about RotTREVORE on tape now?
You know, it's funny you're saying that. Dave Rotten made some cassette tapes of Iniquitous, and it's the neatest thing, because the cassette shell itself, you know, not the where you insert the tape in the case,
right?
But you know, the actual body of the cassette is green and it's got black print on it. They turned out really nice.
Yeah, there's a lot of cassettes coming out nowadays, you know? Even I'm putting out cassette releases of some of our bands.
Yeah.
Including maybe even Oscar's band.
Yeah.
You know? So, yeah, we work on some cassette things. I'm working on some for Goraphobia with their old stuff. And a bunch of stuff, actually. Incantation. Yeah, bunch of shit. Disma.
Yeah.
Disma's on cassette.
Ain't that Craig Pillard's band?
Yeah, he was in the chat earlier too.
Yeah.
They got a really heavy production over at Jim Rowe's studio. Maybe you guys should go there and record.
Yeah. That'd be a lot of travel and staying in a motel and making a lot of root beer runs.
Yeah, for sure. Hanging out with the GTOs, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe you can take a ride in some of his GTOs, you know?
Yeah, there you go.
Uniforce fanzine was awesome for me. Yeah, fucking Uniforce was awesome. Also, Istin magazine was the first. I kept read it to shreds. Yeah. Slayer magazine.
Was it SOD magazine?
SOD was a US publication, kind of like Decibel in a way. Yeah, they had like a little run too. Demigod was playing some shows around a decade ago. They played Maryland Death Fest. I saw them at that show, actually. They were amazing.
Sounded sick.
They sounded like they took... All right, you know how Demigod's demo? It sounds like they recorded it with like a fucking amplifier. It's like a 10-watt fucking thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it sounded like they brought that 10-watt amplifier with them. And then the guitar sound was exactly like the fucking demo or the record kind of guitar sound. And they just fucking nailed it right there, man. You know?
Yeah.
And I think I had asked the guy, I was like, yo, were you guys playing on your own equipment? He's like, we were backlined by whatever. And I was like, really? You know? Because like your guitar sound, the guitarist who played for Demigod that day, he's the drummer he was the drummer from Archgoat, but he played the guitar, you know, and I was hanging around with him and asking him some shit because I was like, damn, you guys nailed that guitar sound. Yeah. But I don't know if he nailed it or it was the other guitarist, Jussie, that really nailed it. You know what I mean? I just happened to hear it coming out of his...
Essa, however you pronounce it.
Essa was like the main male like contact guy. He was the singer.
Vocalist, no?
Yeah,
I thought he played guitar and did vocals. I don't know.
In the first incarnation, I believe he was a guitarist or a bassist. In the
that's who I used to write. I used to write him.
Yeah, in the first when Demigod was at its smallest. I loved listening to demos at Chris's in 90, 91. Him, Mastro, Cinco had everything.
Yeah, you know what? But between us three and the connections we had a lot of stuff.
I remember Cinco was a guy that came to your Buffalo show, okay, and I met this guy, and I barely had even talked to you, and he came over and he handed me a sticker of a band called Sonoros. Is that familiar to you?
Yes, Sonorous. I think
it was almost like a band that never had any release. They just had a logo.
They never made anything. Nothing materialized from them. No.
Yeah, because I stayed in touch with him a little bit. Like we wrote letters, and then the band that opened for the show, Immortal Fate, I
Yeah.
also stopped and wrote some letters to them to try to figure out about their
Are
demo.
you sure that was Cinco? That sounds like John Kerr. It was
could have been a
Saunders.
different guy. Could have been a different guy.
I think it was John Kerr.
Okay, yeah, maybe that's what it was. My bad.
Yeah.
John
He was
Kerr?
a major tape trader. He had a distribution thing called Ort Distribution, like back in 92, 91, or 90. Yeah.
Yeah.
Double O-R-T. That's how you spelled it. Ort Distribution.
I wrote to him. I wrote to him too, man. I tried to write to everybody, even just weird people. Maybe not Cinco, but I know that name from back in the day, way back.
Right. Yeah. Well, Jay Cinco he's the founder of Stage Death.
Gotcha. Cheers from India,
Cheers.
says my friend here. Demigod's legendary demo was reissued lately. I think it's not. It's through Into It Records, even though they reissued Deteriorate demo later. Yeah, we had Paul from Deteriorate in the chat earlier.
Hey, I got to jump off here, fellas.
All right, brother. Good talking to you, man.
All right, Oscar. All right, Roy. Thanks for having me on.
All right.
If you want to do this again in the future, let me know.
Yeah, shit was killer. We're actually gonna go out with maybe another RotTREVORE or something else. I'll talk to you, man.
All right, thanks for having me.
Good seeing you, man. Thanks for coming on.
Have a good night.
You too, brother.
All right, bye.
Kills.
Thanks.
Right, RotTREVORE does kill, bro. That was sick.
I hope he sends us some shirts.
I don't know. I think I played this already, so I can't play any more of this. So let me just remove from studio on that one. Yeah, I need a shirt too. I need to take a piss actually, but I'm gonna try to play something so that way
I got freaking Frankie on my lap over here.
I can get up. Let's see.
You know, when the cat sleeps on your lap, you can't get up for 5 hours, bro.
Yeah, I guess. I just move him aside. I'm just like, whatever. Maybe I'll play this. I'll play this rare demigod. Let's see if this plays.
Demo?
No, this is some rare shit. I synced up.
Come here, Kanuko.
Sorry, peeps. That wasn't playing like last time. My bad. Bad audio. Bad podcast. Bad audio. I'm leaving. So, let's try this instead here. Let's go back to my death metal podcast edition. Special edition. This guy said he was going to come on, and maybe if I play this, he'll join us. This is from 1993.
Let's hear it.
några lock för er. Bara för er. Kom ihåg det.
Twilight in the wilderness.
Oh, gosh.
That's just your intro.
I'm not going to be in the way here.
Nah.
No, you're good, man.
Let's see. Now we're live on YouTube. Dun, 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 dun. They can hear us, maybe not. What's up, peeps? We're live. We're live in Albany on Death Metal Podcast. We in the fucking some kind of parking garage that the show is at. I'm here chilling with my man. I've known him for a long time. He used to order off my fucking mail order in 1991, maybe? I think he was like 14, dude, you know? So what's up, all my Death Metal Podcast freaks? I'm here at a fucking show. You guys know me that I don't go to fucking shows, and shows are fucking usually very boring. They're not boring now. I just don't go to them. So anyway, so I figured we would go live. I appreciate everyone that always checks out the episodes. And I have my man over here. We're going to do an interview with him live. And then hopefully the sound there'll be not too much sound in the background. If there is, who knows? You're going to have to fucking deal with it, all right? So anyway, I'm here with my man, Matt Harvey.
Howdy. Thanks for having me, Roy.
Yeah.
Good to see you, man.
So basically, we are at the this show right here.
With us through the third record, through An Enemy's Destiny. He and I were like best buddies since like 7th grade. I used to like get off the school bus one stop early, and I'd go over to his house, and we'd like sit and play like Contra and stuff.
Yeah.
You know, like just playing Nintendo after school. And he had just moved to California from Utah, and he didn't really know anybody. And I had just changed schools from I went to like a private school, had a scholarship. My parents couldn't afford it, and I got in trouble too much, so they stopped letting me go there for free. So we were both kind of like weirdos that didn't really know anybody. And I think that was when I started getting into metal. And so I was like, well, we're friends, so you're going to get into this too. And, so it kind of just branched outward from there. And, by the time we got into high school, there was a few more kids in the neighborhood. And then there was like a couple kids from another, the school on the other side of the neighborhood.
Cool.
It really was just like an outgrowing of just like neighborhood.
And that was the collection that became EXHUMED?
Yeah. That was the Mark 1 of
nice.
1 million. But I mean, even,
1 of 1 million, yeah. Mach 1. Act 1, Act 3.
But I mean, even Ross, who's, our bass player from like 94 to 99, and now has been with us for the last 5 years. He started out as just like a school chum of Cole's, we knew each other because we were on like comics and role-playing games. And then it was like, well, you're our friend. Now you have to get into death metal.
Yeah, like, get that fucking bass.
Right. You're into this now.
Yeah.
And, here we are all these years later.
Yeah. So, I mean, you guys at this stage, you went through like a demo stage and some 7 inches. And then I'm assuming at that time you started touching base with like the underground and writing to the fanzines and all that stuff.
I mean, it was really cool. I mean, I was always sort of just like one baby step ahead of the scene. It's like before the earache stuff came to America, that's what I was into. And then, then it was like the Nuclear Blast relapse stuff started becoming available. And then the one that really kind of broke it for me was Seraphic Decay. Obviously, they weren't the most like scrupulous like label business-wise, but I somehow got a flyer for that Gorephobia Morbidius Pathology 7-inch, which is still one of my favorite EPs to this day. And they sent back the flyer, and between me and my friends, we just pooled our money, and I think we ordered like one of everything.
Mm.
And then it was like, you know, Mortician, Decada, Abhorrence, Thy Abhorrent. I think they had that Morbid Angel, Slaughter Lord.
Yeah,
Legs,
yeah.
Cole has
Disgrace,
right? And there was just, you know, and of course, then the flyers started coming, and then, you know,
right.
you'd write to like Comatose or Chain Letter or Lesson in Pathology and all these.
Or you write on a fucking chain letter. Remember that?
Yes.
You would write fucking, people would put their names on something, and it would say, cross out the person's name, put your name at the bottom,
Right.
and then send a demo to that person on that.
Just dubbing tapes, you know, even if, you know, we would do like an Exhumed demo on one side, and then you just do like a compilation of some shit that you were into on the other side. Of course, you're sitting there with your ballpoint pen, like other kids are probably going on dates and winning basketball games right now. I'm sitting here writing out Crypt of Kerberos. Sorry, I spelled it right this time. You know, but that's what we did, man, and it was really painstaking.
Let me ask you a question. Back in the early days of Exhumed 2, I just had this weird question. Like, there was always a contact, and it was like Pearly. Yeah. So was that a member of the band, or?
Well, it was supposed to be just sort of like a collective thing.
Okay.
Because I always remembered on, I think, Reputrefaction, it was like the mailing address didn't say like Bill or Ken or Jeff or whatever. It said like shriveled clump of flesh. I thought, oh, that's kind of clever that it's like not, you know, it's some, but then people started assuming that was a person.
Yeah.
And then we're like, oh, whoops, that was maybe, we didn't really think. But yeah, it was Pearly.
Who do you think wrote the most as that person?
Ross.
Ross?
Definitely.
Okay. There you go. Exclusive info. What do you guys think about that? That was my just a little piece of the interview I did with Matt from Exhumed, and he was playing with Gruesome that night. So yeah, we tried to obviously, if you get in the room with me, I ask all the weird questions. So yeah, no one trusts this account because it's writing in English. It's Fraser, and he's making sense. So everyone thinks it's fake. Maybe he had a bunch of root beers tonight instead of cold medicine. Let me see if I can get that demigod to play. We'll try this one, maybe. Maybe we'll get lucky. Here we go. Maybe. Okay, this one will play. Enjoy. Here's that demigod I couldn't play before.
Transfiguration field eternities.
What you think about that, Oscar?
Awesome, bro. Awesome.
Fucking crazy, right? This is Demigod at the Day of Darkness festival, where they made the CD with the Beharit and all that. Day of Darkness. Looks like your cat woke up, Oscar. So there we go. So there's your Demigod.
Demigod.
Special appearance by EVOKEN too, with a part of a song
Was that
there.
live?
That was a rehearsal I got from their basement that Dave recorded me when I first started doing the podcast. And I never aired it. I just aired like one song maybe. You know me, man. I keep my shit like.
It's good seeing them.
Yeah, that was
Vinny
in
there,
Vince.
you know,
That was in Kearny,
Vinny
New
in
Jersey.
years.
Yeah, that was in Kearny, New Jersey, in the basement.
That was Vinny's basement?
Yeah, that was in Kearny, death metal capital.
Everything goes back to Kearny.
It does. Everything goes back to Kearny, man. So yeah.
That's great.
Oscar, I saw you a long time with Nausea in LA. This isn't that Oscar.
That's the other
Although
Oscar.
he takes that as he doesn't mind that you think that this is Oscar from Terrorizer. Cool. This is Oscar from Ceremonium. He'll take that. He'll take that.
I'll take that, man.
He'll take that.
I've actually been watching some of the Oscar live with the Terrorizer live, and also some Nausea that he had live then.
Right.
I like they sound good live, man.
Yeah, they were brutal. Yeah, Nausea is fucking sick, dude.
Yeah. I remember I bought that on cassette, bro, at the freaking fucking record store in Elmwood Park, New Jersey.
Right.
I can't remember the name of it.
So
yeah, it was sick.
So let's see what else we got to play here. This is a night where we played music instead of just talking. It's all good, brother.
Let's
Fraser said he's sorry.
Oh, you know what I saw, Roy?
They looked a little asimilar as front, you know?
Yeah. We look a little bit alike.
Yeah.
We have the same name.
I got that Ceremonium EP on Necro, and it's fucking great. So Oscar
Excellent.
could tell you something else about it.
What's that?
Tell him about the Ceremonium EP.
The Ceremonium EP or
yeah, it got put somewhere. Spotify.
Oh yes, it's actually on Spotify now. Just recently, a couple weeks ago, we uploaded it to Spotify. Both the Nightfall in Heaven 7-inch and actually just a song Into the Autumn Shade, just as a single from the album. I figured I'd throw that out there just to get a feel for everything once again. But it's out there, so
it's out there on Spotify. Spotify. So there you can actually listen to a death metal song off of outside.
I didn't know that you have to have like a subscription with Spotify, you know?
Right.
Because I don't have it. I just
gotcha.
Like when I go on Spotify and I want to hear like RotTREVORE,
right.
I got to hear like 7 other freaking different groups, bro, before I can hear RotTREVORE.
Sometimes I'm confused that RotTREVORE is even on. Yeah, sometimes I'm confused RotTREVORE is even on like Spotify, basically.
Yeah.
I'm just like, really? This is on here?
There's a lot of bands on Spotify, Roy.
Yeah, I know. I see shit all the time,
like
dude.
Disembowelment.
Yeah, I know. I've noticed more over time, but I guess I just don't. I'm such an old school head that I don't listen to them on Spotify.
I'll tell you what. I mean, I've known about Spotify, but to me, it's like it's kind of new to me to put,
right. Put your music on there.
Put the music on there, yeah. I didn't think there was like I never thought about it.
Yeah, well, there's people that are never heard your band basically, and
exactly
now they get to hear it, right?
Yeah, now they get to hear it. 30 years? I don't even want to say 40, bro.
40 years.
30 years, right?
Like it's been 40 years,
40, nah, man, it hasn't been 40 years.
Sure, it has. It's been 40 fucking years. Yeah.
No way.
It's in like 55 years.
30,
dude.
bro. Come on now.
Yeah. It's been 55 years since it's been released.
55 years ago.
So let's see what we got here. Sorry, somebody's trying to message me.
What happened to Venner?
We got somebody else coming on. I just got to send them a link. Let's see here.
You know what
Venner was busy. Venner was out or something.
I was checking on.
That's why I told him I was like, we're gonna make the Studio One podcast.
I actually Vic texted me today actually.
Damn.
And I told him, bro, because he had sent me a friend request. I was like, yo, did you send me another friend request, bro?
Yeah.
And then he's like, yeah. And I was like, yo, you want to go on the podcast and talk about the old Studio One days?
Uh-huh.
He never got back to it.
Yeah. Let's see. I might have to send this through the phone. I'll send it through the phone, Derek.
But I was watching some YouTube videos today, and I saw that I Am Morbid. I guess he took they're in Europe, and he's got Pete playing drums.
Yeah.
And they did an old Terrorizer song.
I sent you an invite, brother, through your phone.
That actually sounded pretty good.
I sent you an invite, Derek, through your phone this time. Because I think that's where you get on. Pete sounded good, they said. I wish I Am Morbid would just stop. I've got some Ceremonium stuff, and I love it.
Excellent.
So, yeah, if you guys want to check out a couple songs about Ceremonium are on Spotify if you haven't heard it. Let's see, what's this? Being in the realm of heaviest shit on earth. Got any weird versions of Dominus laying around? I don't think I do, man. I got weird shit, but I don't have that one. I try to bring weird shit to the podcast so you guys notice. Because sometimes you can get like copyright strikes, Like we might get them tonight just because those RotTREVORE songs. Because if they're copywritten by a record label and they're on Spotify or something.
I like the fact that he's willing to, or they're willing to do something,
Yeah.
Want to.
Yeah, we'll see.
That's cool.
we'll see what happens. I hope for the best for everybody. I don't know what's gonna happen, and that's all I know, man. You know, you just try to. It was cool that I had my friend there sending. Scott was sending some pictures of the RotTREVORE shirt. You saw that?
I got to get one of them shirts, Roy.
And the frisbee too.
If he gets back to you, if he's got some available, let me know.
Yeah, I know. I think I want one no matter what they are too.
I got to get one, bro. That seemed like is that little
looks brutal.
Was that the little drawing of the cover? That little demon, weird looking demon thing.
It looked like almost like like a play on it. Maybe it was like a precursor to it. You know?
Right.
So yeah. So yeah, man, Death Metal Podcast playing out the fucking exclusive interviews tonight, right? Anybody want to see another one? Let's see if I. You know what? Maybe I can give people. I don't know if it's too long now, but I could add this back. Let me see. We need some new blood, right?
I'm really liking this heavy metal channel I got on this cable.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're playing I didn't even know Death did a Judas Priest cover, bro. Painkiller.
Interesting. I didn't know either.
I'm listening to it now.
I thought you were on the podcast, motherfucker.
Huh?
I thought you were on the podcast.
I'm on the podcast too. I'm multitasking.
All right, let's see here. Since this guy lost his way. Let me see if I can bring something to we haven't played or something weird. If there's a way to screen share off of there was actually a RotTREVORE song we didn't play from the rehearsal thing.
What happened to the new RotTREVORE song?
Yeah, that's what I don't know if it's in there, you know. So I'm gonna maybe we played both songs. It looks to be. Because they're Incantation, Secondary, and Dismal Fate. And then on the other one I played, I think, everything. I don't know if this will play. If it gets...
What's the new song, you know?
Let's see. This is a failure. Fail! Yo, Danny Molina in the house.
Danny Molina.
What's up, Danny?
What's up, my brother?
Looking good.
Been a long time.
Yeah, me and Oscar are up on this. My bros. You're one of our bros.
I remember Danny that basement party we had. He was there, wasn't he?
Yeah, his brother puked on my bed. It was good for everyone except me. Because your brother puked on my bed.
Cops came that night.
The cops came all the time when we were hanging around, bro.
Yeah, but that night they came, bro. It was like a club, man.
Yeah, it was like a club.
It was like the limelight, man.
Yeah.
I remember the basement. I looked down in the basement. It was freaking packed.
It was pretty banging. We had a banging party that time. That's one of the more banging parties I've been to in my life, basically.
Yeah.
You know?
That was a good party, bro. Wasn't that like a housewarming party we had?
I have no clue, man. I think we were just
a freaking let's just
Halloween
have a party.
Yeah, it was just a Halloween thing. I just probably invited people that were like I basically hadn't talked to in like 1,000 years, you know.
I remember there was a lot of cats there.
Yeah, it's just, you know what I mean. I indiscriminately invited people I hung out with in like
when we used to,
high school.
Roommates, Roy, when we used to go to that liquor place, man, that liquor store, they had everything there. Remember? Like a warehouse, liquor warehouse, was it?
What's up, Derek? How's it going, brother?
What's going on, boys?
What's up, Derek?
How you living? What do you got? A Hyperdontia shirt on there?
I do, man.
Damn, man, you're flexing on us,
dude. I'm in the influx of what size shirt I can fit in each week right now.
Oh yeah.
I actually got to fitting my large from back in the day.
Yeah. Well, I'm like I'm a short guy, Oscar. So like I got the wide shoulders, so getting larges is like perfect for me.
Right.
But if I lose too much weight, they just get long. The belly takes the fucking length off. So I have like the vault of mediums and larges.
Let me just address something on the chat here. Roy, Alex Books would be a good guest for the podcast. He played in Agoraphobia, Incantation, Funebarum, and Immolation. So, yeah, there is an interview with Alex on the podcast here. You just got to dig around for it.
Yep.
It might be dug within the beginning of like a 7-hour podcast for all I know. So, if you look around, though, you could find there is a pretty long-ass interview with Alex. And it's actually talks about a lot of pre-immolation shit. And Frank Gamble, who played with Alex in the band called Infamy, was on too, you know? So, yeah, Alex was already on. Alex has been on a couple times, actually.
Yeah, he's been on a few times.
Yeah, so he kind of came on, and right on the eve of the Immolation release, he came on, basically. Like, it came out that day or the day before or something, or the announcement for it came out. So then, but I have an Immolation thing from the studio even, too, you know what I mean? That I never even fucking played, which is weird as fuck, right? It seems irrelevant to play it now, does it?
I mean,
yeah, I'll save it, you know? It's interesting now, you know? As far as, like, having it, you know? I just didn't, back then, I think that was, like, the first fucking interview I did, dude. You know?
Well, yeah. Did you do, like, a string of guys all in one and kind of...
I did. I was doing people I did one with Oscar, even. There's, in my files here, there's an interview with you, Oscar.
Yeah.
There's an interview with all the guys from Rhode Island that time. And then there's an interview with Dan Loker. There's an interview with Tim from AC. There's 2 of them. There's one with Francisco from Cemeterian, talking about his stuff and maybe even his label. And yeah, I played a few things tonight, though, that were kind of in the vault, you know?
Right.
Like that EVOKEN shit.
RotTREVORE was like, that made my night, bro.
Yeah, that live and rehearsal RotTREVORE shit.
Did you get a chance to see that?
I missed it, dude. I was working.
It's fine, man. Chris Webber came on with the drummer too, so it kind of worked out cool. Like right as I was playing, he was kind of like texting me, and then he came on live too, man, and stayed on for pretty long, right?
It sounded sick. Cool. It was sick.
Root beer is the word of the night. Yeah, root beer is the word of the night, right? Everybody's
got to get a root beer. I like root beer, actually. Every once in a while, it's good to have a root beer.
I would die for a fucking root beer right now, man.
You never had it with the vanilla ice cream, Roy?
What? I've had it with ice cream.
You had it?
Yeah.
You don't have those A&Ws? Remember them shits?
Fuck
A&W float? Yeah, man, we got one of those out here.
Float.
You know what?
Yeah,
I'm kind of a cheap motherfucker, so like if I go to like get root beer, like you know how like you go to the soda aisle and you're looking for like sodas,
right?
And then like you know you see like the Cokes over here and the Pepsis over here, but right in the center they got like the shittiest soda from the store, right?
Right.
And that's where you find like the crazy shit. That's where you find like the cream soda. That's where like you got the root beer, but
Bud's
like
root beer.
But it's like it's like the fucking it's like the store's brand root beer. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Sure. Stop. Yeah, market cola or whatever.
Yeah, I don't buy that A&W. I get like the worst shit there is, I guess.
Dude, for me, bro, only Mexican cola is real, dude. Fucking
yeah. You're not in the coffee.
Mexico is a lot different than the Coke here.
Good, dude. That shit.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, Roy, it's true.
School me on the Mexican Coke. Is it cola? Mexican cola?
They make it with sugar cane, from what I.
They do.
How do you differentiate the two?
It says Fresco, like on the side. It's like all Mexican. Not King Asia. He's looking on the border, dude. He's looking for the cartel. But like, no, it says Fresco on the bottom. And, it's got the Mexican. Yeah.
They use sugar cane as opposed to sugar.
There we go. Vanilla cream sodas. This is what we talk about on Death Metal Podcast. Fucking vanilla cream sodas, fuckers. Mexican cola tastes good. How do you differentiate it exactly?
Yeah,
Comes
man,
in a glass bottle.
It
All
comes
right.
in a glass bottle. Yeah.
There you go.
It's the original,
Thank you.
It's the original pressings of cola.
I'm glad we have a new user that could give us some schooling. Real cane sugar versus high glucose. I'm on the keto though, so I'm not supposed to eat Drinko that.
Yeah,
I'll fuck with it once in a while.
I don't.
Yeah, I drink it as a
soda
treat.
nowadays, man.
Yeah.
I've been drinking like teas and shit like that. Teas and water,
too,
Gatorades.
What's his face was at the fucking spot and he didn't want to drink, so he drinks root beers instead of fucking what do you call it? Beers, I guess.
Beers.
He's like, get me a root beer. I thought that was awesome. Like, you drinking it on the street, bro?
I see that dude Frazier drinking them Heineken zero alcohol beers.
Those are horrible, right?
Come on now.
No, dude.
I don't know about the Heineken ones, actually. I don't know about the Heineken
not that
ones.
bad, dude.
But no alcohol.
You know what?
There's
I didn't
no
drink the
alcohol.
Heineken ones. I drank the Budweiser-y ones back in the day, and they were really bad.
Back in the day,
no,
Rogan
those
used
are
to drink
actually
Black
pretty
and
good,
Voodoo, remember?
Yeah.
Black and Voodoo.
Was that a beer?
That was some kind of beer that you used to get.
Yeah. Francisco only drinks tomato juice.
V8.
I like it.
Copper and Central. I hope you got the tongue for washing down.
I know. Do you eat crackers with that? Like a soup, bro? Or no?
Those are
Francisco
super healthy,
already
bro.
came on when he came back from his he came on from coming back from in his car again.
Oh, is he on the road again? Francisco's on the road? Yeah, cool.
He only podcasts when he's traveling, basically.
Sick, dude. I just bought some sick records from him the other day. I can't wait to get them.
Very cool. Very cool.
Yeah, he's selling some killer stuff.
I want to hit him up, but I don't want him to hit me up with a big ass price. But I'm like, maybe I shouldn't even mess around, man. You know?
No.
Was this one in there?
Oh, what's that? Left Hand Path back cover? Yeah, 2 seconds to identify that one.
Yeah, that's the CD version.
Yeah, I got a mint copy from Germany a long time ago because that's where all the best records are right now. And the shipping is actually cheaper than most overseas shipping right now. So you could buy a record from Germany, and sometimes the shipping's like maybe $4 more than here. Like if
I got a UK record pretty cheap. It was like the Beastie Boys demos or some shit on vinyl, and it was cheap as shit.
On eBay now, as far as shipping, like from the UK and shit like that, man, I'm seeing like the record for like $19, shipping $27. What the fuck is that?
Yeah, it can be UK can be bad, or Scandinavia is horrible too.
There's some shipping there, like $30-some, $40-some.
Yeah, if you order from Sweden or Finland or whatever, you're paying sick money for
Yeah.
It's like almost not even worth it. Like I don't even bother.
I used to order from Rise Above, and I would have a lot of issues as far not issues, but it was just like I wanted this record so bad, and I just had to pay some stupid price, you know?
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
I almost bought the fucking Cathedral, the first pressing, the test pressing.
Right.
It was like I think it was like $200 for one. Yeah. Forest of Equilibrium. But I let me hold off.
Yeah, I actually want to. I'm looking for a Soul Sacrifice EP right now.
You love to collect, right? You're a collector, like you a digger.
I'm a digger. I'm taking a little bit of a break, but I've been buying some new stuff. Like I just bought that new Morbific LP. I don't know if you heard that one, but dude, it's fucking amazingly good.
I think Oscar likes that one.
It's up your alley.
Yeah, I heard that one.
Yeah,
Oscar told me to listen to it. Oscar told me to listen to it.
Really, really killer. Like, really good band.
I listen to stuff like this, though, more.
Oh, Fluid is great, dude. The samples they use are, like, next level, dude.
I've been getting into, like, more deep stuff as usual. You know what I mean? I mix in some other stuff. I actually heard this today, which I could play you guys. It's kind of short. I think if I'm not mistaken, the guy that just played drums for the RotTREVORE might have been on this, or it was an ex-RotTREVORE member. So this is pretty short. This is like 2 minutes long, maybe. Check it out. Oh, no. Didn't play, motherfucker? Let's see. Let me try one more time. Oh no, I tried to play it the wrong way. Sorry guys, I'm freaking tweaking. Tweaking with no root beer.
Worries. No worries.
Not bad, right? That was pretty badass, right?
It reminds me of like Exhumed.
Yeah, Moral Decay, maybe.
Yeah, it reminds me of like Exhumed Gore Metal LP and Bower Demo Era with their own flavor.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
Which is pretty cool. It's got that high, like Exhumed, kind of Jeff Walker parts.
Yeah, it was brutal. Good connect. Yeah, it was like something small, but cool, man. I had just heard it. Saw some peeps talking about it. I think I did see it connected with the RotTREVORE name. And I was like, I'll give that a listen. And I was like, shit, this is pretty,
plays on it.
Pretty fucking brutal, man.
That artwork was primitive, dude, huh?
Yeah.
That's great, though. Oh, it's cool stuff, man.
It is what it is, bro. What do you guys been rocking out new?
Oh, man. Hey, so Neanderthal Studios, is that Jim Rowe, Roy?
Yeah, that's Jim Rowe.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jim Rowe, you are fucking amazing.
Jim Rowe is amazing, isn't he?
I didn't realize that he was mastering stuff, too.
Yeah, he's mastering shit, too, man.
That's amazing. It's like a lot of people record. Oscar, you probably
he's a fucking
they usually don't
wizard.
do all of it. They might just do engineering and mixing and then, but yeah.
He's another fucking wizard, man.
Yeah, it's killer.
There's a couple wizards that hang around with me, and, they're wizards. The great Kazuzu mentioned the new Crucifier album coming out soon. Loom forward to that. Yeah, I talked to Kaz earlier today, too, and asked him if he wanted to come on.
Music is okay, but don't like the vocals. Hey.
Different strokes for different folks. I think none of us are talking about this band. Graham Belial's Key. Yeah, I haven't heard them since Go 1000 Young or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah, what else are you guys in the chat listening to? See if we I want to hear hearing a band like Liquid Viscera. That's something I never heard of, so that's cool, man. Thank you, Eric. Appreciate it. I saw that you did the tour artwork for that new Immolation Carcass tour thing that kind of looked like Pusshead or whatever. That was killer, man. Killer shit, bro. I don't have it uploaded, but I would have showed it on here.
I think I saw it's got like an eye on it or some shit.
Yeah, it's like yellow looking.
Yellow, yeah.
I saw that.
Yeah.
I saw that flyer.
Yeah, my man that's commenting here, he drew the art for that one.
Sick.
Oh, right on. Killer.
It's like a kind of a puss head takeoff kind of thing, you know?
Yeah.
Best shit.
He knows good shit because he said this, obviously. Fluids kills. A lot of people talking about Morbific here.
Morbific.
Yeah. Roy, I'm telling you, like, that's like your shit. Like, I know your style.
I checked it out quickly because Oscar also recommended it. And then I told him.
Real good.
I was like,
it's good stuff. Well, no, listen to that new LP, man. Just give it a spin, like the whole thing. You'll dig it.
You might have to hear it a couple times. They're from Finland.
Yeah, it might need a second or third listening.
Yeah, definitely give it a spin, like entirely. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I wanted to say what's up to Mike from WHARFLURCH too for hopping on tonight. I appreciate you coming on. And also to Chris Weber and Jared for coming on from RotTREVORE after I just mentioned the word RotTREVORE out of my mouth and played it. And then Chris fucking texted me like a second later. I was like, how sick is that, bro?
That was awesome.
Hey, did y'all get a chance to listen to that Anthropophagus LP yet?
No, not yet. Not that one.
Dude, please. There's a new band right there. They're like from like Western Massachusetts, really young kids.
Okay.
But,
that's right. You sent me the link, and I was like, I gotta blast this later.
They got some stuff on Head Split. They did like a 7-inch and an EP tape, and I think Blood Harvest did the 7-inch.
I was telling Oscar to get in on the Head Split scene, but
they got some good bands. They got some real good bands.
They put out the Morbific, didn't they?
Yeah, they put that out too. That LP. But the Anthropophagus, oh man, that's just like really, it's 89 era, like perfectly, like you think they were from 1989. It's just really good.
I gotta check them out.
Did you guys see that Fetid had returned?
With the new album or what?
No, for some shows and possibly some new shit. Yeah,
I have
Fetid is back together a little bit, you know? They were doing some shows. Yeah, they were a little quiet for a little while there. Not saying they broke up, but
I saw them
for about 2 years.
Rotten Tomb from Chile really has me coming back for more.
I think I've seen that.
I'll have to check that out then.
That album cover around on Facebook or something that I'm following, but
New Satan Rules.
Oh,
Satan?
Yeah, like the old, heavy metal Satan from the 80s.
What about that band that I've never
Savage
heard of?
Necromancy. Cool.
Tomb Mold. Anybody hear that band?
Yeah, I heard
Tomb
that.
Mold? Yeah. I've seen them a lot, actually. I've seen them a shit.
I've never heard them.
Yeah, they're pretty cool.
There's Tomb Mold, and then there's the other one.
Cerebral Rot. You gotta get
like
that.
Cerebral Rot. What I heard.
Cerebral Rot's good. I just saw them play last week. They played in Boston.
Speaking of Chile, does anyone else worship the Pentagram album? I mean, I would like to worship it a little harder.
Not enough songs.
I need to own it. I saw they had a live version of a Pentagram thing I was dying to get. Couldn't get it. I had the demo. I have the demo CD, and I never got anything beyond that. But I would love to.
Yeah.
Jamming the new Pius Levis. Yep, for sure. Looking forward to that. Only demos for you? Join the club, brother. I just listen to demos and old cassette tapes. I was listening to Sadist Illusions on an old-ass cassette from like 33 years ago.
Did you see, speaking of Sadist, I guess the guy who did the new Megadeth album to replace Dave Ellefson is Steve Giorgio.
Wow.
Did you see that? Did you hear that?
Oh, he's on Megadeth?
He's on the new Megadeth. He's like he replaced. I mean, I don't pay attention to Megadeth much, but he replaced David Ellefson's tracks. So
interesting.
Because of that whole controversy that everyone knows about the little girl,
right?
Whatever on the internet. Or
some weird shit happened with them.
Yeah. So I guess they never announced. They announced like recently it was Steve DiGiorgio. I was like, right on. I mean, that dude. If there's anyone that can earn,
bass player for hire.
Yeah, he's the guy.
You either get him or you get Dan Lilker.
Definitely. Yeah.
And then if you want a technical guy, who would you get if there was the technical guy, the guy that plays like the fretless
Steve
shit?
DiGiorgio. Steve DiGiorgio.
He's the man.
He's like the blue.
Yeah, because you can't get the Primus guy, you know.
Oh, Les Claypool.
He's kind of away from the death metal scene now, you know.
He's got Larry Lalonde.
Yeah, he does. Blind Illusion.
He's got the OG possessed guitar player. He doesn't need anyone else.
Decrepacy is very.
I saw that. I think I saw someone post something.
I know Decrepacy. I don't know that one though.
Decrepacy that's the dude from Ascended Dead, right? Decrepacy.
Yeah, I believe so. And Skull
They're in like a bunch of different bands. Yeah.
Doug Kaiser, Watchtower. I heard Sadis is working on new shit out to Giorgio.
Wow.
Primus sucks.
Yeah, they kind of do. I don't know.
Not the first album.
The first album was pretty. Yeah, Frizzle Fry, whatever. That was pretty cool.
That was a good one. Yeah. That was it. Though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not fanatical.
The guy from Primus has a band with the fucking son of John Lennon, and they sound exactly like Pink Floyd.
Julian Lennon?
Yeah, no, not Julian. It's the other one, the younger one.
I don't know the younger one.
It's maybe it is Julian Lennon. It's not the one that put out records. It's like the young kid, like the little Yoko Ono.
Probably the one. I don't know. Sounds like Pink Floyd.
It sounds exactly like an old Pink Floyd record.
Hey,
I don't know the name of the band. Sean Lennon. That's it. Sean Lennon.
Did you ever see that thing when Chuck Berry and John Lennon were playing that classic song, and they're like jamming on stage live on like national TV or whatever in the '60s, and like they're like rocking out, and then Yoko Ono comes up to the microphone. And she starts going, Chuck Berry looks over like it's like looks like he's gonna fucking stab her in the throat.
He's like, get that bitch out of here.
Yeah, you ever see that?
No.
I don't think I've seen that.
I've just seen her singing on the Beatles documentary. Like they had her in the studio, and she's like,
yeah. So like, Bill Burr does like a comedy skit about it, and it's so funny. Oh,
I was like, she on some pre-Boredoms fucking scene or what? You know the Boredoms, that Japanese band. They're real noisy and screamy, and I was like, oh, she's kind of like precursor to like the Boredoms, you know? Some horrible fucking noise.
Hey, Oscar, did you ever hear Coffins cover that Cathedral song off of Force of Equilibrium before? It's on there. Coffins. They cover a Cathedral song on one of their albums.
From the
album?
First record? Cathedral.
Oh man,
I've never heard it. No, that sound good.
Yeah. I was kind of surprised.
It's delivery. It's not DiGiorgio.
I got to check it out, Derek. I never heard.
Yeah, hold on. I think I might know which one it is. Give me 1 second.
Shout out to Eric Rott, killer artist. I'd probably dig Horgo Matt. I heard the name from Australia. Definitely check it out. If they got a tape out there, I'll search for it basically on the internet. On the internets.
It's on this one.
Oh, okay.
Ancient Torture.
Oh, that thing. Double CD?
So they cover let me see if I can find what track it is they cover. I can't see shit.
The solo is on you. This is like a Jeopardy version of friggin' what's his face's game. Sorry, Francisco, I couldn't be on the show this week. It's fucking bullshit work.
Wasn't he on here?
Yeah, he was on. I forgot to say something while I was here. Hey, Oscar, you never answered my question. Just curious. Yeah, he was driving.
What was the question?
Let's see what the question was, since Fraser asked. Okay, he said, hey, Oscar, that picture in the back, that Motorhead?
This picture?
Yeah.
No, this is a Ceremonium flag.
You gotta hold it a little higher. This is a band called Ceremonium. Frazier. Maybe you got their first CD, but maybe you don't because you're a poser.
It's the first Necroharmonic release, Nightfall in Heaven.
Yeah.
It kind of does look like Motorhead if you look at it real quick, though.
Yeah. Frazier's a Motorhead freak, so he stays.
So I always thought one of the first releases was that Pain Eater tape.
For me,
which one was that?
The first releases was the Goraphobia tape, and then the Leshnayan tape. But the first official, like on wax, was the Ceremonium 7-inch.
So the Pain Eater tape came out after the Ceremonium 7-inch?
Pain Eater, I didn't put out. I was involved around Pain Eater, though. You know what I mean? Like they came to my house in 1990 or 91 or whatever, and then like they set up like a tour, like, and they had no place to stay, and I was still living with my parents at the time, so it was really awkward. I was like, I guess you guys can like stay in the house, you know?
Oh, so you just distroed that tape.
Yeah,
demo, right?
Yeah, probably. It was like distro on tape or something, you know? I was trying to get it out there because I wanted other people to hear Pain Eater, dude. That's the bottom line, you know?
Yeah. I mean, to me, they were like heavy, like RotTREVORE heavy at the time.
Yeah, you played bass.
Yeah.
You could have made your own Pain Eater band. Just you, the bass, and singing into a microphone, right?
Yeah.
You would.
I mean, I was still developing like how to play like that kind of music back then.
Yeah.
I think
You wouldn't need a drum machine back then, though, I guess.
Yeah, like I was learning. I learned fast, but you know.
Right.
Yeah. Pain Eater are kings, man.
Didn't that show that they played at Studio One, Roy? Pain Eater, they played with like some glam.
Yeah.
Shit like that.
That was killer, man. I booked that shit. Yeah, I booked the show with Pain Eater with a bunch of fucking poser bands, and
sick.
it went sour real quick, and Pain Eater got into a fight with the crowd, and it was awesome, dude. You know?
Holy fuck, insane!
I remember the guy walking around all over the fucking bleachers.
Yeah, I remember he goes, somebody goes, "You guys suck." He goes, "I'll suck your girl's pussy till her head caves in." And after he said that, the whole crowd was like, "Whoa." And then then they got a little nervous, so like they took their banner and they wrapped it up and they left with it real quick while they were still playing, I think. And then Bob came back in, or one of the members that was with them, and they had baseball bats wrapped up in their banner, and they brought them back to the stage, dude.
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah, because they weren't sure if they were gonna have to fight the crowd, basically, you know.
Wow.
Roy, are you gonna do? Yeah, it was some show I set up. I faked out the club and I told them, I was like, this band from Kearny, New Jersey, they're called Pain Eater. Can we play at Studio One? The guy's like, sure, come by and pick up 25 tickets or 50 tickets or whatever. I'm like, all right, cool. So obviously it was like a pay to play almost situation. But it wasn't. It was kind of like sell the tickets and like, as many as you sell, you got a slot to play basically. And then, because some bands, I guess, didn't sell as many tickets, but I sold fucking like 25 of them to all my friends and shit. And then, at the end of the night, the guy took me aside. He goes, "Hey, that band ain't from Kearny. They're from Florida. They were yelling it out. Florida rules and shit." I was like, yeah. I was like, yeah, sorry, I lied, dude.
They lied to me.
Yeah, he goes, nah, I told him. I was like, I lied. He goes, "They sold the most tickets tonight." I was like, fuck yeah, dude.
4 more tickets.
He's like, just let me know where they're from next time. I was like, all right, no problem. Pete Tersha.
That was Pete Tersha?
That was Pete Tersha.
Yeah. Where is it?
It looks like Derek has a death metal podcast logo on his wall. Yeah, it does.
I have to do that in reverse to make it look like I'm pointing at a picture on the wall.
Yeah. I gotta have my brand. I gotta have my brand up there. You know.
You got a little plaque.
Yeah, man.
I don't have a Sound Exchange one, so I got this plaque. You know.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what I didn't announce to anybody? If anyone's interested, I put out some Interment shirts.
Yeah, those look great.
So if you guys want to check them out, let me take down that comment or whatever. Hold on a second. I'm in the K hole. There we go. So yeah, we put out some interment fucking shirts or whatever on Necroharmonic. There's like 3 styles, demos.
3 styles, huh?
Yeah, and one with the Chris Moyen shit.
Sick, man.
We were talking about the show earlier, so I pulled the flyer up. New Jersey Death Fest.
Yeah.
This was my last setup fucking show there was.
Jeez, look at that lineup.
First and last.
It wasn't the first. It was like the fucking 35th.
No, like a Death Fest though.
Oh, it was my first Death Fest. Yeah, first and only. So yeah, I had a pretty banging lineup, right?
It's insane. Acheron.
First Disma show.
Wow.
We had
That was the very first one?
Yep. We had Grave Pill play. Blessed Offal played.
Oh, wow. They're from
Yeah.
up here.
Yep.
Some,
I had those.
that's
I had
awesome.
Sexcrement played. Who else? Abassinate. Who the hell else? There was another. EVOKEN. Yep.
Yeah,
There was another
EVOKEN.
band from up your way that played too. Trying to find the logo. Dysentery. Dysentery played.
Yeah, that's a mass, I think, mass band, yeah.
And Composted.
Yep. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with them, though.
Yeah.
I know Dysentery a little bit, but I definitely, Blessed Offal, I know. I played shows with him. I'm friends with that Ross. He's a really good dude.
And then we had the Womb reunion there, too.
Yeah.
Sick.
Which was cool. Yeah. I don't know how that came up, but we were talking about it for some reason earlier, weren't we? I see some stick logos.
It was just trees.
Yeah, that was the lineup of the last show I did. Maybe that's why I stopped going to shows, because I couldn't go to shows as cool as that, right?
Yeah, man. No, I love it when people say they can't read logos on things, because it shows they don't understand what's up and they don't belong in the scene.
Yeah. Who made that death metal logo? Christoph Schestapel? I kid. You got to know where that logo comes from. That's a special logo that comes from a cool place, man.
Yeah, man.
Thank you, my brother. Appreciate it.
Get the
Those
shirt.
shirts look great. Those shirts look killer, Roy.
Make some shit.
I'm gonna have to get all 3 of them, Roy.
Yeah.
Short sleeves.
Yeah, I just made tank tops too, so because I know it gets hot where other people live, so I'm like, I'll make some tank tops of this shit too, man. You know, I think
I'm
we
gonna
made
have
it.
to rock a tank top this summer, a couple.
Yeah, you know what? I made tank tops and muscle shirts because I figured there's a lot of people that have tattoos or they work out basically.
Yeah, man.
So they don't want sleeves.
I wear cutoff shirts like all summer, all like crazy.
Yeah. So I've been making those here instead of making just regular t-shirts because I figure like half the scene is covered with tattoos, right? Let's be honest.
Honestly, to be honest, a lot of people in the metal scene don't really know much about tattooing. A lot do now.
On their arms?
Well, I think more now than maybe in recent years, but I noticed, like, you look at a lot of bands, you interview classic bands, metal, death metal, you don't see any tattoos on them. And
Really?
It just seems like it's more of a punk, hardcore kind of, culture.
Well, you would look at it more as a tattoo artist. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, well, this guy's like
notice
Tim
that.
Leahy. I don't know if you're familiar with him, Oscar or Roy, but Tim Leahy, he did all the original Morbid Angel tour, Unleashed tour flyers in Kansas City. So if you've seen all the original art in the late 80s or early 90s, that was really good on flyers from all the Grind Crusher tours and shit, that's all Tim Leahy.
Okay.
He's one of the biggest tattooers like in the world right now. He worked for Ed Hardy, which the guy with all the fucking crazy.
In my time, it was Paul Booth, and that's who I went to go get an appointment with. I was gonna get a tattoo, and it was gonna be with Paul Booth, basically. And then they were like, "Nah, it's gonna be 2.5 years or whatever."
Yeah,
Mike, it takes 2.5 years to get a tattoo here. They're like, "Yeah." I was like, "Well, maybe I should sign up for it anyway."
Yeah,
but I didn't.
He's a iconic artist tattoo from the 90s, but you can see if you look at his work now, it's dated. It's like super dated.
This was in the 90s, right after Tom from Immolation got his tattoos, and he got all that like immolation-y tattoo-y shit.
Yeah, he was the guy in the 90s. Like he was the guy.
Yeah.
He tattooed a lot of artists in the 90s.
Our friend McCleary got tattooed by him on his back.
Yeah.
That was a sick tat that he has, McCleary.
Yeah.
He did the gore stuff, like really well, but he didn't do color. He didn't do any color. It was all black.
Trav from Australia said he needs a tank top to rock the hairy shoulders.
Yeah.
He needs a hoodie down there maybe now because it's winter. No, I don't know. Maybe it's switching over. Maybe shit's switching over in Australia.
Well, you heard they were wearing those leathers in Texas all summer, man. The crazy leathers. So hey, you never know.
Is this a valid question? What do you think about women with tattoos on their face?
I think it's fucking killer. Like,
I think it's different. I think it's different.
It's just like, people want to. I just like the fact that people don't give a fuck and they're going to do what they like. But at the same time, you also have trend jumpers, just like metal. Like if they do things just because it's fashionable.
Right.
So, you have those two, you kind of pick apart who's who pretty easily. But some people are into it. They get tattooed. They get in the shit.
It seems like women are more into the chest plates.
Yeah, you don't see too many chicks. A lot of women, they'll have them like towards their hairline more than on their actual face. Like they'll kind of be going around the hairline. And it's usually like not something too like shocking. It's kind of a pattern or something.
Cholas with tattooed eyebrows.
Yeah, dude, that's cool, man.
That's how it goes in Texas, right? You got to tattoo their eyebrows on. It is what it is.
Tattoo face?
I don't have any tattoos.
See? Go.
Yeah.
A lot of metal, heavy metal.
Maybe because we wanted to collect records instead of tattoos. That's why I didn't do it.
Yeah.
I always wanted it. I still want it.
Yeah, there's a lot of dudes that like you either like you're into it or you're not into it, or
I was scared to break my cherry basically because I figured I would want more because everybody I saw had like 1 million, and I'm like, I ain't fucking spending my money on that.
I think I'm going to get one.
Yeah, it's just like record collecting. You're into
the guys from Overthrust in Africa will be wearing leather trench coats at 120 degrees.
There you have it, man. If you're into it.
Here's a question for Derek. How many hours straight have you spent working on a tattoo, Derek?
Oh, you mean in like one session? Probably 10 to 12.
Jesus.
At the longest. Me tattooing someone else. Me getting tattooed, I'm good for like maybe 5 hours. You know, when I was younger, I could sit for a long time. Now I'm like, if there's a point where I have to stop and come back and finish it, I do that,
Yeah,
I don't need to sit that long anymore. I have nothing to fucking prove. Like, you know what I mean? I sit as much as I can, and when I'm done. But once you're at a certain point, right, you have to finish, because the artist's name is on you. So if let's just say you get an outline, it's like a back piece, and then you're done. You don't touch it again until because you don't want it like unfinished coloring in the work. So there's a certain time you have to sit through that. But
can you give a shout out to your tattoo spot, or
sure?
Give a shout out?
I guess that's cool. No, I work at Second Skin Tattoo in Providence.
Second Skin.
Yeah, it's actually it's outside of Providence a little bit, but everything's Providence, Rhode Island. So
cool.
And then I do guest spots sometimes at a place called Southern Cross, a tattoo, also in Providence. And that's what I've been doing. Yeah. We got a guy who just came from another shop that does art for Electric Wizard. This dude, Andrew Labanaris. He does a lot of the art for Electric Wizard. He's an amazing tattooer. So I work with him. I work with dude and this guy, Pete. He's been in the metal scene since the 90s too. This dude Pete, he's an awesome guy, amazing tattooer.
Your biggest fan out of question, Derek. How many tattoos do you have, Derek?
I have no fucking idea. I have no idea. I don't know. I've never counted them. Yeah.
Frazier said he's stopping in Second Skin and getting a tramp stamp.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. I'll do a sick tribal on that. Do a sick tribal with the fucking shit in the middle or whatever. Man, I got you, Frazier.
Yeah, we got you. We're getting.
Yeah,
We'll
absolutely.
get
Come
you a
on.
logo, Dork Angel,
Yeah, man. We'll get you a Dork Angel tat, man.
with your face in the middle. We'll get you a Ozzy Osbourne one, actually, Black Sabbath or whatever band you fucking hate. That's what you like when you're knocked. I was gonna say when you're knocked out, but he don't drink. I'm like, when you're knocked out, we'll give you a tattoo, sucker. When you're knocked out.
Oh, he doesn't like Ozzy, right? He doesn't get Ozzy.
Yeah, that's why I said we'll give him an Ozzy Osbourne tattoo. We'll get him that little green guy
absolutely.
on the arm.
No,
right?
we're gonna put Ozzy on his knuckles.
Yeah. Got the Sam Haines skull on my chest. That shit was fun.
Yeah,
I guess the chest tattoos hurt, right? Because it goes right into the bone in the center or whatever.
Yeah, it's just like your body's got these like pain receptors, and any given area can suck. At any given time, but the chest is one of them.
Hey, Francisco, that sounds like a show for you, bro. Bring them over to Sound Exchange, buy them a couple lollipops, and then take them over to the get them a tramp stamp.
You know how they used to have that "What's in my bag" shit thing on YouTube? You remember that?
Yeah.
Where all the bands would like, all the popular people would be like, "I'm at Amoeba," and they got the show what they bought. They should have Frazier. What's in my bag?
Yeah,
what's in the bag? Have him do like clips, like what's in his bag. Frazier, like, what'd you get today, Frazier? I fucking bought this, blah blah blah. Jamming out. I'm jamming out this.
You got to be there Friday, apparently.
British heavy metal disc or whatever, because that's so that dude loves that shit. But that would be badass.
The most powerful tattoo, painful I got was my wedding band. Okay.
Yeah,
looks like Roy didn't send the answer to my question. I don't know what that is, dude. Splatteria Sal has a Voivod tattoo on the side of his head. Total maniac.
And a repulsion tattoo as well. Sal has a repulsion tattoo as well. I'm supposed to fix it up. I'm going to be fixing some of his stuff.
I'm clean, man. Look at this. Look at those arms. See nothing, right? Just fucking
fresh white.
We got to get a tattoo, Roy.
Look at that shit. I ain't getting shit, man.
You get that white skin, dude?
I'd rather get a Tesla. I'm just saying, I want to go get some material goods.
Like black and gray, I think.
You know, like give me a Tesla or something, dude. I don't want tattoos. I want friggin'
You want electric cars?
Nice guitars or something, you know, or like a friggin' some soundproofing or some shit.
Yeah, I got those. I got guitars too. I love guitars.
I got an MPC 3000. That's what I need. No
What's
tattoos.
That?
It's like a sampling drum machine.
Oh,
thing, you know?
Okay. I don't know shit about that stuff. That's one area I know nothing about. Any like ambient, like I'd love to know though. Like I'd love to learn like what to use to make ambient stuff.
Yeah.
You know, that's great for intros of records and you know.
Yeah. I got an ASR 10, which you can make a lot of good sound with, you know, definitely.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, to me, I don't like long intros on records, but I like short intros. Like, like I like intros that are like, 57 seconds or less on an album.
You can't have a long intro for your first thing. You know what I mean?
No.
Like when you put on your album, if your intro's too long, your album already sucks, right?
You lost. I mean, I skip them. I mean, luckily you can press the button and skip them.
There's a lot of bands that stick a big ass intro on the beginning of their album, which I think it's weird. Unless it's Mortician. Yeah, I guess they're the only band that really can pull it off. Impetigo kind of.
That's not as much as an intro as it is a sample.
Yeah, Impetigo.
In other words, it's like if you're using an iconic movie sample, like some fucking old like.
Oh, that's true. An intro is like Genital Grinder, right?
Yeah, which is short.
Playing something.
It's the shortest intro ever. Classic fucking intro. Short. That's what 30 seconds maybe, if that.
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? Where Mortician is like, dudes are getting into that because not only is it badass fucking death metal shit, but it's also fucking classic, iconic, like movies from.
What do you guys think about instrumental albums? I think they're boring. What do you think about the new Blood Incantation album?
I haven't heard it.
Yeah, I haven't heard it.
I haven't heard it yet. It's not death metal, it's ambient.
I went back and listened into the Spectral Voice 7-inch the other day, and I was listening to the Blood Incantation demo, though.
Yep. Speaking of drum machines.
Speaking of drum machines, I'm surprised there hasn't been people trying to do some Godflesh type stuff. Yeah,
for sure.
That's actually kind of strange, right?
Yeah. Well, I think it's hard to actually good drum machine sound live and like program it a set worth and have it sound good, because that's a tough one. Like, look at the years that Godflesh always have problems at shows.
Yeah, but their drum beats were very simple. They usually only use like fucking 2-3 beats, right, per song, or
no, but it seemed like there was always malfunctioning all the time, though.
Yeah,
right. Like, I seen Godflesh. I remember they had drum machine.
You would imagine you'd bring 2 drum machines with you if one was to fuck up.
Just in case.
They played here.
I would. And a CD of my music.
Hey, Roy, Godflesh played here in 2019. In Providence. It was a one-off, and they had drum machine problems. But they got through the set, and it was pretty cool. They played a lot of classics, but they always had problems.
Pitch Shifter, fuck yes.
Pitch Shifter, hell yeah.
Pitch Shifter industrial record is sick.
Yeah, that was heavy.
Would you class Malevolent Creation Memorial Arrangements as an intro? I don't know that album, so
I don't know
somebody
it.
can
I don't
answer
know
that one.
I don't even know hardly any Malevolent stuff.
Phlegm had 3 different intros to their Consumed: a bolt thrower, a carcass, and I forgot the other one, if there is one. I think that was
just carcass. Just carcass.
No,
That's
there
the
was a
only
bolt.
one.
I think they had a bolt thrower one too, actually.
Really?
Hey, what's up, Luxie? Join the party. Nice abhorrent shirt, Luxie says to Oscar from Ceremonium.
Yeah, that's a kid. Did he draw it? Did he draw that? Did Luxie draw that?
Yeah, Luxie drew the abhorrence shit.
That shirt. Yeah, dude, that's the fucking best fucking finish in the world.
Hail Luxie. If you want to come on, let me know. Send me a Facebook message and I'll send you a request. He's like, I just got up, bro. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that's a good album.
10 Commandments is a great album.
That's one of the 2 I like with that. That's pretty, yeah.
I don't know this. I don't know those ones.
Great, yeah.
Yeah, I know Flesh Crawl's demo.
Flesh Crawl,
It was called Suffocation. The Flesh Crawl demo. They used to be called Suffocation.
Before the singer died. The singer died.
Oh, shit. Really?
He passed away a year or 2 ago or something. I think it was like last year. The singer Flesh Crawl passed away, yeah.
Fucking things go fast sometimes, right?
Yeah, Dave Suzuki knew him. He was really heard about it when he died.
You know what? It sucks, like, when, like, so many metalheads and then, like, they die, and then, like, there's so many metalheads and so many bands you listen to that some can die, like, one after another, and then, like, all of a sudden you're like, he died, Like,
well, it's like that dude, Brett Hoffman, passed away from Malevolent, and then Ralph Santola. And and I, like Dave Suzuki played with a lot of those dudes all the time.
I used to talk to that guy Gino from Incubus. You know that dude? He played with Mike Browning on the Incubus God Died on His Knees fucking demo.
No shit. Yeah,
he used to send me messages on like Facebook or whatever. So we would shoot the shit about like Incubus or whatever. And then he died right after that.
It's crazy, man.
Weird.
Yeah.
I was like, holy shit, bro. Life is short and weird.
Yes, it is. I was just funny. Like I was like, wow, well, even though I'm 46, I'm like, if you've been driving since you were 16, that's only like 30 years. Or like if you started driving at 18, that's only 28 years on the road. That's how short fucking life is. You know what I mean? Like I've been driving for 28 years, 46.
Gino was a weird cat. Yeah, I think drugs might have been involved with him being weird. That could be possible, But yeah, I mean, maybe I don't know. Does anyone in here from Florida know that if there's some drug problems? It seemed like the guy from Cannibal Corpse had like bombs in his house and weapons and all kinds of stuff.
That was
his photo, his mugshot photo looked like, cops. You know what I mean? It was kind of pretty crazy,
Well, I hope they find recovery because anyone can recover. You know what I mean? Like it's possible for anybody. And nowadays I kind of feel like people are a little more educated about addiction and shit now. Because years ago, dude, you were pretty much fucking judged pretty
What
hard.
is it with Florida too? They have like centers for people to kick addiction more in Florida than do other places.
It's a big place for treatment. Yeah,
right.
It really is. Yeah, it's because it's a drug hub, dude. That's like fucking Scarface.
You know, cocaine hub.
Right in, dude.
Remember, we had the zombie years ago that ate took a bite out of the other guy's face downtown.
Oh yeah. Who? Big Lurch, the rapper.
Huh?
The rapper Big Lurch. He ate like another girl or something.
No,
rap about it afterwards.
What happened? Maybe
I'm serious.
Wow.
This was big news, bro. Some guy was on some drug and he fucking
bath salts.
Bath salts, yeah.
I remember. Yeah, I heard about that. That was like 6 years ago. Like
I think that was Big Lurch.
Zombies.
Yeah.
Zombieland. I'm in Zombieland.
It's weird to see my old friend that died, Adam Martin, pop up. Bath salts in Florida. What's up with the Florida, man? You see, Oscar, you're from Florida, bro. What do you
that's why I stay home.
What do you think about what do you think about the term Florida, man?
I don't know, man. I'll tell you what, Roy. I've been here for about 10 years now, and I just because I'm in Florida, but I'm in Miami, so I'm not nowhere near where like there's a big ass metal scene or anything like that, you know. So
right.
I'm always stuck in the Jersey scene and the '90s scene, and as far as like Florida, I haven't actually gone to like
the Florida man areas.
You know, like I need to go to Tampa. You know.
Oh yeah.
So there's no like tours that go through there.
They come down to Florida, but they go as far as like they go to Tampa or Orlando, and that's it. They don't come down to like some might come down to like Fort Lauderdale, which is it's cool. It's not that far, but not a lot. A lot of them they stop up in like Tampa and Orlando, and that's it.
All right, Luxie has a legitimate question. Have you guys checked out Vomitorium, a Leftover album from 1995? A very entombed one. From Finland. Personally, no, I have not. Only the Vomitorium.
No, I wouldn't have heard it.
Just the 7-inch. Flesh Eaters Music or whatever it is. Flesh Music, Musicians, 7-inch or whatever. They sent me the advance of it.
On YouTube?
I haven't heard it.
If it's on YouTube, Luxie, I'll definitely check it out.
It's probably out there. It was like kind of like it turned into one of those like kind of mid-tempo, collectible CDs a little bit, you know? I think they started to change their style though, but they didn't even do much to even change their style. They were like here and gone. Did you guys see that April Fool's joke where it said that Old Funeral and Funebre were playing?
What?
Yeah. It was the guy from the guy that sets up this fest right here.
You don't have the flyer?
I don't have the flyer. I could maybe dig it out. He didn't really make a full
Old
flyer.
Funeral and Funebre?
But it was the guy that sets up this fest right here. He wrote a flyer.
Yeah.
He wrote a flyer and he just put two logos on it. He said, just added Old Funeral and Funebre. But it was obviously an April Fool's joke.
That's a good one.
That's a fucking good one.
Varg's playing the show, man.
That was a really good one, dude.
Yeah. Varg's back. With ABBA.
I can't play any Musta Ceremonia because Svarked Records owns it, so I don't really play I try not to play copywritten material on here if I can get away with it.
You know what you could do though, Roy? Is just play demos only. Then.
Play the demo.
Right?
No, the demos are even on fucking Spotify and they're copywritten. A lot of demos are. You'd be surprised. More than you think. You know?
Wow.
Like maybe I could play a Moral Decay. Maybe I could play like a Moral Decay demo.
But couldn't you just do like 9-second clips or whatever? Like, can't you do it for like
I guess. You know?
Like,
I want bands to come on here and I want bands to come on here and flex, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. It's
kind of like this. I'm gonna take a piss, so I'll let you guys watch this. This is the real flex.
Whatever works. Higher? Do it, man. I thought it was like supposed to stand out. I couldn't. I put it all the way up.
Sounds good, bro.
Thanks, man.
I see that. Crematory. Repping it. Bootleg. Mexican. Rep it bootleg Mexican.
It probably is. Actually, if you the skull on the spike is like different than the artwork. You know, the album. I got this one from Bill, I think. Okay, yeah, okay. Just that part, man. Okay. Good chime. It is. I'm gonna get some John footage here. All right. All right, let's do it, guys. Ready?
EVOKEN, live from the dungeon. Doom. I thought the song was over. Oh shit, there's Vince. You guys still awake? Fucking brutal.
Yeah, you know what's interesting? Like the comments, you know, about doom metal, like
Right.
how wide of a fucking range the word doom is in metal. Like
Exactly.
it's almost as fucking rabbit holey as like splitting genres in death metal.
Someone has a question for Oscar. Oscar, was Ceremonium a death doom metal band in your opinion?
There you have it.
Yeah. What do you think, Oscar? Was Ceremonium a death doom band? I guess this guy never heard Ceremonium. We lose you, Oscar?
He's there. I don't know if you heard him. I don't know if he heard you.
Yeah, let him out.
Yeah. Like if a band has a slower riff than like mid-tempo, it can
Right.
be like considered doom death. Like if you're not playing a mid-paced riff for more than like a minute and a half. You know?
Yeah.
Like it seems to me like people are like,
Your band's a little doomy.
I mean, like, you know, Autopsy is a great example. You know,
Right.
I mean, to me, like, you know, I never consider Candlemass a doom metal band, but they're the originators, one of the originators of doom metal, right? So, like, what to me, I started hearing that word being thrown around with Paradise Lost.
Yeah.
You know, that's maybe just generational. I don't know.
No,
like,
it is.
You know what I mean? Like, I've never heard anyone say Trouble was doom metal. I mean,
No.
until the late 80s.
More like they were like a rock band.
Yeah, like maybe even until the late 90s. But maybe it's just where I was living or what people were saying in Providence. But, you know, now it's like if you have a slow riff that's longer than, you know, 40 seconds on a record, people are saying, oh, they're like a death doom band.
Yeah. I don't
You know what I
necessarily
mean?
always think that. I just think that if you're all slow, you're more doom, you know? Not just a 40-second riff.
I mean, like, you know, when every time the EVOKEN, you know, gets thrown around, everyone's funeral doom. They like it's its own genre. Funeral doom. That's what they are.
They
And
got
to
some
me,
fast parts.
yeah, well, to me, they're definitely on the doom fucking spectrum without
Right.
fucking question. And then the keyboard adds the funeral element to it because of the heavy keyboard. But
Yeah.
like with death metal vocal, to me, you know, like those, you know, I think disembowelment. I think just, you know, but I don't know. You know,
Yeah,
it just
My
seems like
Dying Bride, Thresh and the
Yeah.
Naked Limbs. Exactly.
Yeah. Like I
think of
always
that.
thought
I think of Winter a lot too when it comes to Doom.
Winter, yeah. I mean, I could be wrong. Those are just the things that were being thrown around in my city at that time in 1991 and 1992. People weren't saying that these bands were this, these bands were that. Or now
There was a big crossover right when that Cathedral comp hit. Remember?
Definitely.
Like Dark Passages, Volume 1.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like that came out, and it was kind of like, all right, here's the differentiator between like death metal and like doom metal in a weird way, because it was like, all right, Cathedral are not really death metal on this, you know what I mean?
Yep. And then I remember, you know what was a big one? Was the Doomed Project. With the dude Derek and Chris Reifert. Like you know, the boogeyman or whatever.
Yeah.
And you know, when I heard that 7-inch, it was like the Doom name was like genre-wise in death metal scene was really getting thrown around a lot. Before that, I never really like heard it, you know, like being thrown around barely at all.
We threw it around in our little scene because we listened to Blue Cheer, bro.
Yeah. Well,
you know,
dude,
we're like, here's a Doom, bro. Fucking psychedelic Doom, man.
That's the shit my dad got me into. My dad.
Yeah, exactly. It's like my dad's record. Found it in the garbage, someone else's garbage can or whatever, and I was like, "This is a sick record."
You know, now people worship that shit now, man. You know, it became
I worship
classic.
that.
You know.
Yeah, Cathedral and Paradise Lost first 2 album, my favorite doom metal. Yeah, some of my favorite as well.
That made sense to me at the time, anyway.
Yeah,
you know? I mean,
especially I would say the first Paradise Lost record, and then the 2 Cathedral tracks that were on that comp. You know, which eventually became like a release on its own. I don't know if it's like Eternal Winter or something. I don't know, but it was the Winter one. I forget what it was. It was something where they took all the Cathedral demos and stuck them together because there was like 2 other songs, you know?
Yep.
Maybe somebody in the chat knows the name of that one. That was a killer.
Hell yeah. That Into Darkness, just that issue from Sfar is really, really good. I highly recommend like vinyl nerds to get that release. I just got it from Hell's the other day. And it comes with like a lot of cool shit. It's a really like I haven't even like put on my turntable yet, but I'm looking forward to like check it out.
Black vinyl,
red actually. It's a two vinyl red. I think it comes with an extra vinyl too. I haven't looked into it like super big yet because I'm like in the process of splitting up my stereos. So I got my tapes and CD stereo in one room, and then I'm just doing like vinyl in another, which just turn my preamp, just so that way I can like split up my stuff and listen to
I'm in a triple studio situation right now. I got this, and then I got that room that I was in when I was texting you earlier today, where the keyboard is, and then I also, you know, there's this room too. You know what I mean? Which that's where that's where the screen printing happens. You know, this is sometimes where I do the podcasts live from if Francisco is like, "Hey, come on with us," I'll just stand there in front of that camera.
Nice.
I know.
That's cool. But no, I think it's like having a room that you use all the time is where like the best listening comes in.
Sure.
You know, like I'm not always wanting to fucking watch videos all the time. Sometimes I want to get into it and listen to some fucking CDs.
Yeah, this is my zone right here, like right next to where I'm sitting. You know, I got my friggin' stereo stacked up, kind of. You know, I got my vinyl right there. There ain't 2 record players there, suckers, but that's because I got my record players spread out right now.
I just had this built for me today, check
I'll never
this
live
out.
that
dude.
one down, right?
I just had this built today and installed right here. This whole fucking unit.
Nice.
All custom. You know, I got my collection in there. Fucking.
You got room to grow?
Yeah, dude. Got the CDs up here.
Nice.
Fucking, yeah, I gotta organize shit, but it's pretty cool. I've never split up like my stereo setup, so pretty cool.
Yeah. Looks good, man.
Yeah, man, I'm working on it. You know,
house looks good. You got the red rooms.
Yeah, working on some shit around here. You know, yeah, man, but it's cool, man, because I want to listen to like my shit more. You know,
right.
So
yeah, strangely enough, I keep a computer where I listen to CDs, and then I keep I have a turntable downstairs too. That's near like where the sampling area is, and then I have a what do you call it? A tape deck downstairs, and it's really shitty. And I like to listen to my music through a shitty fucking tape deck. And if anyone's on my Instagram stories, they could see that tape deck every day, basically.
Well, there's a guy out here. He's been out here since the 70s. His name's Stu. And he runs Stereo Discount Center. And he goes through all his original component stuff. So basically all the old like component stuff that you can never find that works right. He goes through the stuff and guarantees it and resells. And he has everything. All the old like receivers, cassette decks, CD components, EQ, speaker setups.
Right. This rolled up in my Facebook marketplace the other day, and I was scoping it out pretty hard. It's Onkyo. That's a sick piece, right?
You could set up everything you need on.
Dude, that's a sick piece, right?
That's even got the HDMI. Fucking, that's like some fucking next level shit, dude.
Yeah, this is some next level fucking. I was scoping that fucker out. I was like, whoa.
I wonder how much wattage that push.
Yeah. It's like, damn, should I go meet that person? Because I was looking at this, I was like, God damn. I picked up something similar to that at a thrift store near me. It wasn't Anki.
I just bought this one. This is the one I bought today. I got an Onkyo receiver today for $69. It's right here.
Yeah.
It's jammy right here. Where is it? Let me see if I can get it in the fucking frame here.
Nice.
Yeah, well, there's the EQ, but then there's the Onkyo right there. I just got that.
Nice. Yeah, that's some quality shit.
Yeah, $69, man. Guaranteed too, warranted, the whole fucking nine, man.
Dope. Yeah, I got a piece over here. It's not Ankh, but yeah, that was a lot of inputs, right, homie?
Dude, you can hook up the fucking whole fucking city on that thing, man.
I got a sick setup. I mean, I don't think I really have too big of a sick setup. Some of my setup is kind of like buried over here. I do got that Marantz double deck right there, which if anybody knows about those things, you know.
Yeah, they make. Yeah, that's probably the best modern.
Yeah, they got some good tape decks.
Now they've been making stuff for years, but they're still making good stuff now.
Yeah, they're good for. If you want to dump
my boy Johnny fucks with that Marantz shit hard. He fucks with Marantz.
Yeah, I was looking for Marantz receivers and shit, but Onkyo is good too, you know.
Well, they're the ones
are you talking about two record players?
Dude. Fucking, but no,
you only know if you got two, motherfucker.
The Marantz, they make the old analog levels too, still.
Right.
Like the old school fucking, in the red, the decibel 0 decibel meters, which is really cool. I love that. Super fucking good. Killer.
Me too, man. Brutal stereos. You got to remember, like, everybody switched towards this digital bullshit, right? And it's like, okay, maybe you have stereo speakers for your computer in your house. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if you do that, you're already one step of the game that you don't have just regular like computer speakers, you know?
Yeah.
So all right, you step it up right there. But the thing is, I don't know, man. When it comes to music coming out of the computer, it seems limited. Like it limits its bass or some shit. You know what I mean?
And it's streamy. it's very streamy. You hear stream,
Yeah.
whether it's the bit rate from an MP3, and it takes away a lot of fucking cool like frequencies.
Or even if it's on Spotify, sometimes it sounds wrong. Like I'm just like, what the fuck's wrong with this? Whether they remix this?
Dude, it's a frequency difference. You know what I mean? Like,
the store does still sell audio receivers, or is everything sold online? I sometimes buy them at a thrift store by my house, so that's what I do.
Francisco, we got a stereo discount center right in town, like that sells all the original shit.
I got one saved in my bookmark, so I can name the name out loud. Maybe somebody just suggested this to me somewhere in the Facebook wherever world. They were speaking on like stereo equipment online for decent prices. And like, yeah, it's kind of important as a music guy not to just have a shitty fucking stereo, you know?
Yeah, man.
Like, yeah, you don't need 2 turntables like that. I mean, obviously, I was just saying that because I had them, but but basically, you don't need them. But when it comes to maybe some speakers or something, you know, it would be smart to have something that's like kind of cool, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know if this is it. DAWWG. Hold on, I'll open it in a new tab so I don't fuck this up. No, I don't know. Sorry, guys.
Okay.
The link is held somewhere else, some other place.
Yeah. All record stores.
Yes, Sound Exchange has audio gear.
Yeah, that place looks like a mecca. I love
Francisco. Dun-dun-dun. Francisco got $5 for that plug.
That record store looks really good. I wanted that
Jim
one and the
Fleet
one.
Sell audio gear.
Unfortunately, he has any.
He might.
I don't think he has any anymore. If he did, they're sold.
Yeah,
there's your answer.
They sold.
If he had them, then he already sold them.
Also, Jim Fleet takes what was that thing that night?
Oh,
the Cash App.
Oh yeah, man.
He takes Cash App.
He takes.
If you want to buy some stereo equipment from Fleet,
Cash App him up, man.
He takes Cash App, bro.
I don't know when you'll get it, but
yeah, exactly. Derek, I've been here a customer for a long time at Sound Exchange for 30 years, I think. Damn, 30 years.
Cool.
I didn't know they were around that long.
No, we got a few really good record stores out here too. We have Ben Barnett from Drop Dead owns Armageddon Shop, and that's an amazing store for metal, punk, hardcore shit. They do a lot of classic shit too. But he's a really, really good store. He actually has 2 stores, another one in Harvard Square in Boston. That's really good, even bigger than the one in Providence. And then we have in New Bedford, Massachusetts, we have Purchase Street Records, which is another mecca of vinyl. Amazing. A lot of original stuff, a lot of first press stuff. Dude buys a lot of collections. That's where I got that Merciful Fate patch for the other last podcast. Remember that?
Yeah.
He's got a book.
Oh, the patch? The patch?
Yeah, the double patch, the original one. But it's a really good store. So we definitely have some killer like homegrown record stores in New England too.
What about in when I was up in Salem? I went to a record store.
Not too familiar with Salem record stores. Not too familiar with them. I know Portland, Maine's got a killer fucking. There's just one street. Yeah, it's called Congress Street, and it's just one short street. And it goes up a hill and downhill. And there's like 6 record stores, and they all got killer stuff. Like whenever I play up there, I get shit there.
Yeah, Drop Dead. It's Ben from Drop Dead that owns the Armageddon store too.
Yeah.
There's a new record store in Jersey. Can't remember the name. Yeah, it's actually right across the dividing line of my old town, basically.
Yeah, that's the.
So it's
Galgano
right in my old. Yeah, right in my old stomping grounds. Right there.
Yeah, that's. Isn't Dave Galgano the metaphor?
Yeah, it's not in Kearny, but it's right. If you cross one little street in Kearny, it's right there. So, Kearny represent.
Well, those dudes that own that store, they're like a museum of metal. But
Right.
they
I saw their
own
Facebook page back
yeah,
before
they
they.
own so much stuff. Like talk probably every Venom, Welcome to Hell, like pressing there ever was,
Wow.
probably ever. Like that, just to say, they probably some of the rarest stuff they own in the world. I would say.
How many record stores do you have in Kearny? Now, at this stage, 0, I would bet. Now, I don't live there anymore, but at the most, we had 2 or 3, basically, and then a couple junk stores. Dave Galgano's store, exactly.
Yeah.
Zion's Gate. Yeah, I seen their stuff online. Sometimes I look at the Armageddon store and the Zion Gates Discog pages to look, because that's the way to get it. Got to get it sent to my house.
If I ever go to California, I want to check out the Dark Realm store too. I want to see
What's
that
up,
shit.
Carl? Back from the show. Yeah, Dark Realm. I wonder how long they're open, or when they're open, or is it an appointment-only thing, or what, you know?
Yeah, I'd like to check that out too. And Amoeba, of course. I've ordered mail order from Amoeba, but never actually been.
I feel like I would get lost in Amoeba, man.
Yeah, I bought a Dismember, the last LP, the original Regain Dismember, the last one, which is actually, people don't even realize how good that album is. I think it's probably one of my favorite Dismember LPs, dude.
Wow.
The last one, it's really fucking good, dude. Like every track is fucking punishing.
Yeah, somebody else was saying that on this podcast.
The self-titled Dismember. It's just called Dismember. But
it's
it
so
seemed like
weird
it's
to
like
name your album Dismember after you have like 6 albums out.
Yeah, I think it's better than most like all the mid-era shit is okay. Like but the first, like the of course, like Never Falling Scream's classic. But
what's the core of Dismember now? Is it at least 3 old members?
No, I think it's all of them.
All of them. Damn, dude.
All of them. Because they broke up. They called it quits, and then everyone wanted them back. So they fucking had market. And so, from what I know, is that half of them practice in the States, and then the rest of them they practice in Sweden with like other dudes to get ready for these shows.
Okay.
So Fred, I think, lives here because he does sound in New York. He like records bands. And he does sound here. And then he practices with a couple dudes, and then the rest of them practice with like their friends or whoever, and then they just get together and they're already rehearsed. So that's pretty amazing. It's a good way to fucking do it, I guess.
Yeah, one guy was in Texas, or was that Fred?
Fred's in Brooklyn, I think.
Yeah,
Fred because he did sound for me.
It's St. Vitus, right?
It wasn't Vitus though. It was another club.
Okay.
I forgot the fucking name of it, but it was a Revolver magazine showcase. And like a lot of killer bands played, and Fred was doing sound. Fucking, I was like, oh my god, we would definitely check all night.
That's it. Richard Cabaza is in Dallas.
Cool.
I thought so.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. Fucking, they're all over the world.
We got one in New York, and you got one in Texas. Dismember.
Okay. Yeah.
Dismember in New York.
Yeah, I'd love to see them at MDF, man. I wish I could go. I don't know.
Yeah, not really. I'm more interested in the Life After Death Fest in Ohio, where they have a bunch of different bands. I don't know. Like, maybe I'm just more into underground stuff.
Yeah, me too. Oh no, me too. Like the shit going on, like the Killtown shit too, is
really
good. Like,
yes. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm definitely.
Yeah, the Killtown scene looks more my scene. Although this looks pretty cool. I don't know if you could get me to go all the way down there for this. No offense, but it's cool. Yeah. The Carolina Massacre Fest that McEntee's throwing June 3rd.
St. Martin, what the fuck's he gonna do?
Deceased. He's got a Nuclear Assault. Rick Ross as a special guest. Reed St. Mark as a special guest.
That's pretty killer, though.
Mark Price from Trick or Treat. Ari Lehman. Yeah, he's got some movie guests. They got Ari from Friday the 13th. There's something missing from this too. They're trying to turn like a horror and a horror convention.
Yo, did you see that tour It's Accused and Deceased.
Yeah.
They're doing some runs. They're going to be playing up this way. I'm going to fucking try to get to that the best I can. It should be interesting.
Yeah, I haven't listened to. I heard they were playing the old Deceased album, which is cool because I didn't really ever listen to the other
shit.
Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. I meant the Accused. They're playing the old.
They're gonna do Splatterhead shit.
Yeah.
Cool.
That's the only stuff I'm familiar with, really.
Me too. That's the best shit, though. Like the Curse of Martha Splatterhead and then the Return of Martha Splat. That's the only ones I know.
You got a question, Derek? Derek, can I ask him a tattoo question? I guess.
Shoot, yeah, bro. Of course, yeah, man. We're here for a few. I'll be here.
Yeah. I'll be here all night.
I'm getting off pretty soon, but I'm not gonna be on too much.
Yeah, me either. We already went 6 fucking hours. Holy shit.
Yeah, last one was amazing. How long we went.
I know. Yeah. And it was just me and you that one time, right?
Yeah, for a long time. Yeah, and then Francisco finally came on at the end.
The man drove in.
Yeah, it was cool though because when he showed off that fucking Demigod, the Cropsy LP, the Seraphic one, that's hard to fuck. That is so hard to find.
I know. I would like to get that.
I'd love to get my hands on one of those.
I know. I never got that either. One of my friends had it. I recorded it off him because I wanted to get the Necropsy side.
I mean, I did have those individual demos though. I had both of them. I had the Unholy Domain and the Necropsy too.
Me too. Yeah. I just didn't have that record in particular.
No, not on vinyl.
I don't think I had the Necropsy demo immediately. Okay, so here's the question, I think. So he redesigned a bit, and it's okay, and I really wanted hindsight. I wanted a shitty winged Hellhammer demon. Okay.
Well, there's one thing I can say. I want to say this about even though this is a death metal podcast, tattoos are killer too.
Oh, good.
So, but I'll say this out of experience of tattoos. Make sure you get a tattoo with outlines.
Right. Okay.
That is my advice. If you're going to get a fucking tattoo, get outlines in it.
Would you, maybe this is the question now, would you embellish a design because you thought that someone brought in was shit?
You know what? I would give them, like, if they're a good tattooer and you saw their work, you saw a lot of it and you thought it was really, really good, right. I would give them one chance to try to make it right. Like, reschedule the appointment, you know, if you're not 100% on a design, see if he can do what you need to do. If you got to reschedule and come back to get it. Right. But if you don't like it, man, don't fucking get it. You know,
don't get it. Yeah. I think he's asking if someone came in with a shitty fucking thing and you.
Yeah.
Would you fix it up a little bit?
Well, I mean, you know, I fix a lot of work. I mean, I'm not a master level tattooer. I've been tattooing for almost 14 years, but I consider myself like an expert. And you know, like, so you know, like, there's things every day that I have to like educate people and try to find like all right, I agree that this is good enough. You agree this is good enough. Let's do it. You know, but sometimes it's easy because people are into it. They know what they want. Other times they don't know. Not everything makes a good tattoo. Right. It might look good on paper.
Yeah.
When it translates on the skin, it changes a lot. So you have to educate, like the tattooer that knows what he's doing needs to educate the person and teach them that, you know. It's important. You know,
I stole Tommy's leather from the accused once off stage, but gave it back to a month later. Okay. Interesting.
Hey, man. Yeah, man. Love painted jackets, dude. Fucking.
At least you gave it back.
Yeah.
When they threw a show at some of the shows I threw, the dudes would steal people's jackets and go through their pockets and then throw all their jackets behind the club after they've raped them for their wallets.
That's horrible.
I know. And then show up to me after show and tell me they were sorry for it. I'm like, just get the fuck away from me, please, dude. I'm going to kill you right now.
Dude, I'm glad society at least is a little more civilized now than that, you know? Like, you don't see that as much around here anyway as you did like back then, because I used to have
Man wants Hellhammer Wing Demon.
So he agreed to it, but he wished he didn't. Oh, well, you know. I mean, you know what? Depending on where he lives, I don't know, like, by that name.
It looks too goof. It looks too good. Okay.
Which is it from?
Yeah. And who, you can't say who the tattooist artist
No,
is.
I don't need to know though. I need to know where this dude lives.
Yeah.
Is he in a place where there's like a lot of good tattooing, or is it in like a weird place? Like, maybe if he doesn't like it, you can find a tattooer that's like more skilled that can try to do something with it. But I don't know where he lives. So it's
and another off subject that makes no sense. Not here in Texas. It's been a couple cops got killed this week. All right.
Yeah, the cop killers, man. Fucking Ice-T.
He's in North Cal. All right, there you go.
Bad tattoos.
He likes bad tattoos.
So he's in Northern California. So the best tattooing in the fucking world is out in California. You might want to go talk to like a place in Sacramento called Royal Peacock. Like fucking go there and ask for some fucking people, and they'll help you out because they're fucking world famous and they're master tattooers. They know their shit. Right. I don't know how far you live from there, but I think in NorCal, I think in Sacramento. So if you're in San Francisco, then I don't know if that's really NorCal, but it's kind of, dude, you're in the tattoo mecca fucking world. If there ain't someone you can't find to make that thing good, I really don't know what to tell you. Yeah, so the best tattooers in the world are in San Francisco. San Francisco is
Paul Booth was expensive. That's right.
Paul Booth's around. He's still around.
It's a couple $100 an hour or some shit.
Yeah. I mean, good at that certain stuff.
You know what though? My friend got a Paul Booth tattoo, and he didn't have enough money or whatever. So Paul Booth told him, "Come by and mow my lawn or whatever." And then I think he did come by and mow it a few times, and then I guess he dissed on a couple of mows, and then Paul Booth basically never finished his tattoo. Basically,
that's right though. He gave him an opportunity, he fucked it up. So I wouldn't.
Yeah, he should have went by and fucking mowed his lawn, dude.
I would have weed whacked that shit. I would have fucking edged the fucking corners for Paul Boot tattoo.
I feel you, dude. I would have been like, please, I'll be by every weekend, and then you just keep filling me up, man.
Yeah, good fun opportunity. Fucking lucky dude back then.
Hey, we want to know, does Francisco have any tattoos?
Yeah, Francisco. What's up?
How about you, Frazier? We want to know. We want to know the real deal. I don't think so. I bet you they spend their money on CDs, and Francisco spends his money on.
He's probably got a Necrovore tat.
Yeah, maybe what's his face does. Maybe Carl has a Necrovore tat.
Yeah, I'd get a Necrovore tattoo. Fuck yeah.
I think I might get that too, or the bars.
Frazier's still 100% American man. Frazier's no tattoos.
2-0 tats right here.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, dude. Metal dudes aren't huge with the tats, bro. I'm telling you.
You have to behave like a bitch ass for bitch ass slap, like Will Smith. Hey, I'm a 0 tats too, man. I didn't want to break my cherry, so I was like, "Fuck tattoos,
man." I mean, dude, honestly, I'd rather hang out with people that are cool. Like, if you're heavily tattooed, you're a shithead. I don't want no part of you.
Rich Santos, no tattoos either. Yep, this was me right here. I spend my money on weed.
Nah, exactly. Dude, fuck that. I'd rather hang out with someone that like listens to fucking Demolit and fucking talk shit. Doesn't have any tattoos.
Francisco has. I'm sorry. Francisco has a splatteria on his balls.
Wow.
Very brutal.
The Mr. Yuck guy, he's got the tits not tat. Play pit for tat, Francisco.
Yeah. You guys are crazy, man. What's weed? Joke.
Weed'll do it. Booze,
Yeah, get a friggin'.
Cool. It's totally
I was watching
cool,
a little special on Sailor Jerry or whatever.
Yeah.
I was trying to learn, trying to brush up on my tattoo history.
Yeah, there's a lot. I know a lot about it. I know just about tattoo stuff as I do metal. Like, probably
he had all his books that he could bust out with all his he had like photos that he drew when he was a little kid.
Oh, that would be Ed Hardy. Ed
Hardy. My bad.
Ed Hardy worked a little bit with Sailor Jerry, and he picked up his skills.
Right.
What made Ed Hardy big was he brought traditional Japanese tattooing to America.
Right.
He modernized. So that's what made him really stand. But he also started custom tattoos.
Right.
So before Ed Hardy, people were just getting stuff off the walls, flash, and not really going outside of that hardly at all. Like, and then Ed Hardy came and said, "Well, I'm going to make to order what you want," and that's you see, he started doing custom tattooing and Japanese big scale tattooing in America, and that's why he's the godfather of tattooing. I mean, nowadays the people only know him like in the mainstream by his fucking clothing line. But the guy is, if it wasn't for him, there'd be no good tattooing in America.
All right, my man Stinger has a RotTREVORE tattoo. There you go.
Fucking killer.
Tene Javar, ex-sentence, ex-impaled Nazarene, has been doing killer tattoos for many years. If you ever visit Finland and need a tattoo, check out JAREDA and JAREDA Tattoos. There you go.
I'm gonna look on Instagram. Cool. Francisco asked. So there's a guy in Texas.
Favorite artist.
His name is Chris Trevino. He works at Perfection Tattoo. He owns Perfection Tattoo. Another guy is from Texas called Dave Lum. He's not around anymore, but he's a fucking pioneer. And they're all from Texas.
Texas, motherfuckers.
But in Texas,
we're getting sick of you Texans.
In Texas, you got your Oliver Peck guy over there in Dallas. He's amazing. A lot of dudes out there now that are killing it. This guy Troy Denning just moved from New York City, from San Fran. He's in Texas now.
What the fuck?
There's countless. Texas is a tattoo mecca right now.
So listen, me and you, you get your girl, get my family, and then we'll all move to Texas too, right?
Dude,
start a band. Yeah, we'll start a band.
In tattooing in Texas, that's a place to be right now.
John Zig. Yeah, John Zig's a tattoo artist now, isn't he?
Crazy, man.
Yeah, it is. Does anyone know Josh McClear? Yeah, I know who he is.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not like super personally, but he's an ass now.
Don't be jealous talking about Texas. I just said I wanted to move there, sucker.
Josh McClear is an amazing tattooer.
Carl got tattooed by Zig. Sick. Very sick.
Oh, yeah, man.
And your singer's got a RotTREVORE tattoo. Fucking A.
Yeah, that's great.
Tattoos are death metal. Just so you guys know, too, on Death Metal Podcast, like, I know we veer off metal a little bit, but I'm going to also be having a show that maybe is like a metal and like horror movie type one, or exploitation movies. So I've been talking to a few people that are super into like exploitation movies and super gruesome horror movies and even classic horror movies in a way. So I'm going to try to have like a death metal podcast, like a horror movie one, just subject wise, because I feel like, I'm into them a lot. And I feel like there's other, fans that listen to death metal that fuck with horror shit too,
Yeah, dude. Fucking
John Hand does tattoos now too. Does he do hand tattoos?
Wow. The tattoos that no one knows about. He's a mystery tattooer.
He does them on people's hands.
That's great. Only does hand tattoos, nothing else.
Thank you, my man. Yeah, I'm gonna do a horror death metal fucking podcast too, because I want to hear about people's horror, like I want to see some horror shit,
Yep.
Daniel Shaw used to do tattoos. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
John Hand is the best tattoo artist I've seen. Damn.
Really?
Yeah, he does invisible tattoos, like you said. You can wash them off.
There you go. You never know they were even there.
A blank slate inside the tape. That's where he does your tattoo. You think he ever got approached in the street with an empty, what do you call it, death album? And he's like, here, sign this for me, buddy.
So fucked.
I think I saw Terry Butler at the obituary show working the table, and somebody came up with their records, and they got their stuff signed,
Well, see, because I asked Terry Butler for a T-shirt the other night, and he didn't know the prices. He couldn't sell me one because he didn't know how much the shirts. He's like, oh, no, Robin's doing the merch too.
Yeah, Robin works the merch.
Yeah.
I copped the Gruesome shirt the other night. It's their tour shirt, so I figured That would be the
Yeah,
best one to get, you know?
Well, what's crazy is I had fucking Don Tardy's old fucking obituary T-shirt. Like it was his. And, fucking, I got it from a trade from John Gray. We traded a bunch of shirts. He's like, dude, this is Don Tardy's old fucking obituary shirt.
Wow.
And so I wore it for mad long, but I ended up, it was like kind of long for me. And so I traded it, just that one, for like a few other things. And I wish I didn't. I was like, what the fuck?
Imagine if you brought that shirt to the show and then he looked at it and he's like, this is my shirt. He's like, they stole this off my goddamn clothesline.
Yeah, but I got a Cause of Death one. I bought a Cause of Death one.
John Grave, I saw you in my backyard running. John Hand always wear Pleasure to Kill shirts in the public.
He should. He should.
Yeah, of course.
I do.
He does.
I mean,
he does. Yeah.
Who the fuck wouldn't? If
exactly.
It's
I think we lost Oscar at some point. I think he just fell off the earth
a long time ago. We lost Oscar like a fucking hour ago.
Yeah, we did. So
that sucks though, because he's
we were talking some shit, man. It's nice to have Luxie in the chat here. Appreciate
that recommendation. I'm gonna check that band out, man. Like I'm like when I hear about bands that I'm like, whoa, especially in the mid-90s. Oh shit, I never heard them. Like
so anybody else want to throw out some weird recommendations in the chat too? Some bands like could be your friend's band, or could be a band that just has demos out that it's not in the Bandcamp zone, maybe, or not too big. Name them out, man. The show's all about supporting underground shit. So Derek, you want to name a band or two? You said some band from up by you. Not Ancient Death, but there was another band.
Oh, Anthropophagus.
Anthropophagus. Okay.
You gotta check them out. Like bands of primitive death metal shit, like old style stuff. They're the band.
Death Hammer. All right. Death Hammer. Howitzer. Okay. I know Howitzer if it's the same one. Diabolatry. Cool, man. I love to know about things that I don't know about. I think I know this one, and I think I know this one, but this one is new to me. Oh, it's my band. Don't steal it. It's my band. Don't steal it.
We got you, bro.
Sorry, bro. Nah, yeah, you're good. You're good on here.
Good to go, man.
There's only, I don't know, there's only like, let me see the counter. It says there's 178 people watching, so don't worry about it, bro. You're good.
Yeah. See that? Yeah. And if they start it, then somebody took it.
Yeah. Cryptic Hatred. Yeah, these Finns under their 20s released an impressive debut album on the other record like a month ago. For sure, man. I think I got their tape. Cryptic Hatred. I'm not sure if they had a cassette. Where the fuck is it? Whenever someone shoots a name out of some band, I'm like, I think I got that.
Oh, hey, Roy, I got to show you something.
Yeah, bring it
Hold on. Check this out. I'm going to break. Dude, this shit's sick.
I'm trying to look Cryptic Hatred. I got the Demigod promo demo. Wait, no, this is the Unholy Domain version. I got the promo on CD. I'm going to shout out this band. This is Tim from AC's band, Post Office Massacre. This is from like 85 or some shit. It was released on a limited edition. So you guys should definitely check this out. Post Office Massacre. It's one of the first noise bands ever, dude.
Dude, you want to see some
check
sick
out
shit?
Tim from AC's Post Office Massacre. And soon Burt Bacharach stuff.
Dude, this fucking band is sick right here, dude. You ready for
Bring
this
it on,
one?
Bring it on. I'm ready. Ejaculator. Right?
Dude. Ooh.
Crazy
They're
cover.
like, it's kind of like a war metal type shit, but like black war metal, dude. It's
cool.
Fucking killer. Yeah, what a cover, though. Look at that cover, man. That's some fucking... They're going in guns blazing, bro.
Yeah, they're going guns blazing.
So there's a
Dawn
new
from
one.
Sweden? Yeah, sure. I remember them. Who else we got here? Cemeterian, someone saying. Carnifex from Finland. I remember them. They're still going? Oh God, my wiener. She's eating a hot dog. Oh, that cover is, yeah.
Yeah, 3 hot dogs.
I got this a little while ago, which I never even opened because I'm a poser. It's some kind of immolation box set thing. I got it from a Decibel mag. Yeah, it was like a 3 cassette Decibel mag thing.
Oh wow!
I found
that's
that.
Not the long box.
No, this isn't the long box one. Okay. This is like some other release one. But I saw it in like some package just laying here, like amongst my mail, and I was just like, "What the fuck is that?" You know? And I didn't open it for like a month or 2.
Dude, I haven't opened my new immolation tape yet. I gotta give it a listen.
Yeah, so this has Majesty, whatever, something in Majesty it's called, and it has Atonement, and then another record too. And shout out to my man Mike's band that his friend's band that he went on tour with, Maul, because he was mentioning them. The WHARFLURCH and Maul had done a tour together. So shout out to Mike from WHARFLURCH for flinging on tonight too.
Yeah. Oh, so I got a band you can look out for that's
Death Metal Show and Tell.
There's a cool band playing at that show fest with Nunslaughter in Buffalo coming up. It's I forgot the name of it, but it's coming up real soon. Like
Merciless Savagery.
Yeah, but they're called Moisturizer.
Oh, I've heard of that.
Like it's like for fans of grindcore, of course, but like the riffs are really original and they're super heavy and killer. This kid's really talented. But they're a band to look out for. They're pretty fucking good.
Roy, how many cassettes do you have? Probably about I was up to 3,500 and I'm probably at like 2,500-ish now. Or maybe 3,000. I got a lot.
Yeah, that's a good fucking amount, man.
Yeah, I would say that would be a rough estimate, you know? This is this is what I'm listening to, basically. So like there's a circulation of there's a box of cassettes that I took away from before the podcast because they have to do with Necroharmonic. I take it down like every time I go to podcasts because I'm just like, I don't want anyone to see what I'm working with. So I like move it over there, you know? I'm just like, nah, I don't want anyone to see this box.
Yeah, I only got like
any ideas.
I probably got like barely 200 cassettes. I got mostly vinyl. But I got probably like 200 cassettes.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you got more vinyl than me, you know, but I also sucked up somebody's vinyl from across the street from my house one time. So, like, he was throwing out all his, like, hip-hop vinyls, disco, and some rock. And I just, just grabbed, like, every record that was over there, you know?
Nice.
It was cool, man. It was awesome, dude. Shreds of Flesh, too. Necro, Mutilatomania. Okay.
All right.
Do you do a double take and then keep the original case and then play Burn Your Coffee?
Copy. I understood what he meant. He meant copy.
Hey, Francisco, save this one for Jeopardy.
I get it. No, I get it. In other words, he's asking, you copy or see and like keep the original nice and mint and then just play the copy.
Yeah, in your car, especially.
Yeah,
I wish I did that. Actually, I don't though.
Yeah, I
double tapes and play the copy. Not really.
I mean, I have a couple CDs.
I used to years ago, a little.
I have some CDs that I should do that to. You know,
right.
like all the Niffle, like the Niflheim, those rare fucking totally expensive the Necropolis record CDs and shit, like stuff like that. That's a good idea. I mean, it's a fucking
if it's a tape that, you know what? Sometimes I don't want to. If it's a tape that I think I'm gonna be involved with and I'm gonna release it or something, I might not want to play it too hard. You know.
Well, it's like with CDs, the minute they get a couple scratches, the value just fucking goes to shit, you know?
Yeah.
You know,
This is something I fuck with right here. This one.
Oh, that's sick. Spectral Voice demo.
Yeah, man.
Oh, that's the split. Split.
Yeah, the split.
That's
This
a
is
fucking fierce.
Spectral Voice. Sick, man. I've really been getting into them lately.
Yeah, the Necrotic Doom fucking
They
stuff.
said they were recording a new one. I talked to dude from Blood Incantation. He said the Spectral Voice have a new one that they're working on or something.
Aren't they doing a split with Undergang too? I think coming
I
out
don't know.
soon.
Maybe.
That's what I heard.
Oh yeah, I think David mentioned something that on the cast he did.
Yeah, I love
I gotta
that
get
band.
that guy back on too, because we didn't do anything about his record label. We were talking so long. Do you guys remember Infested? Dan Sueno's Answer to Deicide. He did a couple of albums 20 years ago with the project Hellfuck and Jesus Satan. Yeah, I remember them. I got a 7-inch of Infested. Don't they have a split 7-inch with 2 bands or something? I got to check on that.
Yeah, when it comes to any late 90s for me, man, I was out of the loop for a while there.
This is the first time I ever went to Metal Archive in the entire history of this entire friggin' thing. Yeah, Darkicide Infested 7-inch I have. It was on Ancient Enemy Records. And I think the guy from Ancient Enemy Records died. They were from the UK. His name was, what the fuck was his name, man? He was a cool dude. He put out that. He helped put out the God Macabre HMSS record. And he put out Infested. And he put out Devourment from not the Texas Devourment. He put the Sweden Devourment. The Shallow Grave release. So yeah, I know Infested. Dan Sueno's the man. We should put him on here.
Yeah.
He seems like a funny guy.
What was that Edge of Sanity promo that was just gold? It had the white cover with the gold graphic. Do you know what I'm talking about? That was the best thing.
Was that like Kearny or whatever?
I don't know, but it was pre-release tracks to the first LP. In other words, it was like a promotional pre-release, but the versions, some of those songs are on that Orthodox, but way fucking heavier.
Right.
It was a Black Mark tape. It had the Black Mark Productions logo, but it was like a gold. Do you know what I'm talking about? It was
I wasn't a huge Edge of Sanity fan, but maybe somebody in the chat knows.
Yeah, in other words, it wasn't
Nothing What Death Remains.
Maybe that was it. I'm not sure. But
Fallen Christ from New York was a killer band, especially the 2 demos they recorded. They also had members from Profanatica that played in Fallen Christ, which was Brett Makowski, the guy with the blonde hair, with the yellow guitar from Profanatica. He was in Fallen Christ, I believe. Or no, maybe it was Cyber Christ. I'm getting my Christs mixed up. Roy, can you play some House of Usher from Sweden? I have some rare House of Usher, but I just don't have it ripped.
I haven't heard that name in a long time.
Yeah, I know. They were killer. Yeah. I feel like no one is a huge Edge of Sanity fan. I'm not a huge fan, but I like them, you know?
But no, that one tape, I'm not a big Edge of Sanity of that one tape. Maybe it was called Dead But Dreaming promo or something.
Right.
It was
I think that was it.
Promo. Yeah, and it was just the versions of those songs were just super heavy and good.
I think that's it, because that's the one I also would listen to, you know?
It had like a loud bass, like real.
And he was the Pandemonium guy, right? That did the 2 Pandemonium records. I liked one of those ones.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
Noisy and weird and kind of experimental, but at the same time kind of catchy, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
They were
Roy,
weird records.
Do you know what the name Paul Lenny's punk band is? Does he have like another punk
His punk band? Yeah, they were called you just said it last week or 2 weeks ago. The fuck is it? Enemy something?
Maybe we're playing with him this summer at a fucking party in like New Hampshire.
Maybe if Francisco's still in the chat, he could let us know. I forget what he said they were called.
Yeah, we're playing a show with them. We're playing a show with them at a big fest in New Hampshire. It's like an outdoor festival this summer.
Gigi Allen was supposed to be the singer of the band.
It's crazy, dude. Yeah, we're playing with those dude. We're playing with that band. It's gonna be pretty fucking cool.
Yeah. It's not
Yeah,
Crowned. It's
last
Bloody
week.
Apostles. That's it.
Yes, we are playing with them. I can't wait.
Fucking Bloody Apostles.
Yeah, it sounds pretty fucking good.
Yeah, it sounds like Paul Ledney anyway. Fucking Bloody Apostles.
Yeah, the band.
I don't know what these people are talking about. What are you people talking about? Don't you know about Dan Swano's Ghost? Kurt Fraser's joining Black Sabbath, dude? No way. Skeletal is great. Is this the Relapse band? That one? Find the Bobby. Hey Sam, thank you for letting me play the what do you call it? RotTREVORE. That was fucking sick, dude, to be able to play that on here.
I did see a clip.
Appreciate that.
See a clip, man. Chris's voice sounded really good, and I was like waiting for Mark to come in, kick in, and then he finally did, and I was like, cool. And then I go back to work.
If you guys check it, if you look or search RotTREVORE, I guess 2022, you probably would be able to find that Sam Biles uploaded a bunch of RotTREVORE videos today, you know? So, yeah, that's where we pulled down 2 videos and just transferred them for the podcast so I could play them on here, you know? So those were cool, man. I'm a huge RotTREVORE fan. It was nice to have Chris Webber come on and Jared. So that was a surprise, obviously. You know we're full of surprises here, you know? I just invite a bunch of people on, and then I just see what sticks to the wall, basically, you know? I was trying to get into the Miasmic Ooze show as well in Maryland. They were playing a show. You know that band, anybody? Miasmic Ooze. They were playing a show, and I can't remember who else they were playing with, but I was like, is anyone there? Oh, PLF. They were playing a show with PLF with, Dave of Death.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
Yeah, so I was like, yeah, I sent Dave a link, and I'm like, yo, if anybody can record you guys, that'd be sick, you know? Never heard of them. You never heard of PLF. I know you never heard of them. You're from Texas.
Yeah.
You have a local band named Miasmic? Yeah, there's some Miasmic Ooze or some shit. I think they're on Extremely Rotten Records, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, is it? Oh, wow.
I could be wrong. Yeah. I could be wrong. But I saw their show. I kind of lost touch with I didn't lose touch with the RotTREVORE show. I knew that was happening, but I had to go to a baby shower. But I lost touch with some other shows like Cerebral Rot Tour.
Yeah.
Not death metal, but there's a new band from Houston called Dream Shake that kicks ass. It's super fast punk. It would be cool to have Merciless Savagery come on to the death metal podcast too. They're brutal, and also Hexella would be cool. I talked to some other death metal female named Vanessa today, who I noticed always went to all the festival shows and all this stuff. And I'm like, if you want to come on sometime, that'd be cool. And she's like, well, I'm going to be traveling for the next few months. I was like, you know what? It's like, I know you're mad into death metal. So if you want, why don't you come on the podcast at some point and just talk about shows?
I saw that Hexea band do a Bulldog song. They did Cutthroat or something. And it was really good, man. It was fucking killer. That band's really good.
I think they added another guitar player or something.
Yeah, that sounded really good.
Francisco is making a band with the drummer or something. I think he was at band practice tonight.
That's awesome. Yeah, he's active.
Eat the Decay. I heard some advanced tracks. The vocals were kind of Zeisma-ish. Like Above the Minds of Morbidity, Zeisma-ish.
Sick.
So yeah, for real.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Anyone else want to shout out any of their own, not your own bands, just other bands, or demos you might have scooped up? Feasts of Decay? Feats? Is that Feats of Strength? Carl sending me something here. I don't think I could put that on the podcast, Carl, but I appreciate it, bro. For some reason, if it's not emailed, you just can't. They embed the fucking shit. Lust. Okay, I'll ban Lust from Texas, I believe. Sometimes some of the stuff is embedded when someone tries to send it through there. Dork Angel. Yeah, never heard them.
Yeah, man. I don't know if we ever will.
I think they did a tour with Striper.
Oh, dude, that's sick.
You got us any Striper records in your collection? Just because you're a record collector?
Me? No.
There you go. All right.
Dude, that would never fucking happen. Fuck that shit. That dude's funny because a lot of that shit is still going on in like full force. Like there's tours, all those bands like White Lion, Striper, fucking Winger.
Don't they know that if they go to Rhode Island, the bad things could happen, dude?
Dude, Rock Squeeze from Hell, bro. Fucking.
Yeah.
But now it's a very popular, but they're not doing like big venues. It's like
right club
that
shows.
Has all these, but they have all these here revival bands, but they're the worst ones. Like some of them were fucking good, but most of them were shit. Like, you know what I mean? They're not having anyone like really good, and it's just the teaser and all that fucking
teaser.
Shit.
Like teaser. Lust from Canada was Rule. Yeah, that guy used to write to me. I think his name was Sebastian. He used to send me the Lust demos. Yeah. I was more into Necro Sleazer though, and the Blasphemy side projects. You know, those were more brutal. Maybe Conqueror. Was that they from Canada?
Conqueror is great. That's a split. What was that split C? Conqueror. But fucking great. Really good.
Yeah, Black Witchery.
Yeah, Black Witchery, Conquer split. Yeah, that's it.
It's a fucking murder. It's a murder scene.
That's a good split right there.
I guess I can announce it on here. We're probably doing some Black Witchery shirts soon too. So,
right on.
Fucking Necro Sleazer demo was cool. Fucking A, dude. I think 95 with members of Blasphemy. Also, shout out to Murder Basket, who had a sick demo, and they have some newer side band. I don't know the name now. I think it's coming out on Head Split though. You know, Head Split comes hard with those cassettes, right?
Yeah, man. You know what's cool, dude? They do the old fucking interview style only. You don't hear from the band unless it's in their newsletter interview. No fucking presence. Like, totally just fucking like, wow. That's kind of cool.
In your face, like right there.
Yeah, like the only time you hear from the band interviewing is in their like newsletter. You know, it's just like hand drawn or whatever. You know, I mean, that's cool to see shit like that. I really fucking
underground.
Yeah,
underground shit.
Yeah, they're really doing the fucking shit correct. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my man Impurith is a stand-up dude, as well as Vaz. I talked to both of those guys pretty recently. Vaz was considering getting on the podcast with us at some point. We just have to link it up properly, and he's like, I'll come on and talk too, man. I got a lot of shit to talk. I'm like, cool, man. That'd be great, dude.
Oh yeah, man.
I asked my man Dave Britz too to come on.
You know, would be interesting to come on this podcast, Roy. Would be fucking Dave Whitty.
Oh yeah, I could.
Well, you know, want to know why? I think it's because he was in it, dude. You know, in the scene, he was really fucking. You know, between Human Remains, big in the death metal scene in that time. It'd be good to hear from him, dude. I'd love
because they had the Human Remains house basically, and then they had like Demoncy or whatever. They were like pretty connected with that house, and then and he was always around like all the torture crypts and the ripping corpses, and that was all in his little neighborhood right there. And I was lucky enough to see all the earlier not all, but like a lot of the early Human Remains shows.
Yeah, man.
And they were taken very strange. Like people saw them and they were like, what the fuck is this? Right. But there was something so heavy about them too, man. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they were doing shit like fucking so like different with the guitars, and You know what I mean? They had this weird kind of fucking guitar thing going.
There was this thing. He gave me a promo demo at that Nuclear Fest, the same one that Anal Cunt went berserk at or whatever, that everyone talks about. And he gave me like a promo demo, and it had just like 4 songs on it. It was like a live thing. I think they got signed with Relapse with this thing, you know? And it was just like, I don't know, man. It was like Voivod meets Ripping Corpse in a way, you know?
Definitely.
Just amazing fucking playing. And
very unique band.
And when I seen Dave too at CBGB's play live, he was one of those other bands like in the Postscriptor situation where like all these motherfuckers are watching this one guy play drums. You know what I mean? And like you got this huge crowd of people just watching the drummer, you know?
Yeah, he was killer. He's always been a fucking amazing.
I took him aside afterwards and I was like, yo, man, I was like, I saw some crazy ass drum beat you did during that thing. I was like, I was just curious about it, you know? He's like, oh, that's the Monkey Blast or some shit, you know?
Dude, I got his number, bro. I'll see if I can get him on here.
Yeah, that would be dope. Dave Whitty is the man.
Yeah, because
pump up his vegan lunch truck too.
Yeah.
Why not, man?
He's a real good dude. I talked to he had a band with that guy, the horn guy, the Brain Tentacles. Remember that?
Yeah.
That really weird fucking.
He was in that Japanese noise band too.
Melt Banana, Melt Banana.
Yeah, and then also he was in dude. He was in like all kinds of bands.
Yeah.
I want to say he was in Spall, but it was actually I did a show with Spall and maybe Discordant and Access.
Yeah, he was in that. What Discordant's Access? Yeah,
or maybe there was another side band too back then that I did a fucking show with. It was just like multiple bands, dude.
Yeah, the guy's a beast, man.
He's a fucking drum beast. And he played drums on the Eviscerate demo, which that band became Iba Horror. And they were killer too, man. Yeah, he's a fucking drum beast.
Yeah.
Is it snowing up? Is it snowing up there, Derek?
Nah, it's not. It's kind of cold though.
Yeah. It was snowing out here.
No, it's been like during the day it'll get like 60s, 60 up to like 61, but then at night it's like fucking 30.
Yeah, pretty much the same here.
Yeah, that's how it's been out here, you know. Nice days, fucking cold nights.
Yeah, I hear you, man.
You know, looking forward to the fucking warmer weather coming, man.
It's nice and warm here in Texas.
Yeah, it is. Okay. That's where the armadillos go, man.
Yeah, I hope you guys are sweating and I'm fucking nice and comfy this summer.
Yeah, they're sweating with the armadillos while we're fucking.
You know what? I hope you're sweating, and then I hope that you run out of fucking powder for your fucking balls, basically. And then when you're walking around,
that splatteria tattoo,
your shit is all fucking chafed. You got bat wings.
He's got fucking chafed splatteria tattoo balls.
Yeah. So when your chafed bat wings are fucking dying, I'll be laughing at you up in my spot.
It's my butt.
No thanks.
Yeah, poser alert.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, it's not getting warm here. Not where I live. It snowed last week, but maybe we're due for one more fast snow. I moved from Norway to California, and the fucking weather is like early spring. No sun, no heat. Thank God. Huh. Frazier says he has no balls. Okay. So I guess he won't have to deal with the chafing issues.
Yeah. All you need is a dick anyway, right?
Dude, answer your question. You should get J-Dog on your show. I'm not even done watching J-Dog's full interview on that other thing. I watched like half of it so far. There's a lot of intake to take in, you know?
Hey, you know what I gather from him, Roy? He's more partial to the more like mid-90s death metal sound.
I gather that too.
He likes all the classic Killer shit too. I noticed too. Seems like I agree on a lot of his favorite stuff, but he likes a lot of that like more kind of gore metal mid era shit. You know what I mean?
I'm with him to some point. I mean, I think some of the albums he likes are garbage. You know,
Yeah, me
I
too,
don't listen
me
to Deicide or any of that shit.
Well, no. What shocked me is I heard him say, because I love his videos. They're great. I watch them a lot.
I haven't really
And
watched many lately, but yeah.
he's into a lot of killer shit. But he was like, I really love the Tales from the Thousand Lakes, and I was like, what? Like, that was a shocker. I was not expecting that to be a favorite, because I can't that album's I can't listen. That's unlistenable.
The one good thing is that, you know, you got a guy like that who's not scared to say, I like this, I don't like this, I don't have to kiss anyone's ass, I'm making a podcast, I just go on here to talk, you know, I answer questions. I mean, we're kind of doing that too here, you know, but I don't think I have access to all the shit that Hell's Headbangers has in their friggin' offices, you know what I mean?
Well,
so I can't check everything out.
Well, what I think is cool about it is the fact that, like, yeah, this music sounds different. You know what I mean? Like, just because we all like death metal stuff doesn't mean we have to like the same exact fucking bands. Right. And everyone's it gives you your personality. Well, the dude has his own fucking personality. You know? I wouldn't want to agree on every single fucking band.
No.
You know, we all have our fucking favorites and our fucking stinkers, and you know, it makes us who we are. You know what I mean? So like. So it's cool. I fucking tip my hat to that, you know?
Yeah. I tip my hat to just someone that can go online and just say what the fuck they want, bro. I think that's cool, you know? Definitely. Usually after you do it for a while, they try to shut you down now. I noticed that's some part of life here. Privilege of evil. Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah.
I'm down with that. That's the best Amorphous there is. That's the last Amorphous for me.
The Relapse 7-inch wasn't the worst. It wasn't, you know, it was okay.
Well, that was
you know
two songs from Privilege of Evil, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
After that, I tapped out right after that.
Yeah, I tapped out after Privilege of Evil.
No good for me.
Yeah, I let the guys from Relapse hear the Amorphous demo actually in the car.
Probably got him into it.
I mean, maybe, you know, like,
which is cool.
I was just early on the scene with writing to Amorphous because Venner was writing with Abhorrence, and then I was trying to write with Abhorrence too because we were Abhorrence freaks, you know what I mean?
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
So like I was like trying to write to them, and then at some point they were asking Venner to draw a logo for Abhorrence, but then someone else drew it. And then there was another guy too. His name was Juice. I think he's back in the band now. So he was like, he did a zine called Goat Skin, which was like, I'd like to see a copy, obviously, which was like a lot of Finnish bands. And yeah, so basically Juice used to send letters to Venner. And then I was writing to Tommy from Amorphous.
Okay.
And I think I bought like a shirt and a tape or some shit. I don't even know if I got the shirt actually, but it doesn't matter.
Wow, that's awesome.
But I got the tape, and it wasn't Privilege of Evil at that stage. It was the demo. It was like a 3-song demo or whatever. Oh, killer. Cool. It was pretty killer. It was not as brutal as Amorphous, so.
Yeah.
Amorphous way better. What's up, Patrick Kermer?
Morning.
J-Dog is younger than me.
Yeah, he's like a 30s.
He's younger than me too.
He's a 90s guy.
Like, those guys really blew up their empire over at Hell's Headbangers, so it's cool.
Yeah, I order from them all the time. Fucking love that shit.
Yeah.
They sell everything. They got everything.
It's a militaristic fucking packaging job done. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Courtesy of J-Dog and crew.
Yeah, I like the fact that they appreciate like the packaging and how important that is.
Right.
To good art, to good, you know.
It affects the bottom line of your business too. So like if the shit gets fucked up, people are going to write you back and they're going to want either a replacement or they're going to be like, this is damaged. I want another one. So all that's a big waste of money, basically, if basically that happens to you as a record label, you know?
Yeah.
Like say you put out your CHURCHBURN record, right? And then like, you know, you package it badly and then like you had 100 copies or something and then like 20 or 30 of them, you know, because of your packaging, like got all bent up and then all those people, like maybe like 10 or 15 of them, were like, they go online and they're like, hey, this guy can't package his shit worth of shit, you know? There's that. And then there's like, you know, then there's people that are just like, hey, can you send me the right stuff? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Or remember the time where like you'd get mass produced like CDs and there was no music on them? If people would get a CD, they'd put it on and be like, oh, I can't wait to hear it. Fucking no music on it. And then, you know, back then, you know, you were fucked. You didn't, there was no internet to answer. You couldn't answer back on a fucking forum with like thousands of people to say that your fucking shit's fucked up. So, you know, where now it's like, you know, one little fucking thing, people fucking typing away.
I think we should take J-Dog and Frasier and just like stick them in a room together, basically, you know? You guys need a room, bro.
Yeah, man.
You too. You could just talk about your CDs and shit, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Compare notes, you know what I mean? But it's cool to see people that are passionate about bands, you know what I mean? I think that's a cool thing.
Yeah, it is.
So it's all the power to them. All the power to Ken's Death Metal podcast. I mean, whatever, Death Metal Crypt. I hit him up earlier today, and I was like, yo, you want to come on here, bro? Because
I think cool to talk chat.
He reps.
Shit from him, man.
He reps on the death metal front.
It looks like he's been around, too, since, like, the fucking late 80s, too. He was probably around when it was fucking popping off, too, you know?
I bet I could take J-Dog in an arm wrestling match. Let's make it happen.
Oh,
hey, man, you guys get together and then put a camera on it, and I'll put it on here.
That's pretty. Yeah, dude's pretty jacked, though, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, he might smash your arm through the table, dude. Like,
like that over the top. What was that movie with? Fucking
yeah. He stakes his fingers and he like moves it over the top. It seems like it has like a separate reference, like over the top, you know, like over the
man, that
reach around. Little weird.
Yeah, man.
Sylvester Stallone is like, oh,
Adrian,
my fingers, Adrian.
Oh man, he trains.
I train for ungodly strength.
Ungodly. We used to say godly back in the day. Like if your tape was good, we'd call it godly because
I know. I said ungodly today about Sean from Desert Wasteland's interview because I was talking to him. I was like, "Why don't you come on the cast now?" He's like, "I'm working again, bro." He's like, "Dude, I'm sorry, man. I'm fucking, you know, I can never get on." He's like, "I might change my schedule." I was like, yeah, well, I want to play your ungodly video, you know what I mean? Which we did. We played it for like 10 minutes maybe. So, because I figured, you know what? Like, fuck it, dude. Let it ride a little bit on here. It's never been shown. And then I just happened to catch the part where he's talking about fluids. So that was cool.
Yeah, right on.
Frasier arm wrestle segments on JOABA. I'd watch. Yeah.
Yeah. Definitely.
I'm telling you, he needs lights and cloths, and then you stick him in that room with all the CDs, right? And then, like, we could watch him dust the CDs off one by one. Like, he takes them out of the thing, he dusts it off, you know? Little vacuum fucking shit, you know what I mean? Suck the fucking shit out of the air. Your shit's all fucked up, Frasier, if you leave it alone. He probably has a nice dry humidifier in there, you know?
Yeah, dude. Well, you know what's going to happen, Roy? You know how like epic bands, you know, they have history and then they go solo? Right. One of these days, dude, Frasier's going to go solo and he's going to have his own fucking podcast. Own
yeah.
Frasier solo videos.
Jamming out more badass. All right. So we just cracked the 7-hour mark. So I'm going to kill the podcast.
Definitely. I got band practice tomorrow too. I got to get to bed.
I'm gonna go out with a song and dance, and then thanks Derek for coming on. Thanks to anybody that came on and supported. And in the chat, I saw you guys in here for 7 hours. Some of you motherfuckers nuts. It was cool. We had some performances from RotTREVORE that were taped a couple days ago. We had the guys from RotTREVORE on here. We had WHARFLURCH on here. We had CEREMONIUM, Oscar on here. Derek from CHURCHBURN. Who else? I showed some interview with Matt Harshner from Mortician. We showed some interview with Desert Wasteland. And I showed some live EVOKEN. And we had Francisco on here. Appreciate it, brother. Always appreciated Sam Hideous Mangalus for letting us play the RotTREVORE. And I guess that's it, man. This is Saturday night Death Metal Podcast. You know how we do it. Thank you for everybody that tunes in. And we'll go out with something I guess I didn't play or some bullshit. Let's see what I got here. Let's see. How about one last piece of this? Thanks, guys.
Ready, guy?